becoming a rich CEO Galactic pirate and a hero beating dungeons with my space trade skill system. Volume 1 by Weavy River Shore, translated by Panda, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Tangerines, Cats, and Space Pirates. Have you heard of an item box before? Once something only found in the realm of fiction, it's now a reality. These are caves scattered throughout the world that lead to alternate dimensions, commonly known as dungeons. Even now, with the discovery of skill orbs excavated from these dungeons, the item box remains out of reach for ordinary folks, a dreamlike entity. An item box is essentially a handy storage space where you can put anything and retrieve it anytime, anywhere. Whether it's a sword, a gun, or even your ID, once it's in there, you can access it whenever needed. It's the kind of super convenient skill everyone dreams of, thinking, wouldn't it be nice to have? One day, out of nowhere, I found myself with this ability. It wasn't like I suddenly grew a hole in my head for things to go into. It was more like a grid-like game item screen that appeared in the corner of my mind. Rows of square frames lined up like lockers or shoeboxes where I could store things. Only I could see these square frames, and each frame could hold one type of item. Even miscellaneous items like stationery or random pieces of junk would neatly fit into one frame if stored in, like a pencil case or trash bag. Welcome. One order of red fried chicken, please. Just one red fried chicken, okay. I wanted to use this handy skill, but using it without knowing much about it was a bit scary. So, for experimentation, I bought tea, onigiri, and fried chicken from the convenience store in the morning, and received a bag from an elf girl with pointed ears, who seemed utterly unenthusiastic about her part-time job. I then put the items directly into the item box and tried retrieving them on a bench at the university during lunch. Yep, the fried chicken was still warm, as if I had just bought it. It seemed that the power bestowed upon me could stop the passage of time for the items I stored, a time-stop item box, so to speak. I continued experimenting, storing whatever caught my eye and trying to see if I could store bugs I caught like a child with a net. Eventually, I realized that this power was exactly like what's known as an item box skill. I could store items I touched with my body, but living creatures couldn't be stored. I didn't know why I was blessed with this power, but since I had it, I decided to go with the flow. I wasn't causing trouble for anyone, and there was nowhere to return it to. So, I embraced this sudden stroke of luck and began living the best life, going out every day without a care in the world. It was about 3 months after I started using the item box that an unusual event occurred on a winter day. Even on this day, when a bone-chilling cold wave was hitting, I continued my part-time job at the pizza place, came home to my unheated room, and ate leftover pizza while watching TV. Then, Mr. Kobayama, you started your own company with the budding healing skill. Yes, that's right. I had always planned to start my own business someday, so I saw it as an opportunity and immediately dropped out of college to start my own business. Fortunately, I was able to set up my first store near the Yotsuya dungeon, so adventurers started coming, and I was able to get the business off the ground successfully. Must be nice. Living in Tokyo with the same skill, but our situations are worlds apart. Living alone in Tokyo, attending university, sounds good on the surface, but in reality, it's a sad life. No money, no dreams, no girlfriend. I get some allowance from my parents, but with the ongoing recession and skyrocketing prices, no matter how I live, I'm barely scraping by. And to top it off, my university life isn't going too smoothly either. I have only a few friends, and despite not really hanging out much, I'm barely passing my classes. I don't even know why I came to Tokyo anymore, but I can't bring myself to go back home and give up on college. I've thought about using my newly acquired item box skill to make money, but as a college student, there's not much I can do with it. I wish I had skills like healing or fortune-telling, easy skills to make money quickly. Since the item box is a skill for storing things within me, I can't do business without trust in myself. Even people who want to utilize the item box probably wouldn't trust a poor student like me with their products. But even if I wanted to store seasonal or limited edition items and sell them at a high price, I don't have the initial funds, and I'm not very knowledgeable about those things. In the end, I've been stuck in this situation, afraid to risk the little money I have and just maintaining the status quo. I found part-time job listings targeting people with skills, but perhaps it's because of the Great Recession since dungeons started appearing all over the world. There are only full-time listings or ones that pay about the same as working at a pizza place. So it's easier to stick with my current pizza delivery job, which somewhat suits me. Things just aren't going well. I turned away from my life's uncertain future, and somehow, it was already 2 a.m. after turning on the game console. I paused the game I was playing and tried to take out some oranges and tea from the item box for a break. That's when I realized that something significant, something that would shake up my life, had silently begun. Huh. The oranges are gone, whole box and all. The box of oranges sent from my parents to prevent them from rotting in the item box. It was nowhere to be found. Instead, in the item box, there was a completely unopened orange can of juice, which I had no recollection of putting there. I work a job running around outside in the winter, so there are usually 2 or 3 hot cans of coffee. But this can of juice had a soda-like color, something I definitely hadn't bought or seen before. When I took it out of the item box, the orange can with unfamiliar writing on it was surprisingly heavy. And strangely, there were no openings on either the front or back. What's this? Canned juice instead of oranges? I thought about translating the mysterious writing on the surface with my phone and placed it on the table suddenly. There was a light click. I thought the cap of the juice can had opened due to the impact, but it hadn't. It had transformed. A blue pistol grip popped out from the belly of the can, and a blue muzzle popped out from the drinking spout. Huh. A toy. I grabbed the can-turned gun grip and pointed it towards the wall. I remembered seeing a toy gun with similar colors on an internet video site. It shot suction cup bullets, right? Thinking that, out of curiosity, I pulled the trigger. Bang! With a motor-like sound, the gun vibrated for a moment. Oh, it just makes noise. I sighed in relief and let the toy gun roll on the desk. It must have slipped in among various items I threw into the item box. As I leaned on the desk and tried to remember, my gaze fell on the wall. Huh, was there a stain there before? One point of the ivory-colored wallpaper seemed to have turned black. I didn't feel like a bullet had come out of the gun, but maybe I just didn't notice it flying. Uh-oh, did a bullet get stuck? I panicked and crawled to the wall, but there was no sign of any bullet. No, there was no bullet. As I nervously crawled closer to the black stain on the wallpaper, I saw a hole about 2 centimeters in diameter, twinkling with the stars of the night sky. What? A hole. Just now, I felt scared and immediately put away the can-juice gun in my item box and shivered under my blanket. I had no memory of obtaining such a gun. So, where did it come from into my item box? Did someone put it in there instead of the missing oranges? If so, then who? Isn't this bad? When I searched online before, it said that an item box was a space that nobody else could touch except the owner. If that was true, then perhaps someone was peeking into my item box. With that thought in mind, I couldn't sleep and kept fiddling with the item box, temporary screen. Oh. In the darkness under my blanket, clear as day in the item list, when I moved things around to organize them, the screen suddenly changed. Beside the item image in the frame, a description popped up. Next to the tea I bought at the supermarket, it showed Country Blend Brown Rice Tea. And when I shifted my attention away from the tea, the description vanished. When did I buy this tea again? It showed up when I was thinking about it. Murmuring to myself, next to the bread, Kawasaki Mayatama sausage appeared. It seemed that when I focused on wanting to know about the items in the item box, descriptions would appear. Using the same method, when I focused on the can-juice gun from earlier, Para's molecular replacement wave emitter appeared next to it. Emitter? It's not a gun. Is there more information? As I wondered if there were more detailed information folded away somewhere, buttons popped up from below the description. Keep, why is this part in English? Staring at the button labeled Keep, the black button turned red. I don't know. I hadn't read anything about this function of the item box in my online research. Perhaps was mine different from a regular item box. Lost in thought, a buzzing sound interrupted me. Startled, I peeked under my blanket to see the screen of my phone lighting up, letting out a big sigh of relief. It seemed I had just received a newsletter from an overseas game retailer. Looking at the clock, it was already 3 o'clock, and I had an early class tomorrow. I forcefully closed my eyes, ignored the item box screen, and tried to stop thinking. My heart was pounding loudly, but my body, tired from work, eventually succumbed to sleep. Section: a week after the terrifying SF gun incident, 3 boxes of discounted oranges from an online purchase were placed at my doorstep. Even though they were all discounted, buying 6 kilograms of oranges was a bit, well, it was quite expensive, honestly. But I couldn't help but want to unravel the mystery of this item box, temporary. There was no doubt that the oranges had disappeared and the gun had appeared. So, if I put oranges in the box again, perhaps they would disappear, replaced by something else. That's what I thought. I should have gotten smaller ones, but I need to keep the conditions the same to understand. Curiosity about the unknown aside, to be honest, I was afraid of continuing to use something I didn't understand. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and first put one box into the item box and pressed the keep button. Then, I put another box in the item box, but didn't press the keep button this time. All right. Finally, I opened the last box, took out 5 or 6 oranges from it. These were for me to eat. Well, but since I put oranges in the item box, it was fine for about 5 days last time, so maybe there won't be any movement right away even if I prepare like this. Even though I understand it in my head, I can't help feeling excited. I started monitoring while watching a TV showing a comedy sketch by a duo of kobold female comedians, and the screen of the item box floating in the corner of my vision with 2 windows. I peeled and ate oranges nervously, feeling like when bidding on items in online auctions. To my surprise, there was movement in the direction of the item box in about 30 minutes. No way. 1 box of oranges was missing from the item box, and in its place was something unfamiliar in a rectangular shape. What is this? It looked like just a colorful stick on the item box screen, but when I stared at it, the description, Yapabrinka 34G, appeared. What on earth is this? With doubts, I took it out on the table next to the oranges. Dozens of colorful plastic sticks like mahjong scoring sticks came out and made a dry sound. I examined them closely, but they looked like mahjong scoring sticks. I tried reading the unfamiliar characters engraved on the surface with a translation app on my smartphone, but unfortunately, it didn't recognize them. I wonder if it's valuable or not. I moved the plastic sticks to the item box and also put away the orange peels on the table. The item box is unlimited, so if you store garbage like this, it won't smell bad. It's easy because you just have to put it in a big garbage bag when it accumulates. This was one of the lazy ways I came up with to use the item box. I checked the inside of the item box again, but the other box of oranges was not missing. It seemed that the keep button indeed had the effect of keeping things in place. Oh, my relief at solving one mystery was short-lived. I noticed again that there was something unfamiliar in the item box. What's this time? What was missing was the orange peels I had just put in. In their place was a frozen tabby cat with the label, Popped Mail Frozen. Before I knew it, I was taking out the frozen cat on the table. Is this for real? I felt my heart pounding. I wasn't surprised by the consecutive exchanges themselves or by the frozen cat. Its appearance looked exactly like the cat I used to have at home until a few years ago. Its orange fur and the swirling pattern on its back looked just like those of Mars, the cat I had at home. Mars. Suddenly, it felt like the sound from the TV was distant. I instinctively stroked the frozen cat's back. Its frozen fur pushed back my hand, but only the shape of its back felt soft. Poor thing. I stroked its cold back again. The expression of agony on the frozen cat made me feel sorry for it. Before I knew it, I was reminiscing about the warmth of Mars lying on my lap, the feeling of its wet nose rubbing against my fingertips, and the weight of it lying on my stomach while I slept. I was crying silently alone. Section. So you're the one who thawed me out. Honestly, I owe you one. Well, I mean, you thawed me out naturally. The day after crying in front of the frozen cat. A tabby cat-like creature, claiming to be an extraterrestrial who spoke human language, was sitting in front of me, with my eyes swollen from crying. He sat on my folded cushion as if sitting cross-legged, claiming to be the frozen tabby cat that had been in the item box. Apparently, he wasn't just a cat, but a cat-sith alien from another world. However, he himself claims to be an extraterrestrial, named Popped from Space. I remember being on a ship when a pirate's dimensional submersion torpedo hit us. I guess they froze me because they couldn't get ransom from my family. The cat-like space alien chuckled as it sipped tea skillfully, with hands larger than a cat's but smaller than a human's. Yeah, it's fortunate that I was saved by someone who could communicate through universal language imprinting, brain transference. A stroke of luck amidst misfortune, I replied. Oh, by the way, what's imprinting? Imprinting is the burning of general knowledge into the brain. Oral languages have fewer patterns compared to telepathic languages, so sailors usually undergo brain imprinting during their initial medical checkups, along with vaccinations, to ensure they can engage in everyday conversation wherever they go. Wow, yeah, I envy that. I wish they could imprint me with at least one of the foreign languages I'm taking at university. But, I have to say, you also risked helping such suspicious creature. And this planet, it's not yet a member of the Galactic Trade Organization, right? Was it your first time seeing a popped? The alien asked. No, I couldn't tell if you were an alien just by looking at. You looked exactly like the cat I used to have, so I couldn't just leave you. When I thought of throwing him out and burying him in the backyard, I was genuinely surprised when he came back to life, meowing in the bathroom. He looked even more like Mars, the cat, than when I saw him frozen in my item box. Memories of Mars, the cat I grew up with, the gentle Mars who grew up with me, and the old Mars who disappeared just before I left home flooded back to me since he came into my item box. He didn't seem like a stranger, no, he didn't seem like just any cat anymore. What's with that cat that keeps coming out? I asked. Catsith, no, we're called popte, we're creatures that resemble cats. The creature replied as it shrugged its shoulders and shook its head while looking at a picture of the late Mars, my cat, on the lock screen of my smartphone. No way, we're totally different. No, you're quite similar. No, there's no way. As if telling me to stop joking around, the creature narrowed its eyes, shook its shoulders, and laughed. To be honest, it was hard for me to find the differences between popped and cats, but maybe to the creature, they were worlds apart. Hey, do you have a personal identification name or something? In your cultural context, I asked. Yeah, I'm Tanbo Kawashima, I replied. Ah, Tanbo Kawashima, huh. Even after living with this name for 20 years, I've gotten used to it, but it's what people call a sparkling name. What about your name? The creature, stroking its whiskers with its front paw and twitching its nose, answered. We don't have names like Tanbo do. Pop's individual identification is all tied to scent. There aren't many of us in the galaxy, so in reality, we're rarely called anything other than popped by other species. Huh. Then what should I call you? Well, you can call me whatever you like. Oh, then, can I call you Mars? Maybe the creature in front of me is older than the cat I knew. But to me, he already felt like a reincarnation of my cat Mars. However, I felt he might be uneasy about calling him by the name of my dead cat. While hesitating, I cautiously made the suggestion, but he nodded without much thought. Naming me after the popped-like animal Tanbo kept. That's fine, he said. With that, he picked up the smartphone on the desk and looked at the lock screen attentively. In popped legends, there's a phrase, fur 10 times, which means the same soul is born 10 times with the same fur. Mars, who was once Tanbo pet, might be reborn as popped next. Wow, I thought that would be nice, but at the same time, I felt that it was almost already happening. Of course, it wasn't something to say to him right now. Oh right, this board is an info terminal, right? Can it display a star chart? A star chart? Yeah, a map of the galaxy. Even in remote areas outside the Galaxy Trade Organization, they should have something like that, right? When I searched for a star chart of the galaxy on my phone and showed it to Mars, he deftly manipulated the screen with his paw and made an impressed face. Is this the typical star chart for this planet? I've only seen things like this. Can I ask one thing? Whether it's for work or travel, have you ever been to space, Tanbo? Nope. I've heard they used to go to the moon in the past, but recently, space development has slowed down, so the day when individuals can go to space is still far away. Don't they have spaceports in orbit? What about short-range teleporters from the ground? That's still just stuff in stories. Huh, seriously? Mars visibly deflated and flopped onto the floor, belly up. As I gently stroked his back fur, which rose and fell with his breath, he batted my hand with his paw. Hey, so this planet, Not only is it not part of the Galaxy Trade Organization, but has it not even encountered extraterrestrial beings? Huh. Probably, but if Mars was truly an alien, this moment would be considered a first contact. Really. With a cry, Mars's tail shot up towards the sky, then drooped down onto the desk. Tanbo, why aren't you more surprised to have met an alien? Huh, I am surprised. You don't seem surprised at all. Well, it's partly because I'm skeptical, but considering that some items are coming out of my item box that clearly aren't from Earth, I figured he might be from some dungeon or another. Sailors used to say that if they were caught by people from the frontier just before space exploration, they'd be dissected and made into specimens. Tanbo, you wouldn't do that, right? Of course not. That perception might have held true 20 or 30 years ago. But in today's world filled with beings from different worlds and races, would they really do something like that? Because Popped is a race that looks just like cats or catsith. Since dungeons appeared, people from different races have been coming to Earth a lot, so honestly, wouldn't anyone not really care if Mars is an alien? Stranger thing happened even on TV often. As I turned on the TV, a commentator, a werewolf, appeared on the daytime talk show. Mars rolled onto his side and faced the TV. What species is he? He's an interdimensional being from beyond the dungeon. Fugaji Yonyama, a naturalized werewolf. Is it because of people like them that you're not surprised? Oh, do they have spaceships in their world? Our world is said to be the most advanced in science and technology. Mars's tail, which had started to rise, drooped back down onto the floor. Come to think of it, how did I come to this planet? Well, it was in my item box. Item box. As I began to explain in detail how Mars ended up here from the beginning, he got off the desk and sat back down on the cushion, listening quietly. And as I recounted everything from the manifestation of the item box skill to various experiments, the accidental gun discharge, and Mars's thawing, he didn't ask me any questions. After I finished telling everything, Mars closed his eyes with a troubled expression and pressed his forehead with his paw. Tanbo, I don't think that thing of yours is just an item box skill. Huh. I thought it might be, but I guess it's not. Perhaps it's a special ability that the big shots of the Galactic Commerce Organization or the founding families of the Galactic Integrated Trading Company have. To put it in our terms, it's like a rare skill, right? I think it's the same thing. I don't know the details, but supposedly, those with that skill have access to a market that only they can access. But mine just changes the items I put in. Then maybe Tanbo's skill is like a restricted version of those. Only able to list items, like a flea market. No, more like a junkyard where dead pops are disposed of. A junkyard, huh? It would have been nice if it were a convenient skill where I could freely buy what I wanted. What other items were exchanged with mine? This gun and this pointy stick. A gun and a pointy stick, huh, seriously. Mars held the pointy stick to his paw and looked at it with a disgusted expression. The gun is probably a typical disguised gun, but this stick drug is pahabrinka, right? A drug, it said yapabrinka though. That's even worse, it's a damn dangerous drug. Just possessing it is a capital offense under the Galactic General Law. It's better to dispose of it right away. Yikes. I hastily stashed the score stick and gun in the junkyard. Thanks to Yapabrinka, I realized something. The one accessing Tanbo's skill is a pirate. A pirate? Yeah, from disguised guns to drugs to frozen pops with no ransom. They all seem like things pirates would have, right? Now that he mentioned it, they did. Isn't that dangerous? The junkyard, was it? Should I just stop using it? Well, it's dangerous, but isn't it okay? Huh, but they're pirates. If they can't find out about us, then we don't need to worry about them either, right? As long as we don't carelessly give out information. Now that he put it that way, I guess so. I set the keep setting for all the miscellaneous items I had in the item box, no, the junkyard. I wouldn't want my license or something taken away and have them come to my house. But on the flip side, what? Mars looked at me with a somewhat apologetic expression. If they're pirates, then they probably have pirate ships, right? Pirate ships? I imagined a space pirate ship and felt a shiver. Suddenly, I remembered a childhood dream. That's right, I had a dream. My dream when I was little was to become a cool space pirate, defeating enemies with a machine gun embedded in my left arm and swooping in to save beautiful space maidens in distress. My sister and I used to play with our arms stuck in cylindrical potato chip containers. People are creatures who forget their dreams and become adults, but at the same time, we're also creatures who can't truly forget those dreams. Mars tapped my knee, lost in thought about my pirate image, and continued speaking. So, Tonbo, if there's ever a chance to get a ship through an exchange in the future, could you give me a ride to the nearest Galactic Commerce Organization affiliate star? If I can get back home, I'll send you a ton of delicious stuff as thanks. Oh, of course, that's fine. Great, it would really help me out. Looking at Mars bowing his head, I felt a pang of sadness for some reason. I thought he was trying to say it in a way that wouldn't cause me too much trouble, but I no longer thought of him as a stranger. The same furry cat had come to the same human twice. There must be some kind of fate or destiny. I couldn't help but think that way. Well, no, that's not it. Huh. I'll definitely get a spaceship. I replied, feeling like something had finally clicked inside me. That's nice to hear, but why are you telling a pop you just met today something like that? When the cat Mars I mentioned earlier disappeared, my family waited for him forever. They prepared food every day, worried and searched for him for months and months. Ugh. Maybe back in your Mars hometown, there's someone waiting just like me. I understand that feeling painfully, so I want to send Mars back. Mars listened to my words and grinned with his teeth bared. Thanks, but I'm short on cash, so it might take some time. Well, if you want, you can stay as long as you like. Thank you. I'll definitely repay this favor when the time comes. Well then, I'll be in your care for a while. I shook hands with Mars' paw. Come to think of it, since I finished the university entrance exams, I may not have tried to do anything other than being chased by life and student credits. Suddenly, a light seemed to shine on my purposeless life. So, what do people on this planet eat? I'm getting hungry. Mars looked up at me with a sorry expression, holding his small belly with his hands. On the contrary, is there anything Popped can't eat? Earth cats can't eat onions or chocolate. Sailors eat anything, although I'm not good with inorganic matter. Perhaps jokingly, Mars said so with a slight curl of his mouth. Well, he looks like a cat, but he's an alien. If human food doesn't work, I can always buy cat food. How about instant noodles? How about carbohydrates? I showed Mars the instant noodles I took out from the item box, junkyard, and he read the ingredient list on the back of the package while sniffing. I don't know what yeast extract is, but I guess I can eat this without a transmogrifier. He handed me back the instant noodles and stayed in front of the TV while I put the noodles in a pot and turned on the stove, ventilating the kitchen. Cold air flowed in from somewhere, and I warmed my bare right foot with my left foot. Oh, Mars, do you prefer soy sauce or tonkatsu? The delicious one. I put the tonkatsu-flavored noodles in the pot, and when I opened the window above the sink a little, snow began to flutter outside. Oh, work again today. As I closed the window, where the cold wind was blowing in as if it were going to snow, in my apartment with a rent of 40,000 yen, 1 LDK, and lots of drafty airs, my strange life with Mars, an item box, junkyard, user, and a space cat began like this. Section, after all, it's like a ration, but it's pretty good. The meat inside is nice. This, what's inside, is a creature called a squid from the sea. On the way back from the city hall with Mars, who became a temporary national, or rather a temporary resident registration, we were walking through the snowy town eating takoyaki. Mars' temporary return to Japan to live and work was requested by me as his legal guardian. But this is the insurance card. What if you lose it or get it wet? I won't lose it or get it wet. Mars held up the insurance card that the government office had hastily made for him, waving it between his fingertips. Since the connection between the other world and Earth via the dungeon, the staff at the office for otherworlders who had overcome confusion many times to respond concisely and swiftly. Their adaptability could be called flexible or easygoing, but it was also rather loose and unregulated. After all, for the past 20 years, people from other countries or dimensions without diplomatic relations have been coming and going every day, settling in and out. If they scrutinize everything, the work will never end. It seemed that almost all temporary return applications were passed through without much scrutiny as long as there was a guardian, for countries or races not on the blacklist, and for different world people who did not appear dangerous. Regarding Mars's origin, which I thought might be a problem, Considering that there are still many dungeons yet to be discovered in the country, the explanation was quite vague, but surprisingly acceptable. In rural areas, there are self-defense groups formed to hunt down and get rid of intruding otherworldly beings. But in urban areas, there seems to be a policy of generally accepting otherworldly beings and taxing them. "Hey Tonbo, what about the junkyard? Any movement since yesterday?" Mars asked. "Yeah, yesterday mysterious parts were exchanged, and today mysterious cloth was exchanged," I replied. My skill, junkyard, is a weird one. It's like an unmanned vending machine where items can be exchanged. If you leave something in it for a while, it'll be exchanged for something else, depending on luck. The box of oranges I sent into the junkyard for an experiment was being exchanged about once every half day. Box of oranges, drugs, space currency, food plant, parts, and now it's a mysterious yellow cloth. According to the description, it's force field conductive thermal bonding poly-G fabric, 620%. But that doesn't really explain much. So, while Mars teaches me about the meaning and value of such items, we're exchanging them in a straw millionaire, rags to riches style, with the ultimate goal of aiming for a spaceship. Judging from the amount of cash exchanged after drugs, I think your skill, Tonbo, is probably an equivalent exchange, Mars said. Equivalent exchange, huh? Honestly, I have no idea about the value of things in space, but as long as I'm not losing out, it's fine, I replied. Not losing out doesn't necessarily mean it's good. If we're aiming for a spaceship, just rotating space items won't cut it. We need to exchange them for Earth items somewhere to increase their value, Mars explained. Making money on Earth using space items, I wish a money tree would sprout. But wait, if it's an equivalent exchange, what was Mars exchanged for the orange peel? Well, maybe it's the value standard of the person with the skill that comes into play. As I pondered this, Mars suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Tonbo, what's that? It's making noise," Mars pointed out. Following Mars's raised tail, I saw a slow-moving roasted sweet potato truck playing its promotional jingle. "That's a roasted sweet potato truck. Sweet potatoes." "Sweet potatoes, what's that?" "Want to try? It's rather expensive, so let's split one." "Really, I'd love to try." We chased after the roasted sweet potato vendor and split a golden sweet potato that cost 400 yen. Mars seemed to have a sweet tooth. He didn't seem very interested in the ramen we had yesterday or the yakisoba and takoyaki we had today, but he seemed delighted by the sweetness of the roasted sweet potato. "Delicious." "What is this?" "Oh, you're right, it's sweet." "Wow, you know your stuff. This is a real hit. We're particular about our sweet potatoes. Nothing beats Bini Haruka." The two-legged cat munched on the sweet potato, looking intrigued, and the vendor proudly told us, "Brother, are you new to Japan?" "Yeah, just arrived recently." "Japan has many delicious things, not just sweet potatoes, so enjoy your stay." Already enjoying it. Perhaps pleased by Mars's enjoyment of the sweet potato, the vendor gave us a small sweet potato as a gift and left. "Tonbo, put this in the junkyard. I'll eat it later." "Yeah, sure." As I stored the small sweet potato, Mars stuffed his mouth with the one he had, purring loudly. He really is just like a cat. As I watched Mars eat the sweet potato, I heard music from another moving vendor. "Oh, another car playing music. Is that also selling sweets?" "Oh, that's kerosene. It's a fuel delivery truck." "And what about that big one over there?" "That's a self-defense forces, special transport vehicle." Mars, stretching to look, observed the kerosene delivery truck from the opposite side, while on the other side was a transport vehicle for the SDF's combat robots. "It's a pretty primitive-looking robot, huh? From an alien's perspective, maybe, but all Japanese kids aspire to pilot one. Even Tonbo. Well, if I could ride one, I'd want to, but it's harder than getting into Tokyo University. Those combat robots are for grappling with city-destroying monsters that come out of dungeons, so there probably isn't a guy out there who doesn't want to pilot one. Even I, back when I was in elementary school, seriously dreamed of becoming a hero who would swoop in with a robot in front of people in trouble, defeat monsters with a big gun, and then leave. My sister and I used to play with an upside-down child's chair as a makeshift cockpit. People forget their dreams as they grow up, but the fact that they can't truly forget those dreams is also part of being human. As I made a determined face imagining myself holding the control stick and being a hero. Mars's words interrupted my thoughts. But those kinds of things are commonplace in space, so maybe they'll come by for an exchange someday. Huh? Really? I grabbed his shoulder, shaking it vigorously, and Mars nodded with an annoyed expression. Yeah, really. Seriously. That would be nice. A dream expands, I thought as I watched the camouflage-covered special vehicle in moss green until it disappeared around the corner. Yeah, robots are cool. If I ever get one, I'll definitely paint it a cool color. As I reaffirmed my determination, feeling like a child again, a soft paw tugged at the hem of my clothes. Look, Tonbo, another noisy car is coming. Oh, that's a Yankee car. Mars, who had just come to town for the first time today, was curious about everything. That's amazing. It was midnight. Mars gnawed on leftover pizza I'd grabbed from work, humming to himself, while he kneaded a yellow cloth with one of his meatball-like paws. This cloth was something I'd obtained through the item box's junkyard, traded up from a box of tangerines 4 times. The explanation said it was a force field conductive thermal bonding polygy cloth, 620%, but I had no idea what that meant. What's that used for? This is a cloth that conducts force fields, but it can also boost them at the same time. That just confused me more. I poured a third beer and asked again, how do you use it? Well, wait, do you know what a force field is? No, I don't. You know about gravity, right? The opposite of that is repulsion. Wait, just tell me how to use it. Mars looked a little puzzled and thrust the cloth towards me. When you wrap yourself in this, you can create a powerful barrier. But since there's no barrier generator, you can't use it right now, something like that. Oh, I see. Honestly, this has practical use, so I think it's best to keep it. Okay then, I'll keep it. I felt bad for Mars, who tried to explain it all in detail. But even if I listened to the complicated story to the end, I probably wouldn't understand anything. I'm more of a humanities guy. Anyway, if it's better to keep this cloth, I'll keep it. I still have winter mandarins for trade anyway. Oh, by the way, Tonbo, bring out the little sweet potatoes from earlier. I'll have them for dessert. Oh yeah, sorry, they've been exchanged. Didn't you keep them for me? I am sorry. The paw of the popped Mars stuck in my palm hurt just as much as the claw of the cat Mars. I hurriedly took out an orange from the junkyard and presented it to him, flustered. This is also sweet, so please forgive me with this. As I offered him a peeled orange, Mars sniffed suspiciously with a hum and then widened his eyes as he took a big bite. Sweet. What's this? It's a Micken, oranges. Is there really no such thing as sweets in space? Mars, who had been greatly impressed by the sweet-baked sweet potatoes, seemed to be equally excited about the sweet oranges. You must have added sugar to this, right? I didn't add any. I think it's just as it is from the tree. From the tree? Why do such sweet fruits grow on trees? I think that's just how tangerines are. Ordinary cats dislike citrus fruits, but it seems that space cats aren't like that. With a slightly sad expression on his face, Mars nibbled on the orange he held with both paws. You exchanged a whole box of these, right? That must be worth 6.4 million lindens. Is that 6.4 million lindens? How much is that in value? My annual income last year was around 6 million lindens, I think. A box of oranges is worth more than Mars's annual income. Mars wiped his mouth with his tongue and shook his right claw from side to side, as if to say he didn't understand. With this taste, well, yeah, no, the one who gives out stuff will give out even more. I've been to many planets, but I've never had fruit with such a refined sweetness before. Is it really that delicious? Even though it's a special product, a box is worth about 3 hours of my hourly wage, you know. That's just how trade works. Usually, the farther away you are, the more valuable things become. I see. Well, local tastes are something you get used to. You won't know the true appreciation until you leave the planet. Did Mars's planet have any specialties? My hometown is famous for fried crab shell snacks. They've been distributed by the Galactic Integrated Trading Company lately and are available in various star systems. Mars lifted his nose, covered in Micken juice, and said proudly, puffing out his well-groomed chest. As I tried to wipe his face with a tissue, I was swatted away with a Naya. But are those fried crab shells really that delicious? However, it's a good thing we got a hit with the force field conductive material this time. But if we keep waiting for exchanges like this during the day, it'll just be a circle of things of similar value, right? Well, that's true. Mars patted the fabric of the barrier with one paw and pointed at me with the other. In that case, he continued, if we get something nice in the future, how about converting it into cash over here? Does that mean selling space items on Earth? But would something like this fabric sell? It might be possible to sell it as a rare fabric, but I feel like an amateur like me would just get ripped off. Well, if it sells as it is, that's fine, but even if it doesn't, it's still a source of income, right? Like this fabric. Mars pinched the yellow fabric with a small paw. It seems that Mars already has plans to make money with this fabric. Well, if it can be turned into money, there's no problem. I don't really understand things like that. Things like that? Mars asked with a curious expression. I don't know how to make money and stuff. If I did, I wouldn't be living like this. As I held up a discarded pizza to avoid the draft, Mars nodded deeply. Don't worry, you'll get the hang of business as you do it. Just learn little by little. Is Mars good at that kind of thing? I told you I'm a sailor, didn't I? Just sailing a ship won't make you any money, so that's what it is. That was my job too, he said confidently, puffing out his fluffy chest. Huh, really? Will you teach me too? Of course, that's fine. But in return, if we do it, Tonbo takes the lead. Mars poked my face with his fluffy hand. Me. Wouldn't Mars be better? Hey, someday I'll go back to my hometown, What happens to Tonbo after that? Keep living like this. While saying so, Mars poked at the frozen pizza with his claw. Indeed, I didn't think it would be okay to stay like this forever. Although I've always thought about changing, I didn't know what to do. Well, I guess so. It's okay, you have such amazing power. Actually, if it were Tonbo, I could earn a lot of money alone. He smiled at me like that. If you get a spaceship after earning money, of course, that's great. But even if it's not such a big deal, having a little more money would make things easier, right? I nodded deeply at his words. Indeed, having a little more money would make life easier, rather than enjoyable. Living alone in Tokyo is always tough, and making money is urgent. Look, for example, if you had money, you could have one baked sweet potato during the day. I could eat a baked potato. But yeah, if you had that much leeway, you could buy a kotatsu if you endure a bit. You wouldn't have to drink this weird-tasting sake anymore. Mars drank all my third beer and made a strange face. Don't drink if you think it tastes weird. It's still expensive. Well, anyway, since you have such amazing power, let's live comfortably. I don't mean to be extravagant, but let's not have any trouble eating. For the time being, Tonbo will do the purchasing, and I'll do the selection. Yeah, that's right. The big goal is to get a spaceship, but for the small goals, let's earn a living first. Yeah, let's do it. Nice to meet you again, Mars. In the 1 LDK at midnight, on the discarded pizza and third beer on the low table, I and the cat-like alien shook hands for the second time. However, just being eager to make money doesn't mean you can start a business right away. I don't have any initial funds and, of course, no ideas. Furthermore, there's daily life to consider. In the end, I ended up attending university lectures as usual and working part-time at a pizza place, riding my bike, freezing. Of course, in the meantime, I went to home centers, supermarkets, and road stations to look for business ideas and items to exchange at the junkyard at the same time. I also played through old games for the upcoming new game release. Hobbies are important. If you neglect your hobbies to make money, you won't even know why you're making money. While I spent such a week, it seemed that Mars was busy going to the city hall and the health center for the continuation of his application to live in Japan. And now that all the procedures were over, and Mars was free, and my part-time job paycheck had arrived, tonight we were finally about to start a strategy meeting for our business. Now then, are we going to do it? Did he notice that I turned off the game console and changed the channel to the TV? Mars, who had been fast asleep using my bath towel as a futon and my folded cushion as a pillow, seemed to wake up with a sleepy look on his face. Wait a moment. I put the leftover bean sprout hot pot in the kitchen and returned with a pet bottle of tea. But why does the bottled tea taste like this, even though the water in this country is delicious? Is it really that bad over there? It's from the supermarket. I'm starting to get it, but isn't that supermarket really a super cheap one? I think you should eat food from a proper place. It's okay. That supermarket, which the food service industry also relies on. I poured tea into Mars' cup, which looked somewhat dissatisfied, and also into my cup before putting the pet bottle on the low table. For now, from the direction of the junkyard. Since the other day when Mars saw it again, there was something exchanged. Yeah, that's right. Okay, first of all this. With that said, what I took out from the junkyard was something like a lantern. It had a cylindrical body with a swinging handle, giving it a look that seemed to shine. The label read, U Space Transference Device Galaxy Net Yakata Custom Model, but as usual, I had no clue. This had been exchanged over the past week from a persimmon, insulation material, spaceship paint, painting, lantern. It seemed that the exchange didn't always happen every half day, as the timing varied depending on the item. Oh, I remember this from my parents' house. Really? It's an old standard holographic viewer, but it's a best-selling item, so it wouldn't hurt to keep one, right? As I said that, Mars lightly pushed the lantern with his paw. The lantern swayed but didn't fall over, eventually returning to an upright position. See, it has safety features, so it's safe even if a child touches it. Wow, so what's this used for? It's similar to that. Mars pointed to the TV in the room. Ah, a space TV, let's secure it for now. And next this. What I took out was something like a rectangular black power adapter. It seemed to have been exchanged with one of the miscellaneous junk left in the junkyard for a long time. It said Narakapa Iriki WZ Fun Assortment, but I seriously had no idea. Oh, these kinds of things exist, right? What's it used for? When I asked, Mars scratched his head with a wry smile. I don't know if they have it on Earth, but they put together old games and sell them without getting licenses. Oh yeah, they have tons of those on Earth. Oh really? Or are they games? I'm really interested in what space games are like. Can't we connect it to that lantern TV? Unlike Earth games with controllers, do they have devices for mind control or something? Mind control? No, I don't think so. Then it's a no-go. I flopped onto the coffee table. I wanted to try space games. The others don't move. The others don't move, nope. Well, but we had some big achievements this week, so it's okay. As he said that, Mars moved his paw pointed upward. Yeah. As I took out 3 things on the coffee table, he sniffed satisfactorily. First, there's the force field conduction fabric. Barrier fabric, huh? It was a yellow fabric with a high force field conductivity rate that also acted as a force field booster. And the stabilized Mauha kilogram. So what exactly is that? When I pointed to the rectangular glowing board on the desk and asked, Mars exaggeratedly raised his hand and shrugged. This had been exchanged from a box of oranges to an accessory for someone with 3 necks to a sketchy memory device to pure Mauha substance 100%. So it's like a gold ingot on Earth. Even if there's no use for it now, you can use it for trading when dealing with someone who doesn't use currency. Well, it's nice and all, but I can't help but feel less appreciation for something valuable that I'm not used to seeing, thought Mars, happily stroking the bluish-purple rod. And the highlight of this week, without a doubt, is this, the contraband life support device from the Galactic Police. Reluctantly letting go of the rod, Mars tapped on the headphone-like device with faded paint and mysterious stenciled characters. By the way, what do those stenciled characters say? It says 893 to 33 to 4 oikage. Isn't that the name of the original owner? Coming from space pirates, well, either a casualty or contraband. It's rare for a life support device to remain after death, so it's probably contraband. Yeah, probably. It would be scary if an alien ghost stuck to it. Salt probably wouldn't help them pass on. Anyway, with this, combined with the force field conductive cloth, we can create a force field. You're lucky, Tanbo. With this, we can go to the dungeon. You said that when you got this, but are you serious? Going to the dungeon to trade? Why not? I looked up various things on the information terminal at the library next to the office, and with this, we can probably make a killing. Making a killing is great, but honestly, I was a little nervous. I knew there was no danger in experiencing the barrier's power firsthand, but I was still scared. Well, of course, if everyone can be reassured by being told it's safe, then there's no one who can't bungee jump. Tanbo, are you still scared even though you've tested the barrier so much? No, I'm not scared at all. You look scared. Mars chuckled at my startled reaction and patted my knee. Well, I understand. It's natural to be anxious the first time. Even I couldn't sleep the night before my first voyage. So, I couldn't sleep until morning, and in the end, I boarded the ship feeling dizzy and surrendered myself to the vacuum darkness. It's okay. Even if you're scared, as long as you open your eyes and jump, you can usually handle it. Do you think so? I do. Well, no matter how scary it is, there's no choice but to do it. Because of various purchases for experiments in the junkyard, I had barely touched my credit card's revolving payment this month. It's the limit. There's no other way but to earn money. Then, can we start from tomorrow? No, wait, I have a second foreign language class tomorrow, so can we do it the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow, huh? Okay, it's a deal. Let's make a killing in the dungeon, with convenience store operation. With a smirk, Mars raised the cup of tea, so I raised my cup of tea in response. They do this in space too, I thought, staring at the transparent cup, on the other side of which was a slightly chubby-looking cat named Mars, drinking tea with an unimpressed look. Chapter 2, Cigarettes, Cats, and Canned Coffee. Hey, there's something there, there's definitely something. It's okay, there's a force field, so it's safe. After spending a few days registering as adventurers and undergoing classroom training to enter the dungeon, we finally arrived at Tokyo's third dungeon over the weekend. The dimly lit rocky terrain, the damp wind blowing through, and the dangerous small creatures pouncing at us. All of it was unlike anything I'd seen in the mundane world, and I was terrified from the moment we entered. I trudged along half sobbing, desperately trying to keep walking. Are you really okay? I've set it to repel anything that moves, so arrows, guns, even a bright red razor crab should be fine. It's okay to be scared and cry, but please don't get snot on me. Currently, I was wearing a headphone-like gear with a yellow cloth draped over it like an ancient Roman toga, and on top of that, I had strapped on a baby carrier designed for Mars. To put it mildly, I must have looked incredibly suspicious. Every person we passed had stared at us intently. Isn't this far enough? We've only covered about 2 kilometers. According to the information, there's a huge square about 5 kilometers ahead, so let's head there. Maybe we should have bought bicycles or something. Surprisingly, the ground here is relatively flat, but there are many steps and obstacles, so it might be difficult. There seem to be various types of dungeons connected to different worlds, but to be honest, Tokyo's third dungeon, which is close to my home, was almost identical to a natural cave. Despite the abundance of lights hanging in the rugged dungeon walls, it was still dimly lit and frankly quite scary. Although barriers could fend them off, the fierce wild animals, or rather, creatures inside the dungeon, were said to be monsters. Most monsters would flee upon being repelled by the barrier, but occasionally, some would bravely challenge us. In those cases, we'd fend them off desperately with a clothesline pole or by throwing stones. What should we do if that tiny dog comes again? It kept bouncing around even after being hit 10 times. You have a gun, don't you? Use it. What if someone sees us? There's a gun law in Japan. That gun is disguised, so it's illegal in space, but it's fine on Earth. It doesn't fire real bullets. Are you sure about that? Yeah, but it seems to have quite the power, even though it doesn't seem like a portable weapon. Be careful, it might bore through the mantle if you keep pulling the trigger towards the ground. That gun is seriously dangerous. Well, considering it was exchanged for a whole box of expensive oranges, it must be. Space stuff is generally too dangerous. I vowed to come up with some countermeasures so we wouldn't have to rely on them too much. We walked, climbed, and descended for nearly 5 kilometers, panting all the way, until we finally reached the square inside the dungeon, which felt eerily desolate. Despite being the size of a gymnasium, there were only 2 groups of adventurers resting there, one with 5 members and the other with 3. Both groups were dressed in combat gear and carried sturdy crossbows and spears. Let's go say hi, Tanbo. Oh, okay. Led by Mars, who had descended from my chest carrier, I attempted to approach the group of 5 adventurers nearby. But as soon as we were within 3 meters, all of them stood up and wielded their weapons. Eek. Hey, we're unarmed guys. Despite my trembling, Mars tried to strike up a cheerful conversation, but the expressions of the others remained unchanged. Hey, what do you want? Presumably the leader, a bespectacled man wearing a plate carrier, said while aiming his crossbow at the ground. We're just passing through. Any problems with that? We don't have any weapons, guys. We're good, please go elsewhere. Okay. After getting a light pat on the thigh, I bowed my head apologetically to the group of 5 and stepped back. Let's go talk to those 3 over there. Seriously. Ultimately, the trio's party was driven off by a motley crew, and we found ourselves sitting against the wall of the square. A signboard was propped up on the wall with large letters reading, "Food, tobacco, medicines available." In reality, our type of business would be immediately shut down if exposed. We didn't expect phrases like "available" to convince anyone, but it served as a feeble excuse to clarify that we weren't officially selling these items. The signboard was something we painstakingly painted last night. We invested most of the money we just earned from our part-time job into materials and products like this. Honestly, for a cautious person like me, it was quite a risky move. Mars, I'm feeling disheartened. Didn't I tell you at the beginning that no one would come for the first week? Building trust in business takes time. My butt is cold and sore. Oh, I see, so there's demand for that too. My stomach is starting to ache. Yeah, diarrhea medicine is also in demand. You see, you never know until you try, right? Beside me, trembling hand reaching for the diarrhea medicine, Mars, a cat with a warm fur coat, proudly said these words. Section, despite only visiting the dungeon about 4 days a week, it's been 2 weeks since we set up shop in the square. We've been spending idle time without earning a single yen from dungeon peddling. Occasionally, people would inquire about our selection and prices, but none made purchases. However, spending every day delving into the dungeon, one gets accustomed to the environment. Initially, even I, who was scared of the darkness and monsters, no longer felt so stressed about delving into the dungeon. Honestly, the barriers are too strong. Being scared was just a waste. Now, I've become skilled enough to hunt my own prey with a makeshift spear made from a 100-yen store knife, bolted to a laundry pole. While Mars and I have no intention of adventuring, being registered as regular members with the Tokyo Dungeon Management Association means we could sell monster corpses if we wanted to. Selling them for a decent price also contributed to my mental stability. Oh, it seems like we're becoming ordinary adventurers at this rate. Well, if being ordinary suits you, then that's fine. I don't want to be ordinary. As usual, we were in front of the wall in the dungeon square, with the signboard set up. I placed a desk I bought from a recycling shop, laid a carpet inside the store, and placed an office chair on top to relax. While sitting on a lawn chair next to me, sipping orange juice, Mars watched a movie I downloaded on my smartphone. He seemed to be exploring various Earth entertainments lately. Yesterday, he watched the famous Space War and said, "If we took this to space, it would sell well, it's so surreal." I was reading my university textbooks with a headlamp on, when an unusually loud voice echoed through the area. Minota got hit. Barbarians appeared in A9 district. The bleeding won't stop. The people in the square, including several parties, stood up and moved towards the source of the commotion. Tanbo, it's work, tidy up the chairs and take the signboard. Okay. I quickly cleared the chairs and carpet, grabbed the signboard, and ran towards the source of the voice. Please, someone help. Minota is going to die. A man with a plate carrier and glasses, bloodshot eyes, shouted as another man lay bleeding from his legs. Calm down, Yashida. We need to stop the bleeding first. Please, someone. His child is about to be born. People around calmed down the frantic man, while others swiftly removed the injured man's clothes. Blood seemed to be flowing endlessly from his deeply cut leg. It's the first time I've seen a human wound so clearly. Honestly, it's tough. Brothers, do you need something? In such a chaotic atmosphere, Mars spoke in his usual tone. The frantic man looked at Mars, then at me, then at the signboard I was holding. Blood, right, bandages. Give me some bandages. Oh, if you have them, also get water and disinfectant. We need to stitch the wound, right? We have a medical stapler. Is that the thing to staple wounds with? I've never used one. Apart from the glasses guy, everyone seems surprisingly calm. I guess they're used to this sort of thing. Even Mars remains incredibly composed, with enough composure to pitch his products. Great. If it stops the bleeding, I'll take anything. Keep Minota alive for the new year. After receiving the okay from the other side, I bring out the table and lay out the products on it. Money first. As Mars speaks, the glasses guy impatiently removes his plate carrier and tosses his wallet from his pocket. Got it, I'll pay. There you go. With a casual tone from Mars, the glasses guy rushes to the table, and we pick up the wallet that fell to the ground. Okay, 4 liters of water, hydrogen peroxide, bandages, surgical tape, medical stapler, and scissors, plus actual costs, transportation fees, and incidental expenses. That's about 20,000 yen. Then, it's 20,000 yen, and, hold on, should we throw in some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication? Then add that too. And I take out a dose of the anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication tablets and place them on top of the glasses guy's wallet. Oh, is the clothesline pole detachable? Do you have both parts? We do, but if we combine it with a carpet, it can be used as a stretcher. Should we ask about that too? And remove the knife. Hey now, you're trying to sell everything. I couldn't help but laugh and say that, and Mars looks up at me, lifting his mustache with a smirk. Then he pats my thigh with his small hand and proudly says, "See, I told you, it's a gold mine." I mimic him, laughing back, and pat his hand confidently. On December 28th, just before the new year, the underground plaza echoed with the glasses guy's loud cry of Minota. The bleeding has stopped. Section, the change happened slowly. The day after the cry echoed in the underground plaza, one of the party-goers from the previous day approached us. Do you have coffee? We do. In cans, right? Black. Lightly sweetened. We also have café au lait. After Mars and I continue, the young adventurer with 2 golden-hilted Japanese swords hesitates a bit and answers. Café au lait, please. It's 300 yen. That's a tourist price. As I place the coffee on the table, he gives a wry smile and takes out 3 100 yen coins, placing them next to it. By the way, you two always come together. Is there a reason for that? Well, you see, we're putting up a barrier. A barrier? Ah, that's the cat Sith skill, right? Both of you have rare skills. Well, otherwise, how could you have come this far without weapons? Yeah, that's true. Glancing at Mars, who's playing with his smartphone, he takes the café au lait and says, "Oh, it's warm," with excitement before leaving. Certainly, it's suspicious to be wrapped in yellow cloth and fused with a cat. Perhaps not having customers for a long time was because of that suspicion, but there's no alternative. In the end, we come to the dungeon plaza the next day in the same attire, take our usual spots, sit at the table, and wait on the chairs. Around the same time as yesterday, the same guy with 2 swords appears again. Today, he seems to be accompanied by 2 women. Are they all from the same party? He seems like the protagonist of a harem adventurer story. Hey, thanks for coming again today. Well, you know, even though it's expensive, being able to buy things here is convenient. I'll take 2 café au laits and 1 black, please. Thanks. As Mars waves his hand like a beckoning cat, the 2 women exclaim, "So cute. Hey Rene-san, Yumeta-san." That's rude. The guy with 2 cigarettes in his mouth turned around with a startled look and immediately scolded the 2 loudly. Well, that makes sense. In a Japan filled with immigrants from different cultures, it was frankly careless to utter words that could be perceived as mocking someone's appearance. Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's okay. Sorry about that. Upon Mars' words of forgiveness, the guy with 2 cigarettes also bowed his head. Truth be told, Mars didn't really care about this kind of thing. It was just because the other person was an adult that things turned out this way. Mars even gets called Kitty and hugged by neighborhood kindergartners. According to him, I'm just lucky not to be grossed out. Actually, discrimination based on appearance doesn't disappear anywhere in the universe. It's natural to be different, so as long as there's goodwill, it's all good according to Mars. Here, 1,000 yen. Oh, thanks. In exchange for the 1,000 yen bill on the table, 3 canned coffees and 100 yen coin were placed. Bro, don't you smoke? It's a hassle, and if you drop a cigarette butt underground, the management association will get mad. Oh, cigarette butts, yeah, I guess. Unlike magical dungeons, where corpses and garbage disappear, that kind of thing doesn't happen in reality. A major cleanup by the management association is conducted every 3 months, and there was once a big fuss when used contraceptives were found. Of course, it's difficult to identify the culprit, but investigations are conducted. It's a dangerous job diving into deep, dark holes. Everyone tries to avoid weird rumors, so they're especially careful in such matters. Bro, I'll take care of the cigarette butts. There are trash after all. Really? Then do you have parliaments? Oh, we don't have parliaments. We have Marlboro, Setanta, and Echo. Then give me the stronger Marlboro. It's 100 yen per stick. Ouch. What a ripoff. That's how it is with luxury goods. Despite complaining, he didn't seem to have any intention of quitting smoking. The guy with 2 cigarettes took out 100 yen from his mountaineering brand coin purse. We exchanged a lighter and a cigarette for it and took the 100 yen. I'll return the lighter later. I'm happy with the service, haha. The guy with 2 cigarettes laughed weakly while opening the can of coffee. Do you have cigarettes? Was he watching that exchange? A man from another party, his face covered with a gray balaclava, approached and spoke. Yes, we do. Do you have 12mm Setanta? Yes, we do. It's 100 yen per stick. We lend out lighters, so please return them along with the cigarette butts later. Expensive. Despite saying it was expensive, the man firmly handed over 100 yen coin. Well, after coming all the way to the square near the entrance for almost an hour and doing some work, he'd naturally want to smoke. I placed an empty candy can near the chair to put cigarette butts in. Perhaps suspicions are lessened when there are other customers around. When I returned to my seat, another customer was there. This time, it was a woman with a bright boar jacket and dark circles under her eyes. She was dressed as if she were going camping, but she was carrying a camo crossbow with a scope, which was incompatible with her outfit. Do you have anything sweet and tuna mayo onigiri? Oh, do you prefer Japanese-style or Western-style sweets? I can choose, then I'll go with red bean paste. The woman spoke with a slightly unique elongation at the end of her words. Red bean paste, huh? It was worth going through all the desserts in the Duty Supermarket's dessert section. Then it's 600 yen for the daifuku and tuna mayo. Expensive, well, whatever. Sis, how about some warm tea? It'll get closer, so I'm keeping the drinks light. A somewhat lethargic-looking woman took a 1,000 yen bill out of her monogrammed brand wallet, handed over the change of 400 yen along with a daifuku, and left. Perhaps the toilet situation here was also a concern. Would there be a demand for makeshift toilets with partitions brought in? Before I could ponder over this idea, another customer arrived. Do you have cup noodles and hot water? Oh yes, we do. As I began to explain the flavors, 2 hands stretched out from the side, holding 200 yen notes. Oh, thanks for the lighter and the empty can. Thank you. Can I get another Setanta? A person in a balaclava also chimed in from the side. Oh, just a moment, please. One at a time. I think I'll take some tea too. The daifuku lady returned, and suddenly it was chaotic. Please wait in line. I'm sorry, but we're serving one at a time. There's plenty of merchandise, so just hold on. It seemed like the whole square had crowded into our shop. That day, we made 50 times the sales from the previous day and ended up with a profit of 15,000 yen. We made a good profit today, didn't we? No, not really. It would be even better once the bento starts selling. After wrapping up our dungeon exploration around noon and finishing my part-time job at the pizza place in the evening, I sat at the low table with Mars, chatting away. On TV, there was a variety show with a star-studded lineup for the year-end special, and I was enjoying the typical year-end excitement. It's tough not being able to take time off during the year-end holidays. Why don't you quit? Well, I've just started this business and I'm still nervous. Besides, I actually like working at the pizza place. It's like playing a game with time limits. You like games, Tanbo? I do. I wanted to work for a gaming company after graduating. Not that it matters to Mars, but in Japan, they've been talking about recession for 20 years the lost 2 decades. Honestly, it's tough to get a job even at a regular company, let alone a gaming one. Mars looked at me with a puzzled expression as I complained. Why? Why do you want a job? Well, isn't it normal to get a job after college? If I can, that is. No, you should just continue with this business. You have a powerful skill, the item box junkyard. Besides, you come up with various ideas for doing business in the dungeon, so I think you're suited for it. Peeling a tangerine on the low table with agile claws, Mars laughed as he spoke. Really? You think so? Of course. It's obvious. Well, if that's the case. Maybe you'll gain more confidence if you earn more in the dungeon. Heck, earn big and even start your own gaming company. Huh, a gaming company. That might be good. I somehow imagined myself being interviewed for a game magazine in a cool way. Back in middle school, while playing games with friends, I secretly wished to be on the side of creating such interesting things someday. Yes, I had a dream. My dream back in middle school was to create a game with a profound and innovative worldview, win Game of the Year, and adorn my hometown as a rising charismatic creator. I would hide from my little sister, who barged into my room without knocking and scribble down the coolest dark protagonist setting in a secret notebook. People are creatures who forget their dreams and become adults. But it's also true that humans are creatures who can't truly forget their dreams. While imagining myself being interviewed, I was nudged by Mars. Tanbo, are you listening? And then, once you've done all that, you can leave the business to your subordinates and focus on delivering pizzas without a care in the world. If it comes to that, I might as well quit delivering pizzas. A charismatic creator wouldn't deliver pizzas, right? Or maybe, precisely because they're charismatic creators, they do things that people wouldn't expect. Well, neither getting a job nor starting a business seems like something to consider now. I haven't even graduated from university yet, and I'm not earning enough to start a business. Well, if neither appeals to you, why don't you join me in space? Huh, space? Yeah, why not buy some decommissioned destroyer and start a courier service? That does sound interesting. Mars said casually while stroking his whiskers with his paw, but for me, it was quite a shock. I've never seriously considered living in space before. Space, huh? If you come with me, I can take care of you just like you do for me here. In your space, are there people like me? Ape-like race, right? There are way more of them than popped. So if I try hard, I might not be single forever. As I pondered this, I suddenly yawned. Looking at the clock, it's already 1 in the morning. It's already Monday, but let's have our regular meeting. Well, let's think about the future later. Mars wiped the desk. Sure thing. He placed the curry plate in the sink and returned with a glass and cola. We've mostly used the money we earned in the past 2 weeks for supplies, so there hasn't been much activity at the junkyard. You're working hard to earn that money. Anyway, this was what was exchanged today. What I took out was something like a pet bottle with a mesh torso. It was something that was exchanged starting from a pack of strawberries bought at a roadside station. 1 pack of strawberries, to a backpack of a space brand with 4 shoulder straps, to an alcoholic drink with ingredients that Earthlings cannot drink, to Q portable composition converter with air quality measurement function. It feels like something that could be used finally came out after being exchanged 3 times. Exchange at the junkyard is, indeed, hit or miss. Oh, this is pretty amazing. I didn't know something like this existed. Mars muttered in admiration while examining the pet bottle. What do you use it for? It's a machine that changes the composition of air. On this planet, it's called carbon dioxide, right? You can directly convert it to oxygen. Wow, that's amazing. It's a standard device on spaceships, but this is the first time I've seen one this portable. Well, it's definitely tough without something like this on a spaceship. There's also a limit to putting a lot of plants to absorb carbon dioxide. If I convert carbon dioxide to oxygen with this, will it improve the Earth's environment? I think you'll die before the environment gets better. Well, that's true. For now, it's a backup. It can also be used as an air purifier in the house. So, Tanbo, what else happened this week? I think there wasn't anything else this week. Last week, I got a direct autograph from an idol, right? Yeah, that legendary idol who disappeared suddenly at the height of her popularity. If you keep it, it'll definitely become historically valuable. I wonder how many years it takes for something to become historically valuable in space. As I stared at the holograph signed with unreadable characters, Yuri Vera Curie, in the junkyard, I slowly finished my cola. Section, it's December 31st, the end of the year. Surely, there wouldn't be anyone delving into dungeons on a day like this, so Mars and I were at a home center a little away from the apartment. So, I think it'd be better to have a portable toilet. Okay, but you'll have to clean it, Tanbo. That's the challenge. Oh, what about the air converter from yesterday? Can it be used for odor control? What? You're using it for that? It's a high-end item, you know. What if the smell seeps in and it starts stinking? Then we'll exchange it at the junkyard. I can't tell if you're being bold or reckless. Oh, this toilet seems nice. It seals each use in a bag. I take the order slip for the high-tech portable toilet and put it in my pocket. Honestly, I don't know if it's because of the strong airflow, but the dungeon's cold is intense. I've had some close calls with the toilet before, so I thought we needed a solution. Oh, we should get an ashtray too, right? Yeah, and it's annoying to hand over a lighter each time. Should we attach one to the ashtray? We purchase a bright red ashtray and a stand for it. Also, considering a space where we could sit and enjoy lunch comfortably. Oh, we're short on cash. Maybe we don't need the toilet after all. No, we do need it. Let's go for a cheaper option for the rest area, like a silver mat. Cardboard should work fine. But if we're paying anyway, don't you want a special touch? Just being able to eat a warm lunch at the bottom of the earth is special enough, don't you think? True, even if it's a silver mat, it still costs a bit when you buy several. With cardboard, you can just throw it away if it gets dirty. Sorry, everyone, the silver mat is an investment for when we have money. If we have money, why not buy a bench instead of a silver mat? That's a good point. We stock up on consumables like vinyl bags, along with the portable toilet and ashtray, and get a bunch of free cardboard from the home center. It's really great to be able to go home empty-handed in times like this. People have all kinds of skills, huh? As the chaotic year 21 comes to an end, spent running around at the pizza parlor, the new year of the chaotic year 22 arrives while I warm my frozen body in the unit bath. The calendar changed from AD to the chaotic year 20 years ago when dungeons appeared all over the world. So I, at 21, am actually from the first year of the chaotic era. The first year of chaos was a year when all the previous norms and peace were shattered, so there's no real sense of prestige. However, with 20 years having passed since that chaos, people have adapted to some extent. Now, even at shrines for New Year's visits, you can see people from other worlds and their children joining in the prayers. Mars watches me awkwardly praying next to an orc child who performs the ritual of 2 bows, 2 claps, and 1 bow. Hey, Tanbo, why come all the way to the temple at this time of night? It's cold. It's a shrine, not a temple. It's called Hatsu mode, where you visit a shrine at the beginning of the year. Is Tanbo a follower of some religion? I've never seen you praying or anything. No, visiting this shrine is how do I put it? It's a ritual to confirm that you're part of the Japanese community. So, it's Japonesism. I wonder. Sipping on the sweet sake, we walk along the approach with stalls set up on both sides. Among the black-haired Japanese, there are colorful-headed people from other worlds and different species with animal heads bustling about. The Japanese gods must have been quite surprised the first time people from other worlds came to visit. Oh, by the way, does Mars believe in any gods? No, belief in gods has declined since the confirmation of the transmigration of souls in the galaxy. In modern soulology, you can even find out who you were in your past life. What? You can know your past life. Don't they do DNA testing on Earth? It's similar. Since soul patterns have been deciphered, if it's registered, you can identify it. Some people say knowing your past life takes away the mystery. Indeed, being able to identify your past life might not be all that exciting upon reflection. If you were a pathetic person, you might feel blue, and if you were too extraordinary, you might think, compared to that, my current self, or something like that. What was Mars's past life? I don't know, I'm a popped. Dead popped are reborn as popped with the same fur. That's how it is in the world of popped. Mars said so nonchalantly, stretching his arms. Maybe that's just about right. Your past self doesn't really do anything for your current self, and on the contrary, if you had debts, Mars, what happens if your past self defaulted on debts or something? It doesn't matter, but if the other person is alive, they might hold a grudge. Saying that, Mars, the cat, smiled with a wicked look. Yeah, it seems like you shouldn't know about your past life. The white sigh that inadvertently escaped me vanished into the wind, carrying somewhere away. The freezing cold wind brought a nice smell from somewhere, and my hungry stomach growled. Mars, do you want something to eat from the food stall? Didn't you say it was expensive earlier? Well, it's okay. We can earn money again tomorrow. Even if you have a lot of money, you can't take it with you to the next life. Mars looked at my face and chuckled as if amused, then walked toward the food stall. I followed his furry figure with numb hands warmed by breath. Section. On the afternoon of January 2nd, in the 22nd year of the chaotic calendar, we were in the dungeon again. It was early in the new year, and surprisingly, there were a moderate number of people gathered in the usual square where we thought no one would be. Happy New Year! Oh, ashtrays have been installed. The muscular guy with 2 cigarettes, who came waving as soon as we opened the store, smiled happily at the sight of the red ashtrays. Congratulations, we invested in facilities. Congratulations. Is that cardboard over there? That's the dining area, you can even take a nap there. Well, it's better than the ground, isn't it? When Mars said that, the guy with 2 cigarettes nodded deeply after some thought. Well, yeah, I guess it's nice to have. The ground is hard and cold. Normally, you can't bring such bulky things, so cardboard becomes surprisingly valuable. And that partition over there is a makeshift toilet. For emergencies, that might be the best thing. Seems like everyone was holding it in for the toilet. We bought it, so feel free to use it when you can't hold it anymore. The guy with 2 cigarettes looked puzzled at Mars' words, then looked at his own sword at his waist, seemed to understand, and tapped the pommel. You mean the sword? I'm Genki, nice to meet you. I'm Kawashima. I'm Mars. Oh, even a mysterious procurement agent has a normal name. Genki laughed refreshingly and took out his wallet from his pocket. Can you give me coffee and cigarettes? Sure thing. I received 400 yen instead of coffee and cigarettes. Will you guys come tomorrow as well? Sorry, we're off tomorrow. I see. I was counting on you for food if you came. Well, you must have plans too, so it can't be helped. Saying that, Genki headed toward the ashtray with a cigarette in his mouth. Certainly, people who spend a long time in the dungeon would bring food, and if they don't eat it, it becomes baggage and goes to waste. It's understandable that lunches weren't provided much so far. Should we make a schedule for the food stall? I don't think you need to worry too much. Really? It's annoying if people complain about not being able to come as planned in a battlefield where lives are at stake. People who rely on others for supplies from the beginning can't live long. That may be true. Our shop shouldn't be a supply route, but it might be better to exist as one of the options. Oh, but wouldn't it be okay if we use SNS? SNS. On the internet, you announce which day of the week you'll be in the dungeon. Would anyone really see that? Surprisingly, they might. The power of the internet is amazing, and it's free to do. Even this dungeon has Wi-Fi reaching up to this square, and with a good selection of items, we could attract more customers. Well, if we go that far, it might attract unwanted attention. Let's start off catering to those who understand the deal. Well, you should do it however you want, Tanbo. I'll give it a try. You know, I actually enjoy coming up with this kind of stuff. Like toilets and rest areas, thinking about them, arranging the environment, and making people happy. Some people prefer the planning stage over the actual execution. They should say something like meticulous preparation or overflowing with hospitality. While pondering over such thoughts, I watched Mars play Match 3 puzzle on my smartphone, his ears twitching with each move, when I sensed someone approaching the table. I looked up, and there stood a woman wearing a black double rider's jacket with heavy dark circles under her eyes, carrying a pink crossbow on her back. You've got quite the setup here. The woman pointed at the makeshift toilet partition. From the smoking area, Genki-san's voice called out, Abukuma-san's long-awaited toilet is here. So, this woman's name was Abukuma-san. Oh, a toilet. Can I use it? It's a physiological necessity, so I feel bad charging you, but it's a toilet that uses emergency coagulant, so it's 500 yen. It's a physiological necessity indeed, and I actually want to offer it for free, but that could lead to other problems. Mars even said, charge them about 1,000 yen. He's been doing it in the shadows all this time. If money is a concern, then that's what they should do. Since there's wind blowing normally in the dungeon, the smell doesn't linger much either. I'll pay. Thank you for the toilet, but one might not be enough. It's 500 yen per use. Well, not many people would use it so often. Girls have various situations where they need a private space, so I think everyone would want to use a private booth in a safe area. Is that so? That's how it is. Mars looked like he wanted to say something, but I pretended not to notice. Even if there's demand for it, I still think charging 1,000 yen for a toilet is too much. Abukuma-san gazed happily at the toilet for a while, but then she remembered something and looked at us with a serious expression. I forgot, can I have something sweet? Something sweet, huh? What flavor do you want? I'll go with something cream-based today. Cream-based, huh? Then, how about a double cream puffs? How much is that? 300 million yen. What a rip-offs. Saying that, Abukuma-san exchanged the double cream puffs for 300 yen and left. It was good to hear the opinions from the field. As soon as she left, a man dressed like a police special forces member, wearing a sturdy helmet and holding a polycarbonate shield, came running. Hey, can I use the toilet? It's 500 yen. Here you go. Abukuma placed the prepared 500 yen coin down, placed the shield in front of the partition, and rolled into it. As soon as the door closed, I heard a sigh-like voice and some sounds I'd rather not hear. Yeah, by the time next comes, I'll make sure to be able to play music in the toilet. I looked at Mars, who had tucked his head into the baby carrier, and made that vow in my heart. The next day, on the last day of the new year, January 3rd, we left Tokyo to visit my parents' house in Chiba. My parents always nag me to come back for the holidays since it's close by. I think it's okay to come back anytime since it's so close, but if I don't keep it in mind, I might never come back for the holidays. Here's my place. It's a detached house. It's second-hand, though. As I opened the sliding door to the family home with a tiled roof, I was greeted by a sight that hadn't changed at all in 20 years. The yellowed push-button phone on the telephone stand. The calligraphy of "Every day is a good day," hanging on the wall, written by me and my sister. On the worn-out hat rack, bags, scarves, and necklaces belonging to my mother and sister were haphazardly hung. The only thing that seemed to have changed since I left was the addition of zebra-patterned slippers for guests in the entryway slipper rack. I'm home. As I said that, my mother's voice came from the kitchen in the back. Huh, Tonbo. Are you coming home today? Since I could hear the sound of water, she was probably washing dishes while talking. It seemed she didn't intend to come out to greet me. I took off my shoes, went inside, and briefly considered offering Mars some slippers, but decided against it. They were too big for a cat's feet. You said you'd be back on the 3rd. Did I? I heard you were bringing friends, so I prepared futons in your room. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, excuse me. Oh my, you did bring friends. I'm not wearing any makeup. I'm sorry. As my mother came out into the hallway, swinging open the sliding door, she took a few steps toward us, looked intently at Mars, slowly approached, and after a slight tremor in her body, screamed. Wow, SHH. Wow, Ma-chan's back. Oh, Papa, cheery, Ma-chan's alive. My mother rushed off to the living room in a hurry. What's going on? I told you before, Mars looks exactly like our dead cat. Even after looking at the photo, I didn't think we looked that similar. Did you see their reaction? They totally think Mars the cat come back to life. As I discussed this with Mars, my parents and sister approached slowly down the hallway with a cautious posture. Mars, it's really you. Big brother, wasn't Ma-chan dead? It's because it's New Year's and everyone's gathered. You're such a good boy. My mother began to cry as she started to bow to Mars. Anyway, let's go inside. I'll explain everything. I pushed the 3 of them who were trying to approach Mars aggressively and ushered them into the living room. If they start hugging and cuddling, it'll be a full-blown incident. Following behind me, Mars, looking a bit frightened, followed along, hiding behind me. We're really sorry for the commotion the whole family caused. No, it's okay, don't worry about it. After a while, my dad, who had calmed down after drinking a cup of tea, apologized to Mars. But well, don't you think it's like Ma-chan? If you look so much alike, wouldn't it be more believable to say you've come back as a Nekomata? I had told my family in advance that I would bring back a Kath Sith, a cat that looked a lot like him, but I guess I didn't think they would look so much alike. I'm not really Mars the cat. But your name is Mars, right? It's a tremendous coincidence, isn't it? Isn't it fate? I named him Mars, but if we talk about aliens and stuff, even now my family's capacity for understanding is about to overflow. In addition, if I tell them that I'm currently an adventurer and doing barter transactions with a criminal organization from beyond the universe, it would be needless worry. For today, we decided to push through with the coincidence, and that's what Mars and I had decided. Anyway, even if it's left aside that you look so much like Mars the cat, it's a wonderful connection. Please, think of this place as Mars-san's Earth home, and stay as long as you like. Despite saying something plausible, my dad is completely smitten with Mars. After all, my dad was the one who picked up Mars the cat, named him, raised him, and was the most depressed after he was gone. Now he's saying, "Is it okay? Is it okay?" while taking pictures with his smartphone. Ma-chan, oh, I'm sorry, Mars-san, is there anything you can't eat for dinner? Feel free to call me something easier to remember. And I can eat anything that Tanbo can eat. It's your first time in Japan, so what should we have for dinner? Mom, sushi, sushi. Fish is good, right? Let's get pizza since we have a coupon. While my family is restless, Mars, who looks calm in contrast, sits on a child's chair placed on the top seat of the kotatsu. Can I have a mandarin orange? As Mars says this and points to the mandarins piled up in the basket on the kotatsu, I pick one and hand it to him. Mars eats them as dessert every day, even at my house in Tokyo. Mars-san, do you like mandarin oranges? We don't have such sweet fruits in my country. Indeed, winter mandarins are sweet. Hey Mars-san, which country are you from? My sister asks, but it's not like he can say it's from beyond the universe. Mars looks awkward and shifts his gaze. I'm from Papania. What's that? I really want to go. Is it a Cath-Sith country? Honestly, I want to go there someday too. We only have our own kind living there. It's a bit far though. In the end, we spent the evening with sushi, which we don't usually have, and my dad opened his treasured Daijinjo sake after finding out that Mars liked it. The next day, Mars was given a large amount of local specialty, simmered baby sardines, and mandarins that my dad thought were delicious. We left home in the early afternoon. It caused chaos in my family, and I struggled to respond, but on the train ride back, Mars smiled, seeming somewhat pleased, saying, "As long as I'm welcomed in any form, it's fine." Chapter 3, Interaction, Cats, and Goals. A month had passed since the beginning of the year. Classes at the university had resumed, and life was hectic with the juggling of academics, business, and part-time jobs. The underground was bustling with activity. I need to use the restroom. Sure thing. The makeshift restroom saw a steady stream of people coming and going, with coins piling up in the fee collection box placed next to the entrance. To mitigate noise, a radio app was playing through speakers inside a locked equipment box containing tablets and speakers. Meanwhile, an air composition converter was working overtime inside, deodorizing the air. Not only the makeshift restroom, but also the cardboard rest area I had set up was seeing decent usage. Enough that tired explorers from the morning were now napping in rows. I'll have a liter of barley tea, 2 AA batteries, and a margarita pizza. Coming right up, sir. With a compound bow slung over his back, the bald-headed Okasan pointed his index finger as he made his request. Despite always ordering a margarita, he would complain if it was overcooked. Thus, the pizza was usually cooked normally. I can't cook it here, you know. That will be 2,000 yen. Oh, and next time, I'll be taking on a request from a corporation to collect the carapaces of large scarabs. Can you procure a grinder and replacement discs? If possible, make the grinder rechargeable for rental purposes to reduce the load. No rentals. If there's demand, we can discuss it. As Mars hesitated, Okasan chuckled as if to say, "You don't get it," waving his left hand. "They're quite sought after, you know. Ask around." Well, we can consider it, but please send your detailed requests via DM to Okasan's account on social media. Here are your items. Taking the money, I handed over the bottle, batteries, and a steaming margarita pizza on a paper plate. Hee hee, you saw my tweets, didn't you? You're always at the horse races on weekends, aren't you? Oops, the internet is a scary place. Grinning mischievously, Okasan said that and left, nibbling on the folded pizza. It was a good idea to announce the opening day on social media, just as Tanbo suggested. It increased our users. Right, convenience is key. Of course, although we started using social media, we didn't make a big deal out of it. We quietly shared information with regulars, avoiding any unnecessary attention from online adventurers and tax authorities. What about tools then? We don't have tool rentals. It would be convenient, but managing rentals and upfront costs. What's this about tool rentals, Kawashima? Looking up at the voice, I saw a Bukuma standing there, wearing yellow lace-up boots, a yellow mountain jacket, and a headset with quirky cat ears around her neck. Ah, isn't this cool? It matches with Mars. Perhaps sensing my gaze, Abukuma pointed to her cat ear headphones, smiling with her tired eyes. I always think Abukuma-san must be a costume designer. Well, working down here, there's not much else to look forward to except food and clothing. Since I'm a sniper, I don't need a lot of protection, so my clothing isn't restricted. With that, she swayed the moss green crossbow on her back. While many women in dungeons spend time and money on clothes, her ability to match her crossbow's color with her outfit is impressive. I wonder how many she has at home. Anyway, tool rentals sound good. Let's do it. Yeah, but is there demand? Absolutely. Tools are heavy, batteries die, blades and bits break, it's tough. For example, what kind of tools would be good if you could rent them? Well, definitely a hammer drill, a reciprocating saw, and a grinder and I absolutely need a floodlight too. I see you need various tools. As I made notes on my smartphone, a response came from beside me. Yeah, that's right. Tools can be a real deadweight, so I'm struggling with it. While saying this, Kimu-san, wearing a balaclava, leaned over between me and Abukuma-san, scratching his neck and placing a 500 yen coin on the table. Black and 2 cigarettes, please. Also, besides tools, it might be nice to have something that can be used for water or electronic device charging. I see. As Kimu handed over the items, he said with a cigarette in his mouth, Actually, just having you sell these goods for us is already a big help. Well, just think about it, before heading towards the ashtray. Indeed, it would be super convenient to have access to water. Oh, I know, Kawashima-kun, do you buy materials? Adventurers sometimes end up with too much loot to carry, Well, that's a bit. I'm not very good at appraising. Although I had discussed buying monster materials with Mars before, we lack the expertise to assess their quality and were wary of potential complications. So we decided against it. Oh, wait a moment. Abukuma-san, who had been pondering with her hand on her chin, said that and then returned to her companions without buying anything. I wonder what's up with her. Maybe she forgot her wallet. As Mars and I discussed this, she returned carrying what seemed like a heavy garbage bag and handed it to me. Kawashima-kun, this is for you. Huh, what's this? It's meat from a moss lizard. Now that she mentioned it, the contents of the white garbage bag did indeed appear reddish-black. Moss lizards were large lizards about 1.5 meters long that appeared in the area of the Kemusan dungeon called the A base. But isn't this something you could sell? It's not sellable, so I'm giving it to you. Moss lizard meat is delicious, but once it's been dead for about 6 hours, even if it's frozen, it becomes too smelly to eat. I see. But if you put it in your item box, you can stop the time, right? Try cooking it when you get home. I recommend making cutlets. Oh, I see, thank you. So even items that other merchants couldn't touch might be manageable for me. If you could find buyers for those kinds of items, Kawashima-kun could make a profit, and so could we. It's a win-win, isn't it? Indeed it is. Thank you, sis. I'll study a bit more with Tanbo. Yeah, sure thing. Abukuma-san nodded satisfactorily, and then turned on her heel. Oh, I forgot to buy something. I'll take some Western sweets, please. And just like that, she quickly returned. What's wrong? It happened after we returned home from the Kemusan dungeon, and warmed up by the kotatsu, we finally bought with the money we earned. I rubbed my cold feet together in the drafty kitchen and tilted my head. Today, I was sure I had received lizard meat in the dungeon, which I had put into the junkyard, but now it was nowhere to be found. Maybe I forgot to set the keep setting. The lizard meat is missing. What about dinner then? Sorry, would cup noodles be okay? Fine, but make mine the large seafood one, okay. Mars, sitting on the child-sized kotatsu chair and eating a mandarin orange, was pouting. But there was nothing to be done about what wasn't there. I decided to blame it on a cooking mishap and heat up the cup noodles I bought from the junkyard before returning to the kotatsu. So, what was swapped out? Just a moment. I took out the unfamiliar black object from the junkyard and placed it on the kotatsu table. What's this? Is it a personal terminal? No, this is. I picked it up and instinctively opened it vertically. Inside were 2 screens lined up, with a slide pad and control buttons beside them. As I suspected, it was a foldable gaming device. It resembled the one I used back home, a product of a Japanese manufacturer, but this seemed entirely different despite the visual similarities. It's a gaming device. With a controller, You could play with Tonbo on this. I pressed the power button, which happened to be in the same spot as the one I always used, and the gaming device booted up with a cheerful startup sound. It's in Japanese. Oh, is it from Japan? We never had Japanese items swapped before, right? Yeah, you're right. The user interface resembled closely to the handheld gaming device I used. I opened the settings, wondering if there was information about the owner stored inside. The settings screen displayed a deformed avatar moving around lively, and beside it, in the username section, it read Kawashima Tonbo. Why? As soon as I uttered those words, there was a shoop sound. I instinctively checked my phone, thinking it was a notification, but there was nothing displayed. Another shoop sound came from the gaming device. The sound was coming from the device's speaker. I touched the shaking envelope icon in the middle of the screen, and a messaging app-like interface popped up within the gaming device. A speech bubble appeared saying, Tonbo, followed by another bubble below it saying, You're still alive. Hi. What? Why is my name? Hey Tonbo, maybe this gaming device was originally yours. No, that's not possible. I don't own something like this. Once again, the gaming device emitted a shoop sound. The shaking envelope icon appeared on the screen again, and then shoop shoop sounds continued, eventually blending into a continuous noise. Tonbo, let's try opening other messages. Before I could respond, Mars pressed the screen with his paw. Tonbo leader, where are you now? Another message screen briefly appeared, but it was quickly overwritten by a flood of messages, making it impossible to read further. We won't be able to do anything until this settles down. I can't calm down at all. Unlike me, who was restless and unsettled, Mars calmly started eating cup ramen with a fork while gazing at the gaming device. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up chopsticks, and at that moment, there was a loud beep sound from the gaming device, causing me to drop the chopsticks. Dear Tonbo, that message appeared on the screen, and after that, the notification sound from the gaming device ceased. What's that? It's all garbled. Normally, I wouldn't open such a suspicious message, but no matter what I tried, touching the edges of the screen or pressing buttons, the gaming device's screen remained frozen. There was no choice. I took a slow, deep breath and tapped the garbled message. In that moment, geometric patterns appeared on the screen, and a powerful flash burned my eyes. Whoa! In the whiteout vision, I could only hear the pounding of my heart loudly. Tonbo, are you okay? I'm dizzy. Slowly, my vision began to return, and I could vaguely see Mars peering at me with concern. At least, it didn't seem like I had gone blind or anything. As I let out a sigh of relief, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. What's wrong? It won't boot up anymore. Earlier, the game console flashed brightly, then the screen went completely black. No matter how many times I pressed the power button or held it down, the device remained unresponsive. I closed the screen and returned to the junkyard, feeling exhausted. For some reason, my head felt heavy, and even sitting up was a challenge. Hey Tonbo, what about ramen? Mars asked. I reached out to grab the ramen to bring it into the junkyard, but instead, I dropped my hand and closed my eyes. I couldn't shake off the overwhelming drowsiness that seemed to drag my consciousness into a murky abyss. Tonbo, I'm going to sleep. Muttering those words, I let go of consciousness. It felt like I could hear the sound of wind gusting in the distance. In that state, I was nothing like myself. I was taller, more robust, and exuded confidence as I effortlessly managed everything with my large hands, always wearing a bold, self-assured smile. Standing at the top of a massive organization, I was relied upon by people of all ages and genders, adored by countless companions, and faced intimidating adversaries without flinching. I resolved various conflicts and issues that were brought to me from all directions with unwavering resolve. I shared the same name and similar appearance as myself, yet I was entirely different. That version of myself, observed through a single night's dream, was remarkable. When I woke up in the dim light of early morning, I was still just me, a university student, indecisive, timid, and lost. However, the image of that strong and resolute version of myself from the dream was vividly imprinted in my mind. Feeling a push from within, I determinedly grabbed my smartphone. I decided to research things I had been too hesitant or afraid to pursue before. I hadn't gained knowledge or memories from the dream, but the courage I lacked in my current self seemed to come from the actions and decisions I made in that dream. "Oh, Tanbo, you're up early today," Mars said, crawling out from under the kotatsu into the dimly lit room. He looked at me with a curious expression, surprised that I, who usually slept in, was awake before him. "Yeah, I was planning to go cancel my fixed-term deposit today, so I was looking up how to do it." "Cancel your fixed-term deposit? But you always said you wouldn't touch that money." "It's okay. I think it's time to use it." My parents had diligently saved up a little over 1,000,000 yen for emergencies. It took years to accumulate, but spending it would only take a moment. Despite thinking that using it would make life easier, I had been too afraid to touch it until now. Today, however, I had made up my mind to use it with courage. I want tools, a generator, food, repair parts for weapons and armor, a substantial amount of water, anything we need without hesitation. We can earn it back. What's gotten into you, Tanbo? You seem different." "Well, you might not believe me, but I had a dream last night." "A dream?" Mars blinked in confusion. "In the dream, I was older and muscular, confident and decisive, everything I'm not." That sounds like a different person. But it was still me. Same face, same name. Strong in fights, sharp in mind, everyone relied on me. A real Superman. And in that dream, I thought, there's no way I'd leave that fixed-term deposit untouched. I tried to mimic the daring smile I saw in the dream, but it came out awkward. Mars didn't say anything, only gaping and yawning widely. "To be honest, the Tanbo in that dream didn't seem like Tanbo at all," he finally remarked. "Well, I guess not. If it weren't for sharing the same face and name, I wouldn't have recognized it as my own dream." Feeling a bit embarrassed, I scratched my cheek and Mars continued, "But that's good, isn't it? Maybe Tanbo, unexpectedly, if he continues this business and becomes seasoned, he might really become that kind of man." You think so? You know, after a few years out of school, when you meet friends, there are always things that have changed a lot. Tanbo might be the same." You think so? Maybe. When someone tells you something like that, you start to believe it. That day, after finishing university class, I immediately canceled my regular deposit to raise some funds. Then, to decide what to buy, I went straight to the dungeon to ask the regulars for their opinions. "Well, the brand should be Makita, nothing else is acceptable." As Genki showed images of power drills on his phone, I diligently took notes on everything. "I see, Makita. With Makita, you can reuse batteries for various things, so you should buy a few. There are different voltages to watch out for, and there are cheap aftermarket batteries from overseas." I see. As I conducted my survey, Mars was having a lively conversation with Kemu-san, the apathetic one. I wish he'd stop, as it's making it hard to concentrate. "What? Your partner suddenly got motivated?" "He says he's got some future goals." "Oh, that's good. So what's the goal?" "A professional baseball player. He wants to become a reliable man." "Hey, you're already quite dependable. How far do you plan to go?" "If you leave him alone, he might just go to the ends of the universe." So these welding gloves are from this brand. Tanbo, are you listening?" "Oh, sorry." Getting praised shifts my focus. As I organized my notes between two burly men, I heard someone approaching from behind the desk. Looking up, I saw a Bukuma-san in a shiny red baseball jacket. "What are you all doing here?" "Ah, a Bukuma-san. We're discussing what kind of tools Tanbo should buy, so everyone's giving their opinions." "Ah, he's buying tools for you guys." "What are you getting?" "Well, I'm getting a bit of everything. But are these specialized tools usually sold at regular home improvement stores?" As I asked, Kemu-san scratched under his chin while smoking a cigarette. "Well, I used to be a plumber, so I already had some, and I bought some online." "We buy online too, but is it okay to buy from procurement agents online?" "You know, we usually prefer cash transactions. It's more convenient." Kemu-san said with hesitation, but indeed, that was true. Since we're doing odd jobs without a permit, even without taxes or permits, selling food and beverages without any notification would still cause problems. Until we have the stamina to clear everything, we'd prefer to do things quietly. Fortunately, the occasional divers from the self-defense force who pass by have been ignoring us so far, but if we continue like this, the day will come when they'll question us. Well, I bought everything from a big home improvement store near the leader's place. Ah, if it's okay on my day off, should I take you to the big one in Otaku? You can choose the types of bits and stuff. Hi. Is that okay? Yeah, I'll drive you there. Oh, and there's a Costco nearby, want to go there too? Absolutely, yes. Jumping at the offer, I nodded, but then I suddenly felt a slap on my shoulder. Turning to the side, I saw Kemu-san grinning as he smoked his cigarette. Lucky you, getting escorted by such a pretty lady. That's not the case. Seeing that, Abukuma-san made an indescribable disgusted face and took a step back. He's seriously an uncle, isn't he? That's harassment, definitely harassment. Ooh, scary. Do you say things like that to your daughter? You'll make her hate you. Well, yes. Grinning Kimu-san seemed greatly affected by Abukuma-san's words and bowed his head while smoking a cigarette. Section. 4 days after making the arrangements, Mars and I rode in Abukuma-san's light car to Kawasaki. We had already finished purchasing electric tools and equipment, and now we were on our way to a super-sized members-only supermarket. But it feels weird when procurement agents aren't in yellow. How many times have you said that today? We don't wear that stuff outside of dungeons. Abukuma-san repeatedly commented while looking at me, who was wearing a fast fashion brand blouson bought specifically for today, rather than the usual yellow barrier cloth. She, on the other hand, was dressed in a sophisticated outfit that seemed expensive, and she had done makeup that likely cost a lot. Adventurers do seem to make good money. And you know, Costco's huge brownies are delicious. I'll leave all sweets to Abukuma-san, just put whatever you want in the basket. Oh, really? Buying food from Costco without worrying about finishing it or expiration dates is the best. While Abukuma-san and I were talking, Mars was curled up and sleeping in the back seat. He had been into gourmet dramas lately and had probably been watching them until morning today. By the way, Kawashima-kun, are you from Chiba? Yes, I came here for university. Lucky you, I'm from the boonies. If I were born in Chiba, my life would have been completely different. Chiba is also rural. Not at all. Chiba have direct-run stores of famous brands, and you can easily get to Tokyo. While waiting at a red light, Abukuma-san sighed. Living in the countryside means having nothing, no money, nothing interesting. I worked locally after high school, but in the end, I quit and came here. But you've become successful as an adventurer. Successful, huh? Does it look that way? Yes. When I answered, Abukuma-san looked ahead for a while, pondering. Once the car started moving again, she began speaking. True, if the me from high school saw my current self, she might think I'm successful. But being an adventurer is like, anyone can do it as long as they're willing to risk their life, and luck is on their side. It's like doing deliveries on a broken bike without brakes. Is that so? That's how it is. If I knew there was only this Yakuza-like job that I can only do, I might have stayed in my hometown. Abukuma-san said this while operating the turn signal and continued, turning the steering wheel. Even so, I might have still come out even if I knew. I didn't want to stay in the countryside. Was there something in your hometown? Well, various things. She said that with a grin. How about you, Kawashima-kun? How's university? Will you graduate properly? Well, for now. Make sure to graduate. You don't want to become an adventurer, right? Well, I already have become one. A somewhat difficult-to-react-to joke. Inside, adventurers were generally reliable people. Or rather, those who weren't usually died or retired due to injuries. I had learned that the job had the potential for dreams, earning a yearly income of 30 million yen in their 20s by hunting big monsters and partnering with companies. However, especially in Tokyo, the societal perception was strong, and adventurers were often viewed as armed criminals in waiting. You're not really putting your heart into it, are you? Besides, if you keep saying that, your parents will cry, you know. It's not too late to become an adventurer, even after striking out in society. I could only respond to Abukuma-san's words, which lacked any hint of a smile, with vague words like, huh, or well. She probably had various experiences before becoming an adventurer. Well, when you handle it, you seem to do it properly, so there's probably no need to worry too much. If you have an item box, there seem to be plenty of ways to earn. Ugh. Well, if you can't think of anything, there's no point in saying it. Silence filled the car for a while, interrupted only when we stopped at the nth red light, and then Abukuma-san spoke up. Someday, Kawashima-kun, when you rise in the world and become the president, You should take care of me too, like, that kind of thing. Sure, no problem. Huh. I mean, I don't know when it will happen, but if there's something that would make me the president. No, I was just joking. It's not good, Kawashima-kun, to say that to everyone, or else you'll end up having even your butt hairs plucked. Abukuma-san said with a laugh, then muttered almost inaudibly, "But thank you," before driving the car onto the road when the light turned green. In the end, whether those words were a joke or serious, she didn't continue that conversation for the rest of the day. We packed up the disgustingly large amount of snacks we bought at Costco into the trunk and headed home. Mars, who had slept on the way there, had his fill of the famous hot dogs at the store and slept all the way home too. Section. In the bitterly cold mid-February, with the business of being a procurement agent and the rental service for tools bought at the home center that Abukuma-san took me to, along with the 2 university tests a year as a student, and the part-time job at the pizza place, my life was too busy to play games. However, the situation at the bottom of the area where the business was located was much more difficult than my personal situation. I need to use the bathroom. Sure, the 5 portable toilets had people constantly coming in and out, and the fee collection box placed next to the entrance had to be enlarged compared to last month. Not only the toilets, but also the cardboard rest areas were in a state of competition for space, with tired adventurers packed in like sardines, sleeping as if dead. Last month, there had been plenty of space in the plaza, but now it was crowded with countless people checking their equipment, dismembering and draining blood from their prey, chatting and exchanging information. Of course, our shop was booming in such a situation. 12 onigiri and 4 bottles of oolong tea. That'll be 3,200 yen. Oh, and do you have any rope? We have paracord. Do you sell it by the meter? Yes. Then 10 meters of that. Okay, that'll be 4,200 yen. Oh, wait a minute. As I, the first person to sell something here, said that, Yoshida-san, wearing a plate carrier and glasses, took out his wallet, and next to him, a woman holding a 1,000-yen bill reached out with her hand and said, "I'll take the charge and a micro-B cable, please." So I handed her a charging cable instead of money. Here's the money. Thank you. How about the bounty heads? Are you close to finding them? No, it's tough. It's said that they've escaped pretty far back. The expedition teams are doing their best, but it seems they're not being found. Please do your best. We'll do our best. Well, we're not actively targeting them in the first place. We'd be playing with fire. With that, Yoshida-san took the onigiri and tea in both hands and disappeared into the hustle and bustle. While it could be said that our shop attracted the bustling activity in this dungeon, in reality, we had nothing to do with it at all. In fact, in the latter half of January, a nearly carbonized corpse was found about 5 kilometers deep in this plaza. Since monsters capable of wielding such powerful flames were limited, the Management Association assumed it was a dragon species and put a bounty on them. The crowded Tokyo 3rd dungeon was filled with bounty hunters from all over Tokyo, all seeking the prize money. Alongside those who came for the bounty, there were regulars like Yoshida-san who had been here before. 5 bento, 3 meat and 2 sushi bento, and cigarettes. The nonchalant regular from Kemu-san held up a peace sign as he placed his order. That'll be 6,100 yen. Sure thing. The Kemu-san regulars' party consisted of 5 middle-aged men. Former plumbers, they had become adventurers, armed with water pipes and metal bats after their company went bankrupt. Despite their humble beginnings, none of them had died so far, indicating their considerable talent. Hey, supplier, you always provide warm stuff, but can you also handle ice? Yes, we can. All right, next time I deliver cowfish liver, could you prepare around 10 kilograms? Understood, I'll procure it for you. Also, do you need tuna belly? You're on the ball, dependable hut. Thanks. The rough-handed Kemu-san regular left some money on the counter, tucked the cigarettes into his breast pocket, and took the bento before leaving. Dependable, huh? I had been hearing that a lot for the past 2 months, but it didn't feel bad. Although I had been told the same thing at my part-time job, there was something different about hearing it from the people down here, as if it carried a different kind of appreciation. To have actions I thought about and took directly benefit others and make them rely on me felt oddly fulfilling. I glanced at my hands on the desk. Compared to others, they were still pale, thin and unreliable. But I hoped that they were even slightly connected to those big, impressive hands I saw in my dream. I squeezed them tightly, and it felt like I could hear a voice from beyond my clenched fist. Anu. Hi. Ano food, bread. Rice, is there any? At first, I couldn't tell where the voice was coming from. It sounded like it came from beyond the desk, but there was no one there. I only saw ears twitching on the desk. Hi. When I stood up from my chair, a bipedal saboteur cat stood in the shadow of the desk. It was about my navel height, a cat with a pickaxe strapped to its back. Unlike Mars, who claimed to be a cat Sith but was actually an alien, this one was a genuine cat Sith. Here food, frogs Kiita. Okay, you want food. Oh, okay. Tonbo, he won't understand even if you speak English. Besides, it's wrong English. Mars said, and the cat Sith's eyes sparkled as it raised both hands. It talked to Mars in Nyagani-Ego, cat language, and Mars responded in the same language. It was impressive how the technology could handle cat Sith language too. This little guy wants some food. That's impressive. Anything he can't eat. I'll ask if there are any taboos. As Mars spoke Nyagani-Ego, the cat Sith responded with Anyanya. Honestly, I felt like recording this and sending it back home. It was adorable. There aren't any things he can't eat, but he's not fond of spicy food. He wants 3 servings. Then fried rice. Nyanya. As Mars conveyed something, the cat Sith took out 5,000 yen from a bag hanging around its neck and offered it with fingers shaped like a mix between human and cat. I took the 5,000 yen, returned 1,400 yen in change, and handed over 3 portions of fried rice with a spoon. Here's your fried rice. Naya. The cat Sith was surprised by the warm fried rice, but lowered its head in a nod towards me. Then it lowered its gaze and spoke to Mars, who responded in Nyagani-Ego. What's up? Is this Mars's family? No, they're customers. A lady with dark circles under her eyes, carrying a lime green crossbow on her back, approached the group of cats. Abukuma-san seemed intrigued as she listened to the cat's conversation. I've seen various people coming to Tonbo-kun recently, but Mars-kun is the first non-human I've seen. Oh, I saw a tiger person the other day. How rare. That's cool. Abukuma-san laughed, showing her teeth, and clasped her open fingers in front of her chest. She seemed to be a big fan of cats, as she had mentioned before. Oh, Tonbo-kun, you won't be coming on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays for a while, right? No, I think I'll be coming almost every day from now on. Since the end-of-term exams were over, it was time for spring break. Last year, I spent about a month and a half breaking through a pile of piled-up games, but this year, I'll probably spend my days earning money in the dungeon like this. Oh, do universities have spring breaks? Universities have really long breaks. Is that so? Then, I'd like to ask you to help me move my luggage next week. Move luggage? I often ask someone to procure something for me, but it was the first time I was directly asked to transport goods. Well, leaving luggage with someone else in a dungeon, where only necessary items are taken, is like entrusting one's life to someone. Our leader really wants to hunt down a bounty. Huh? Really? Abukuma-san's team is a group of 4 women who mainly engage in long-range battles and solid hunting. But they were supposed to be treated as mid-level adventurers in eastern regions of Japan. Can they really chase after dragon species? Seriously, Tokyo people wants to solve Tokyo's problems. But it's a dragon species, right? Technically, we've hunted a 3-meter class fire-breathing lizard before. The fire-breathing lizard is not really a dragon without wings. It's more like a giant salamander that breathes fire. Sometimes, it becomes a leading candidate for the culprit because of its habit of burning its prey to a cinder to regulate its stomach. We're going to set up a camp further ahead and go deeper, so I want you to carry our supplies up to this square. Well, if it's just that. As I was about to express my consent to Abukuma-san, my knee was lightly tapped. It's 10,000 yen per kilogram. Huh, Mars, what about the cat Sith person from earlier? They left a while ago. Abukuma-san pouted at Mars's words and scratched her chestnut-colored head. On the flip side, how much luggage can I ask for if I pay 10,000 yen per kilogram? Sis, you're our customer, so it's a good deal. I won't do the same thing for everyone. Then the negotiation is settled. Can I hand over the luggage on the first Wednesday morning of February? Oh, you can DM me on SNS for details. Roger that. Abukuma-san turned her back, tilted her head slightly, then turned back towards us. Oh, I forgot, could you get me some donuts? Oh, sure. She received several chocolate-covered donuts we had bought from Costco, then finally left. But dragon hunting, I hope it ends without any injuries. Oh, by the way, Mars. What were you talking about with that cat Sith person earlier? Oh, he asked where I'm from. Oh, just small talk. And also, if I have a girlfriend. Huh. Was that person female? Also, Mars, is he unexpectedly popular among cats? Well, can't say I'm jealous he's a cat. So, what did you answer? It's a secret. After saying this coolly, Mars continued. I don't really like tall fellow, you know. That's what's bothering you. While I thought so, I couldn't quite understand the cat's sense, and I couldn't probe further. Section. In early February of the 22nd calendar year, I was engrossed in a game. Through the exchange at the junkyard I had been doing alongside money-making, I finally hit the jackpot. A space game, amazing. To me, seeing someone genuinely impressed by an ancient game is more impressive. A diamond-shaped machine connected to the space TV. Holovision, a controller with a fairly familiar feeling. Covered in stickers of characters I'd never seen before, it seemed to be a game console from about 200 years ago, according to Mars. This had been exchanged in a tattered box with about 50 card-shaped cartridges and an onion in mid-January. When I realized it was a game console, I hugged it and danced around, much to Mars' amazement. To think something like this would be exchanged for an onion, my skills are dreams. Just so you know, that game console is pretty valuable due to its age. If it were a more recent one, it would have been practically worthless, probably exchanged for onion skin or something. Even in space, some things don't change. A tank filled with mist where various images emerged. My limited vocabulary could only describe the holovision images like that. But there, a space alien shaped like an octopus shot a huge gun with 4 arms. When I learned that familiar-looking games were released, it makes me happy to know that people in space have similar senses to us. Just so you know, that's an extremely, extremely, extremely old-school game. The trend before I was put on ice was Real God game. Real God. There's a company with technology to create miniature planets. Players use these mini-planets to guide stars to prosperity as gods. I'm not sure if it's small-scale or large-scale. Well, the actual event wasn't about the simulation of the god part, but a PvP league between the nurtured stars. I feel like I want to see that league, but I prefer games that are more familiar like this. I can play them even if I don't understand space language. Oh, by the way, Tanbo, Tomoko sent some mandarin oranges. And there's some strange beans too. Can you please not call my mother by her first name? Does that really bother you? It bothers me. While Mars gave a disinterested response, he piled up about 10 mandarins in the basket on the kotatsu, and put the rest and peanuts into a food storage container resembling a logistics container. This food storage container is a mysterious item that keeps the freshness of food at room temperature. Of course, it doesn't match my junkyard storage capacity, but the advantage is that Mars can freely take things in and out. After all, this room has become quite convenient. He sat at the kotatsu, peeling the mandarins, talking like that. He was sitting on something like a space bead cushion, not a blue slime. This cushion automatically moves to relieve stress on the same parts of the hips and lower back, making it a much appreciated cushion. Although I got 2 of them, I prefer sitting on cushions at the kotatsu when I sleep. While it does help me sleep better, it doesn't visibly squirm around. To be honest, it's too plain, and I still can't believe these are space items. Space products, for the most part, don't need charging because they generate their own energy, and they're so mass-produced compared to Earth's products that they're deathly plain. Products of civilizations that have progressed too far are strangely indistinguishable from Earth's. I've been thinking for a while, but don't space items seem plain? Do they? Tanbo, you were pretty impressed by the game, weren't you? Yeah, but games, barriers, guns, they all have easily recognizable appearances. I paused the game and turned to Mars, pointing at the wall. Things like that, they don't look like space items at all. Oh, the sound absorber. But hasn't it made things much more comfortable? You know how Tanbo complained that you couldn't sleep when your neighbor brought his girlfriend over. On the wall of the apartment I pointed to, There was something like a bug repellent with hooks hung on thumbtacks. This is literally a device that absorbs sound. Sound blocking is done by heavy and hard soundproofing materials to block sound, and by using complex structured sound-absorbing materials to reduce the energy of sound, it seems. But sound absorbers ignore such theories and are devices that absorb and erase sound. It's a mysterious object that, when you go near and speak, makes it seem like you're wearing earplugs and can't hear anything. No, the effect as an object is amazing, but it's just too plain-looking. It's exactly like the one my mother hangs on the doorknob at home to repel insects. Personally, I wish it had more mysterious rainbow gradients or shone brightly in skeleton colors. Oh, and that thing in the sink too. What's wrong with the detergent ball-like appearances? You were impressed too, weren't you? No, I understand it's really good practically, but the appearance. Inside the red net hanging above the kitchen sink were several yellow super balls. This is a grateful ball that kills bacteria around the sink and prevents slime, smells, and even the occurrence of flies. A super cheap product. If only it didn't look exactly like a toilet ball. In Japan, that's an antibacterial agent used in men's urinals. I know that even if you don't tell me. I've seen it. I pointed successively to the rolling tape-shaped, silent vacuum cleaner on the floor, the miniature figurine-type insect repellent device placed at the entrance, and the space air purification plant on the windowsill that only looked like a cactus. What I mean is, couldn't they have made it a bit more, just a bit more dreamy looking? Mars placed 3 remaining tangerines on the kotatsu and turned his head towards me lazily. Tombo, I don't know what you're expecting from space, but it would be troublesome if you expected something like that. But it's space. For example, if we aliens suddenly demanded that all Japanese people wear top knots so we can recognize them at a glance, you wouldn't like that either, right? Well, yeah, I suppose. Even in space, it's the same. In the end, the shape of something easy to use is determined, and most useful things are more or less the same. Good-looking designs may have demand, but ultimately what remains is the industrially refined practical shape. It's an undeniable truth. And it's frustrating, but space goods are so convenient that you can't say things like, I won't use space goods that don't look space-like. I stood up straight. I drank the half-empty juice pack I had put in the container-like food storage cabinet since yesterday, then drew water from the clean sink without any unpleasant smell and watered the windowside pseudo-cactus. I closed the lid of the box named Life in my mind over romance and stopped thinking deeply for now. Chapter 4. Bravado, Cats, and Big Things. On a chilly Wednesday morning in early February, we waited for someone in the parking lot of a convenience store near the Tokyo 3rd Dungeon, located within a cemetery. Why did we agree to meet here? It's freezing because of the wind bouncing from the buildings. Well, they wanted to do the exchange in the car, so we didn't have a choice. The cold February wind pierced through to the bone, making our hands tremble as we held our quickly cooling coffees. While we wished to pass the time inside, the convenience store, being the nearest one to the dungeon entrance and early in the morning, was packed with people. There was no chance of leisurely reading magazines in such a crowded place. For moments like this, we should get a car too. Don't be silly, where would we even park it? Parking fees in Tokyo were exorbitant. Even if the car itself could be put in a junkyard, we'd still need proof of parking space just to buy it. Mars should wear clothes. Popties have fur, so even though I meant that fur alone wouldn't suffice, damn it, if personal climate control systems became available for trade, I'd secure one no matter what it takes. I looked up at the high February sky, where clouds raced by at breakneck speed, and made a firm resolution in my heart. In the end, the party we were waiting for, led by a Bukuma-san, arrived soon after in a pastel-colored SUV. Sorry to keep you waiting, I'm the leader of our group. Nice to meet you formally, although we've done business before. I'm Ida, leader of Ibisu Hedgehog. Sorry for making this difficult. Ah, thanks, I'm Kawashima, and this is my partner Mars. Pleasure. Despite feeling a bit intimidated by Ida-san's sharp eyebrows, we shook hands firmly. I'm Yashikawa. I'm Takai. We exchanged handshakes with Yashikawa-san, the girl with glasses, and Takai-san, who had black hair tied in a ponytail. They were adventurers, and despite being women, they all had strong, sturdy hands. Shall we proceed with the exchange? With a brief greeting, Iida-san opened the trunk of the SUV. Inside were sturdy plastic boxes stacked neatly. Towards the back, I caught sight of long cases that probably held crossbows, along with bags bearing the logo of an outdoor equipment brand. Bundles of segmented spears, possibly for assembly, were arranged from the trunk to the back seat. "We'll take all of these boxes and gun cases, please." "Understood." I took out a weight scale and placed the boxes on it one by one. By subtracting my pre-measured weight from the displayed weight, we could determine the weight of the items. This is quite analog. It's the most reliable method. Under Abukuma-san's watchful gaze, I continued weighing and storing the items. Mars is noting down the weights and number of boxes on my phone. 4 boxes and 4 gun cases, totaling just over 20 kilograms. Let's round it up to 20 kilos extra. "Thank you." Ida-san took out a thick branded wallet and handed me 100,000 yen. "Half as an advance and the rest after the job. Is that okay?" "Yes, that's fine." I counted the money she gave me before putting it away securely. "So, as planned, we'll need the supplies by 9 a.m. on Friday." "Understood." We had already sorted out the details through DMs on social media. Ebisu Hedgehog would start their dive into the depths on Thursday, receive the supplies on Friday morning, and meet again here on Sunday morning to return the items. "All right then, see you later." With her usual slightly dimpled smile, Abukuma-san waved goodbye as they drove off towards their hideout. "Tanbo, let's grab another coffee." "Sure thing, let's go." With our bodies chilled to the bone, we staggered towards the convenience store section. It was the scheduled supply day for Abukuma-san's party, who had requested our help with transporting goods. The area around the dungeon entrance had an ominous atmosphere. "Have you managed to contact them inside?" "We don't even know if the Wi-Fi survived the cave-in. All other guild members have been accounted for. The only ones left behind are Ebisu Hedgehogs and Ito hunting party. They must be the ones chasing after the bounty, all the way in." The administrative staff of the guild gathered with solemn expressions, while adventurers stared at the entrance of the dungeon, still equipped. "Procurement specialist." As we hesitated in such an unusual atmosphere, we were addressed by Kimu-san, who had for once removed his balaclava, revealing his face. "Kimu-san, what's going on?" "Something happened. You guys don't enter today." 5 more charred bodies were found. Moreover, after they were carried out, a collapse occurred due to an earthquake, leaving the Ebisu and Ito groups trapped inside. "What? That's dangerous. This is bad. Rumor has it that those inside are not just ordinary fire-breathing lizards. We might have to seal off the entrance with explosives and concrete, potentially locking down the eastern section as well." "What about the people inside, like Abukuma-san? We don't even know if they're still alive." "I remember back in Nagano, when something similar happened, 4 parties ended up wiped out." Kimu-san's words brought unpleasant thoughts to mind. My heart pounded, and a chill ran down my spine as if water had been poured from my heels to my back. Those people I shook hands with the day before, wiped out. The smiling face of Abukuma-san, showing her front teeth, flashed through my mind, and the firm sensation of her palm resurfaced at the tip of my trembling hand. "Tome." Mars and the baby carrier looked at me with concern, tapping my stomach. Despite it being midwinter, sweat trickled down my neck. I tried to swallow saliva but ended up choking, so I grabbed a bottle of oolong tea from the junkyard and took a sip. As something entered my mouth, I felt slightly calmer. It's okay, it's okay. It's not confirmed they're dead yet." At that time, nobody could enter. The snow was so bad, even ambulances couldn't. While ignoring Kimu-san's story, I mentally calculated the last possible moment. Falling rocks were the worst, but I could manage with barriers. I could store the falling rocks. With my barrier that could nullify beams, I would probably be fine against dragon flames. Counting each thing I could do, I slowly exhaled. I might be able to do it. What I arrived at was the fact that maybe I could go and help them if it was me. And with the strong self I saw in that dream, I was convinced that I would go to help without hesitation. Whether it was a sense of justice, recklessness, or perhaps admiration, the heat in my heart, whose nature I didn't understand, slightly outweighed the freezing fear gripping me. The assumption of I might be able to do it turned into a conviction of I can do it. The hesitation of I might regret not going swiftly turned into a determination of then I must go. Driven by such heat, I clenched my trembling lower lip with my chattering teeth and made a decision that I myself couldn't tell whether it was right or wrong. Kimu-san, I'll go inside. Actually, I promised to resupply Abisu today. You idiot, don't be dragged into this. Bang, there was a tremendous sound as Kimu-san's large, hard palm slapped my left cheek. Since I hadn't activated my barrier yet, I took the hit directly and my head spun. You can't do anything, calm down. Perhaps it was the effect of the slap I received for the first time since childhood, but my narrowed field of vision returned rapidly due to the shock. No, I can store rocks and stuff, so I can go deeper. As soon as I said that aloud, it seemed like the heat that had been inside me until a moment ago settled firmly in my gut. That's right, regardless of whether there's danger in the dungeon right now, if I want to save the people inside, I'm the only one who can go. If I try to clear the rubble with heavy machinery, I'll undoubtedly be killed by monsters in the meantime. As I resolved myself, a cat's paw stretched out from my chest and lightly tapped my trembling jaw. Yeah, I have a barrier, so I'll be fine. Oh, if you put it that way, but it's still dangerous. But if I don't go here, I feel like I'll regret it for the rest of my life. As I said that, trembling my jaw, Kimu-san looked at me with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? No, I feel like my teeth are loose. If you're an adventurer too, you should toughen up a bit, but make sure to come back alive. Yes, I'll explain it to the guild. If you're going, prepare properly. After firmly patting my shoulder, Kimu-san immediately headed towards the guild office. All right, make sure to contact us when you reach the 5-kilometer mark. We can't come to help if there's no contact. Why, yes. I put the sturdy radio handed to me by the guild staff into the chest pocket of my jacket and nodded repeatedly. The jacket pocket was stuffed with farewell gifts from adventurers, such as food, a lead-lighted whistle, and various types of charms. Don't overdo it, procurement specialist. Make sure to come back. When you return, I'll let you drink to your heart's content, so don't you dare die. We're counting on you with Ida and Ito. Looking around at everyone's faces, unable to say anything, I stepped into the dungeon. The air mixed with dust felt different from usual. The complete darkness without a light source was also different from usual. I turned on both the night vision mode and echolocation mode of the Galactic Police's life support device. Tensing my body as if it were my first time entering here, I advanced. Mars, are you okay? What? Mars didn't tell me to go or not to go, but he didn't ask me to let him down either. I might die. Dying is just a part of life in space. If we get hit by a pirate's cannon, we'll all move on to the next life together. We're going deep underground now. Being buried alive and being thrown out into space to die are all the same. And he continued, this place isn't a battlefield yet. There's no need to be scared at all. In the darkness, amidst the warmth I felt in my abdomen, I sensed him yawning. Section, exploration progressed smoothly. The night vision mode of the Galactic Police's life support device was excellent. Images were projected onto a helmet-like shield generated from the main body resembling headphones, making the cave as bright as daylight. At first, I struggled to store the large amount of collapsed rocks that blocked the passage, but I gradually got the hang of it, and it became smooth as if vacuuming them up. Are you getting used to it? Well, after dealing with that much. The major collapse was only a little way from the entrance, and fortunately, we were able to proceed smoothly from there. It was fortunate that only the ceiling had collapsed, and there were no problems with the ground. We could clear away the piled-up things, but if the ground had disappeared, we wouldn't have been able to proceed. There were no signs of monsters in the dungeon, perhaps due to the collapse, making it even easier to proceed than usual. After advancing about 5 kilometers along the way, I heard a voice. Ew, oh. Did you hear something? Yeah, I heard it. Is anyone there? There. Taking out the LED lantern and shining the light, I approached a man who had collapsed. Are you all right? Ah, procurement specialist, I'm saved. The man who had collapsed was a member of the Ito hunting party. Are the others okay? Everyone in our party, except me, is wiped out by a huge fire. I managed to escape being turned into charcoal because I was at the very back, that's right, only I. Can you walk? No, it's dark, and I don't even know where I am anymore. I placed the LED lantern in front of him and placed water and block food next to it. Okay, if you head that way, you can get outside. We'll call for rescue too. Please take me with you, I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry, there are others who need rescue too. I shook off the hand grabbing my foot and transmitted through the radio. Survivors located 5 kilometers ahead. Collapse resolved, proceeding forward. The voice from behind pleaded, please wait, while a cracked voice from the radio echoed, return immediately. Ignoring it all, I pushed forward into the darkness, eager to not let fear paralyze me any further. The usual open space at the 5-kilometer mark was now half buried under collapsed debris. The spot where I usually sat, where Abukuma-san's team usually stationed themselves, all vanished under layers of earth and sand. With a sinking feeling, I shouted, "Is anyone there?" There was no response, just the echo of my own voice in the darkness. Wait a moment, let me do a bioscan. Huh, can you do that? This device is police issue. It's multifunctional, meant for survival. It's designed to withstand even space conditions. Using my shoulder as support, Mars operated the bio-device with practiced hands. Points of light appeared on the visor-like force field of the helmet, accompanied by unreadable text. No human-sized biological reactions in this room, just insects and rodents. I breathed a sigh of relief. Keep it on from here on. Sure, but remember, we can't scan for corpses, so don't go too deep. I nodded, though in this situation, going too deep seemed inevitable. The once vast open space was now mostly buried, and it seemed unlikely that anyone other than me, capable of storing soil and rocks, could navigate through it. Well, this is quite the mess, Mars remarked as we surveyed the path ahead. Wouldn't we have been buried alive if the collapse had been a bit slower? We had the barrier, so we would have been fine, right? Still, it felt uncomfortably conspicuous, but at this point, what did it matter? I chuckled and turned my gaze to the path leading to Base A. I sent a message via radio. No one at Base A proceeding further. The noisy response from above relayed the location of Abukuma-san's team's camp, as reported to the guild beforehand. Hey Tanbo, why did you decide to come all the way here to help people? As we were clearing the collapsed area a little ways from the square, Mars asked. I don't mind to tag along with Tanbo, but neither Tanbo nor I have any obligation or debt to these people, right? Well, in this situation, it's something only I can do, but it feels like I'd regret it later if I abandoned them. But then again, you came all this way with that kind of indecisive feeling. But you see, I just couldn't stand by and watch. I felt like I had to go. Well, you were close with a Bukuma sister, and they were good clients. Remember when I told you about the dream? Yeah, you mentioned it. In that dream, the stronger version of me wouldn't abandon anyone. Plus, I thought I could easily overcome this kind of pinch, this kind of situation. The wind whistled between our words, seemingly trying to tip the balance of my wavering determination towards uncertainty. But still, risking our lives like this, wouldn't it be foolish if we died? Maybe, but isn't that all right? It's rather adventurous. Mars chuckled, patting my stomach. I don't know why, but just try doing what you want until you're satisfied. It's not a bad thing, so go ahead and do what you like. Mars, sorry for dragging you into this. It's okay, I'm Tanbo's right-hand man after all. I'm a pretty accommodating employee. The words seemed to warm my heart for a moment, and I sniffed back my runny nose as I moved closer to the large rock. As I stored it away, my visor-type force field reacted with a faint flicker. Ahead, 4 large dots of light shone. Holding my spear-like rod low and moving my feet as best as I could, I slowly advanced toward the lights. Is anyone there? My call echoed off the cave walls, without any response other than the reverberation of my own voice. Despite getting closer to the lights, I hadn't encountered anyone yet. Wanna try using enhanced hearing? We have that option. Using it too much might make you feel sick, though. Mars, skillfully climbing onto my shoulder, fiddled with the headphone-like life support device. Amidst the echoing wind, I could now hear the sound of flowing sand and crawling insects right next to my ears. Whoa, this feels weird. I doubt many people use it regularly. Imagine activating it accidentally at home and hearing weird noises from behind the shelves. I'd rather not imagine that. Concentrating on the sounds, I felt like I heard something incredibly large moving amidst the vast natural sounds. Something's moving. A person. No, there's also the rumbling. Feels like something huge is moving. That sounds dangerous. Let's finish up and leave quickly. Wait, let me listen again. Trying not to focus on the footsteps, I listened intently to the wind. Amidst its howling, I thought I heard a faint heh or something similar. Hey, if anyone's there, speak up. After calling out, I strained to listen. Over here, a voice echoed back. Though I couldn't pinpoint the location, clearly due to the sound bouncing in the cave or due to the nature of the auditory assist, I headed in what seemed to be the direction of the louder voice. Stowing my spear, I cupped my hands around the life support device, creating a directional focus for the sound. Besides the heavy footsteps, I didn't hear any animal-like sounds. Strangely, I hadn't encountered a single monster since entering the dungeon that day. Is this it? This looks bad. Following the sounds, we arrived at a scene of scattered rocks. From a pile of rocks, the remnants of an orange tent jutted out. That means someone's buried alive. In front of the collapsed site, a Bukuma-san and Yashikawa-san, with headlights on and holding spears and knives, were sitting next to several dead monster bodies. Who are you? I'm Kawashima. Are you okay? T-tent. We'll get you out right away. I moved a Bukuma-san and Yashikawa-san away to a safer spot and began digging out the tent. The two inside the collapsed tent were relatively unharmed, possibly protected by the reinforcement pipes set up inside for monster defense. Although they suffered various fractures and bruises, they were in better condition compared to unconscious Yashikawa-san and a Bukuma-san, who couldn't stand due to a broken leg. However, mentally, the two inside the tent seemed more distressed, trembling and crying uncontrollably without being able to communicate. I placed the injured pair on the stretcher, one by one, and began dragging them to the hall. Though everyone was severely injured and couldn't move, I hurried as much as possible. Even though I thought I had turned off the auditory assist, I kept hearing the sound of something large. A clear danger, something that rescuers should avoid at all costs, seemed to be approaching. Afraid that I'd freeze if I thought about it too much, I moved my body recklessly through the darkness. Base A, 4 casualties, 1 unconscious. And something dangerous is approaching from deeper inside. We're aware. Listen up, procurers. Deliverymen, we're escorting the guild's rescue team to our location. Once you've relocated the Abyssu party to safety, don't move them anymore. Understood. Run with all your might if you're caught by those coming from the depths. Leave the Abyssu party behind. You've done your part. Stay calm, don't panic. I brought out the containers I had been entrusted with in front of a Bukuma-san and the others, who had finished being transported to the hall, and placed sports drinks and snacks next to them. The dangerous ones approaching from the depths of the dungeon were getting closer. Help is on its way, please hold on. We'll leave your belongings here, so if you have the time, prepare yourselves. As I headed towards the passage leading from Base A to the depths of the dungeon, I felt like someone said something behind me, but I didn't turn around. No, perhaps I couldn't. Even a slight hesitation would have spilled all the courage that had entered my small vessel. Are you going? It's probably going to be a battlefield from here on out. What would a space sailor do in times like these? As I murmured these words, I filled the passage leading to Base A with rocks I had found in the junkyard. If it were the company I used to work for, they'd thoroughly. What kind of company were you in? Well, it was a rough company. But Tanbo isn't a sailor. He doesn't have any guarantees or anything to carry. He's in an easygoing position, right? Even so, are you going? I squeezed my hands tightly, stained black with dirt and smeared with blood from scraping against the ground. I'm going. If it's the strong me I saw in the dream I mentioned earlier, I'll definitely go. Mars shrugged, saying, "Is it because you're strong?" but didn't stop me. Well, from here on out, it's really a matter of life and death. And remember, the barrier strength isn't absolute. He jumped lightly from the baby carrier to my shoulder, attaching himself to the headset. I'll monitor the barrier strength for you, so do whatever you can. That's reassuring, really. I shook a can of juice from the junkyard in my hand. It made a light clinking sound as it transformed into a gun, which I aimed into the darkness. Section. At first, I mistook it for sunlight. I thought I had reached another entrance and had exited the dungeon. However, it was only when I was completely enveloped by the whiteness that colored the passage that I realized I was inside a dragon's breath. Wow. Tanbo, the barrier is fine. Stay calm and aim for the head. It was a dragon that seemed to have come straight out of mythology. Incredibly huge, terrifying to the point of being terrifying, and so beautiful that you couldn't look away. Its massive body, which could scrape the ceiling of the dungeon, was covered in crimson scales about the size of my palm, and white flames leaked from the corners of its mouth, as if it could swallow people whole. It sized me up with flickering eyes gleaming with fire leaking from its mouth. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Ah. As I pulled the trigger with all my might, a loud sound like a roar rang out, and a small hole appeared in the dragon's forehead. As the sound and vibration of the gun increased, the hole grew larger and larger. Tanbo, let go of the trigger. Right. As I let go of the trigger, the sound and vibration of the gun stopped abruptly, and the dragon's head, which was spraying blood from its forehead, fell to the ground powerlessly. Did we do it? Did we? We did. Oh, thank goodness. I slumped down, sitting on the ground. Without caring about the pants soaked in urine, I collapsed onto the ground. I seriously thought I was going to die. Well, that was scary, huh? Tanbo, look up. Sharp pain shot through my shoulder. Mars had dug his claws in. Huh. Seriously. Like rewinding a video, flesh began to protrude from the hole I had just made in the dragon's head. And then, the head rose up. By the time it was completely detached from the ground, the forehead, already covered in red blood, was already covered in scales. It's regenerating. Tanbo, we have to decapitate it. Oh crap. As I frantically readied my gun again, the second breath attack almost came at the same time. Calm down, the barrier won't break from the breath. Take a deep breath first. Hiya. Phew. As I took a deep breath with all my might, the breath suddenly cleared, revealing the dragon's face. Was that the end of it? I thought, but when I lowered my gaze slightly, I saw a pure white breath continuously blowing onto my stomach. What's going on? Uh-oh, the breath is starting to concentrate. Huh. Boo-woo. The low rumble of the breath attack that had been sounding suddenly turned into a painfully high pitch. From the headphone-like life support device, a beeping alarm began to sound. Dodge it, the force field is about to saturate. Oh no. In a panic, I couldn't dodge or shoot. I just crossed my hands in front of my body and lunged toward the dragon's face. With a bang, the sound rang out, and the dragon's head, which had been knocked back by the barrier, bounced up. After the deafening explosion, rocks fell chaotically from the ceiling, destroyed by the concentrated breath, pouring down into the corridor behind me. What should we do? Just don't let it breathe. Aim for the head. Just shoot anything. But when I aimed the gun at the dragon's head, there was no head. Instead, with a roar like a landslide, the dragon's tail, along with the rock wall it had scraped off, slammed into me. Again, with a bang, the dragon's tail returned to its original position, scraping the ground. The enraged dragon thrashed about wildly at a speed too fast to follow, causing the ground to shake with every crash against the walls and floor, making it difficult for me to stand. The dungeon was rapidly eroded, cracks appeared in the walls and ceiling, and it turned into a pitiful sight. As expected, today's collapse was probably caused by this dragon. Tanbo, it's going to breathe. Dragon breath. Crap. I ran toward the dragon, crouching to avoid the breath attack from the glowing white mouth, and once again slammed into it with a barrier tackle. The dragon, whose breath had been disrupted, tried to bite me, but was pushed back by the barrier. Oh no, it's terrifying. Being breathed on is scarier. Shoot it. Keep shooting. I aimed at the dragon's head and pulled the trigger, but the dragon managed to dodge it, avoiding fatal wounds. Although holes would be created when shot, its too high regeneration rate caused them to heal as soon as they were created. We can't retreat. It's impossible. The path behind is blocked by rocks. Retreating was impossible. But even if I tried to escape past the dragon, it seemed that the other side was also buried in fallen rocks. Being buried alive and suffocating to death in a place like this isn't funny. We won't suffocate. The life support device can withstand space, remember. So, wait for the dragon to suffocate. How many hours will that take? If we kept fighting until the oxygen ran out, our stamina wouldn't last long. I've heard that reptiles have low oxygen consumption. That's it. We won't die even if we suffocate, but the dragon will. So, let's just deplete the air quickly. Mars. Deplete the oxygen. As I took out the air composition converter I had been using as an air purifier from the junkyard, Mars opened his eyes wide. That's a good idea. Convert oxygen to nitrogen at full power. Place it on the ground to protect it from being destroyed while converting inside the force field. Got it. I placed the air purifier that Mars had adjusted on the ground, facing the dragon. With a roar that was no longer audible but blew away pebbles at my feet, the dragon whipped its head like a whip and hit my barrier. Kuno, Kuno. As we fended off the dragon's attacks with the barrier, I shot at its body, trying to buy some time. Still, as the dragon steadily approached, I stashed the gun in the junkyard and wrapped yellow force-conducting cloth around both my hands. Come if you dare. I repelled the dragon's bites with force field punches, closing its mouth as it tried to breathe fire. Even though I hadn't taken a direct hit, the adrenaline-fueled exertion left my muscles aching. Tanbo, oxygen levels are dropping, just a little more. All right, all right. All right. No white flames spewed from the dragon's mouth anymore. Its massive body swayed, and its mouth, lined with sword-like fangs, merely opened and closed weakly. In the midst of trying to turn around, the dragon collapsed. It seemed it couldn't absorb something non-existent, despite its extraordinary regenerative abilities. I watched its demise from a distance and gently stored its body in the junkyard. The journey back took much longer than the way in. The dragon's rampage had caused numerous collapses along the path, and being our first venture into this area, we often found ourselves lost, despite using a compass. Our lifeline, the radio, seemed to have been dropped during the barrier collision and was now crushed under rocks. As a result, we were trying to escape the dungeon we entered at 7 in the morning, by 3 in the morning. Today had been quite a day. I even missed work. Well, at least the 4 of us who were at Base A were evacuated, so our efforts weren't in vain. Still, when we get back, the entrance might be completely sealed with concrete. Concrete doesn't regenerate like a dragon, so we can slowly break it down. But Tanbo, are you okay? Do you remember the scenario properly? I'm fine. We'll just say the dragon went berserk and vanished deeper into the dungeon, right? If word gets out that the 2 of us defeated it, it'll be a big problem. We'll be treated like monsters. I didn't want to stand out any more than I already did. No, I was already standing out too much. I didn't want any more of it. I didn't do what I did to become a hero, and I knew heroes rarely had good endings. I did what needed to be done. That's all. Oh, thank goodness, it's open. The entrance to the dungeon, usually closed at night, was now wide open, illuminated from outside by floodlights. They're lighting it up from outside. Someone must have stayed behind. I feel kinda bad, coming back at this hour. I switched off the night vision mode and barrier of the biomaintenance device, and switched the light source to an LED lantern. Stepping outside, next to the floodlights illuminating the entrance, sat a guild security guard in a fluffy down jacket, sitting on a chair while fiddling with a smartphone. Oh, welcome back. Welcome. The security guard glanced briefly in our direction and returned the greeting, then looked back at the smartphone before looking at us again. Wait, you guys came back. Sorry for the delay. It seems we caused you some trouble. That's not the issue. HQ, Kawashima party has returned. As the security guard shouted into the radio, a mass of people poured out from the guild building next to the dungeon. There were parties led by casually dressed, balaclava-wearing Kimu and Kenki, who wielded 2 swords along with other familiar faces, all rushing towards us with smiles. Supply man, you still alive? Seriously, man, were you okay amidst that earthquake? I was starting to think that you saved 5 people and then die. If you hadn't returned by morning, we'd have had to search for you all the way back to Base A. Embraced and vigorously patted all over, my muscles ached terribly from the hugs. Mars had cleverly distanced himself from me before everyone jumped on me, escaping unscathed. The one rampaging inside was probably the same type of dragon as Dallas number 14, right? What's that? Don't you know? It's the worst land dragon that devastated half of the Texas State Army in the US. It was caught on the body camera of Ito's survivors. Didn't you see it inside? I didn't. They say if you see it, you die. Oh, I see. Despite everyone laughing cheerfully, I felt a sudden pain in my stomach that hadn't hurt before. I made eye contact with Mars, who was standing a little apart, and we silently agreed. It was definitely a good idea to have a scenario planned out. As I looked up at the high moon of February, being roughed up by everyone, I let out a deep, thin, slow sigh. Chapter 5. Cybernetics, Cats, and Sunglasses. So, the dragon materials were exchanged, while everyone was having a drinking party. Yes, I'm sorry. On the night after returning from the deadly mission, I, who had been dragged around drinking establishments until midday by Kimu and Kenki, having ditched both university and part-time work and slept, was being logically cornered by the cat, Mars. Mars didn't seem to think much of joining in the festivities either. However, it was my responsibility to handle the exchange at the junkyard, and I couldn't make any excuses for my blunder. I'm not particularly angry about the exchange itself, you know. After all, there's no use for such things on Earth. Yeah, I see. But you know, being careless is troublesome. It won't help with future deals. You're right. And since the places we used to make money have been shut down, we need to be a little more careful. Just like when we fought the dragon. Saying that, Mars turned on the TV. I'll be careful. The closure of Tokyo's third dungeon was announced at noon today. A self-defense forces exploration team has begun an investigation into the cause of the collapse. You're not going to mention the dragon after all. Well, I can't, can I? If people knew there was something like that, everyone in Tokyo would flee to the countryside. We're also under a gag order. There are too many people in this city anyway. A slight decrease wouldn't hurt, I think. As Mars said this, he yawned loudly. Even by space standards, Tokyo's overcrowding was ridiculous. But I was still sleepy, and there was still some alcohol left. So, what was the dragon exchanged for? I'm not sure about that. It said something about Zout High-Speed Computational Assistance Unit, Awakening. Can you show me? When I placed the matte black, distorted spherical object on the table, Mars began to inspect it, making it roll around the table with his paw, sniffing and examining it. As he rolled it around, he looked more and more like a real cat, and just as I thought that, our eyes met. Not Mars' eyes. Two golden eyes opened on the surface of the sphere. Wow! As I exclaimed and recoiled with all my might, Mars turned his face toward me, looking annoyed. What? You're making a scene. The eyes, their eyes. The golden eyes glanced around the room before fixing their gaze on my face. Being stared at with those lifeless eyes gave me a kind of unease I had never felt before. Of course it is eyes. It's a brain shell. A brain shell. It means it contains a human brain. It's a part of a cyborg. My grandpa was a cyborg too. We used to go to the dealer together. That's whose. You can't tell just by looking at it, but I can tell this unit is dangerous. Mars rolled the brain shell and pointed to a distorted triangular mark on the opposite side of the eyes. Look at this. It says it's using patents owned by the largest galaxy police force in the galaxy. So, is that person a soldier? It means they're using parts with exorbitant patent fees. The person inside is probably not a soldier. Zout is a high-end cyborg company for entertainment purposes, and above all, the specifications are too special. He tapped the brain shell with his paw and said with a displeased look, "Don't just take the information written on the surface at face value. This is probably specialized for computation. In military terms, it would be specialized electronic warfare equipment. I don't understand it all, but is that amazing? Well, to put it in terms even you can understand. If you connect this person to a network, they could handle something like the administration of Japan on their own. That's incredible. And scary. It's like a machine for firing civil servants. But if there's a person inside, isn't that dangerous as it is? Can't we connect it to something? But these items seem like they drifted from pirates, right? Here they call it the Trojan horse, don't they? That's also a possibility. Mars said that, but imagining myself in the same situation, I was already feeling uneasy. If I were conscious but unable to move, thrown into a warehouse like this, it sent shivers down my spine, definitely not something I'd be okay with. They say what goes around comes around. If there was a chance to help, I wanted to assist this person. Indeed, that's risky, but can't we at least try to hear them out? I suggested. The brain shell is all about performance and maintaining life, so it doesn't have any unnecessary interfaces. Oh, but I might have something. Mars replied, fetching a barrier cloth they had been washing and drying, and started wrapping it around the brain shell. What happens when you wrap it like that? I asked. Well, even though the brain shell emits weak thought waves, if we use this force field conductor fabric as an amplifier, we might be able to pick them up. It's not its intended use, though. Like turning up the volume on a radio picking up stray radio waves, I offered. I'm not sure if I follow that analogy. They connected the Galactic Police's life support device and the barrier cloth to a space TV, tweaking the tuning little by little while their ears twitched. Though the image didn't appear, the static noise gradually diminished, sometimes turning into a high pitch or a deep rumble. After about 3 minutes of adjustments, there was a brief moment where something resembling a human voice could be heard. "Hey, it seems to be working," Mars said. As Mars continued fine-tuning, the voice gradually became clearer. At the same time, the eye-like protrusions on the brainshell started darting around busily. From the holovision, a voice in an indistinct, genderless language began to emerge. "Seems like I've been captured. Please don't send me back." "What are they saying?" "Help me, don't send me back there." "It's okay, we won't send you back. You're safe now." As I gently stroked the smooth brainshell, my hand was met with a pat from Mars's paw. "There might be some noise." "Oh, sorry about that. Captured by the Radal Guild, don't want to go back scared." It seems they've been captured by the Radal Guild and are terrified of returning. The Radal Guild is a widely designated pirate organization across the galaxy. Are they dangerous? There's no such thing as a non-dangerous pirate, but Radal does some legitimate business, so they're relatively better. In frontier star systems, dealing with Radal is often the only option, so there are regions where they're not considered pirates. Wait, trading with pirates is possible. The galaxy is short on people like that. There have been wars, both ancient and recent, that have lasted for millennia. 1,000 years, the scale of the galaxy is truly immense. Can you hear me? I don't want to go back. That sounds like some sort of code. They must have something important to communicate, but in this remote area disconnected from the network, we can't decode it. As the galaxy's verbose cat muttered to themselves, they began writing space characters on a piece of paper. Since it was space language, I couldn't understand any of it, but the urgency of the person's thoughts seemed to come through with each repetition of the same words. After listening intently for about 10 minutes, Mars sighed and stretched their arms above their head. "Their thoughts seem to be looping. I don't think we can do much more," Mars said. "Can't we have a dialogue with them?" Due to the nature of the brain shell, by exposing it like this, we're just taking advantage of its inability to block thought waves. We're only peeking into the surface of their thoughts. On the flip side, it means they can't lie, which makes it useful for interrogation. Thought eavesdropping actually exists. "What's that?" Mars asked, looking puzzled as they removed the cloth wrapped around the brain shell. "For now, I guess this is as far as we can go." Mars. I know what you're thinking. You want to do something about this, right? I'm sure that Tonbo are the only ones who can do something about this on this planet." I nodded in agreement with Mars. It was only yesterday that I had been risking my life. However, from now on, I thought it would be okay to offer this person some help if I ever got it a cybernetic body. Compared to the sturdy adventurers, my abilities are lacking, and I'm not brave. But if I can do something for others within my reach, even if I don't directly receive anything in return, I'm sure there will be gains. Through the reckless actions of risking my life yesterday, I somehow began to have such thoughts. I was frozen solid, and Tonbo helped me out. I'm not saying I don't like it. Tonbo and dreams do the same thing, right? I don't know about Tonbo and dreams, but I want to help. Sorry, Mars, if my goal may not be aligned with your goal of getting a spaceship. Tonbo, do you know how much a spaceship costs? I never thought it would be easy to get one. Mars said, laughing, and patted my shoulder with his paw. Hey, it might take a while to get you a body, but I'll keep the TV on so you won't get bored. I spoke to the brain shell like that, and placed it on top of the color box so that the TV could be seen clearly. The golden eyes immediately began to move around, as if looking at the room differently than before. I'm sorry to the brain shell, but it's still a bit scary. I took out the sunglasses I bought before coming to Tokyo and never wore from the chest of drawers, and set them up to cover the eye sockets of the brain shell. Section, Kawashima-kun, I'm sorry I couldn't thank you that day. No, Abukuma-san, you had 8 bones broken. It's natural that you couldn't speak. Abukuma-san, whose leg was suspended in the hospital bed, had a gloomy expression, unlike usual. I came to visit the hospital because I had some connection to Abukuma-san's party, which was devastated that day when they defeated the dragon, but maybe I shouldn't have come at such a difficult time. Oh, thanks for delivering the luggage. Thanks to you, a woman's dignity was preserved. Ah, yes, haha. I felt bad for joking like that, but it was too delicate a topic to laugh at all. Well, if you're incapacitated for hours in a dungeon, anyone would have a hard time. So, are your injuries going to heal? I probably will, but Kumiko, Yashikawa's heart stopped once on the way out of the dungeon, so it depends on the rehabilitation. Well, it's a miracle just to be alive. As Mars asked questions, Abukuma-san put on the glasses that were on the side table with trembling hands. She awkwardly operated the smartphone with her bandaged fingers and turned the screen toward me. It showed the online banking transfer screen. The amount displayed was 100,000 yen. I'll send you the payment for the request. Can you enter the account number? Abukuma-san, that's. As I was about to say it might be tough from now on, a pain shot through my thigh. Mars had pierced it with his claws. No, Tanbo. We did the job, and the other party's circumstances don't matter. Yeah, even if natural disasters happen, dragons and demons come out, even if it's a verbal agreement, a contract is a contract. Unable to say anything, I entered the bank account into her smartphone screen. She slowly completed the transfer on her phone and smiled with a relieved expression. Yeah, now I have no regrets. This was Ebisu Hedgehog's final job. Abukuma-san, does that mean? Oh, Ida and Takai's mental states seem a bit damaged. It seems like they're having a hard time because, being buried alive was tough. Ah, I see. Well, anyone would feel that way. No matter how rare it is, knowing there's a chance of facing the same situation again, you wouldn't want to dive into the dungeon anymore. However, being buried alive, even the steel brain sitting in my living room was in a similar state. I should really make sure it can move sooner rather than later. What are you going to do now, Nissan? Probably claim insurance and heal up, and then it depends on how my legs recover, I guess. I can only be an adventurer. I don't think that's true, but it is, With her neck firmly set, Abukuma-san moved only her eyes to look at my face, pursing her lips. Kawashima-kun, one day, did you suddenly gain a skill? Huh? Oh yeah, I did. I had the same thing happen to me. I was working as a bank clerk in the boonies, and one morning, I suddenly had this button inside me called high-speed thinking. People with skills often describe the triggers for using their skills like this. Buttons, levers, switches. Skills with detailed interfaces like mine are rare. I guess telling my parents was a bad idea. The next month, I was engaged to a skill holder from the local vigilante group. Really, does that happen? It does. Unlike Tokyo, the countryside suffers serious monster damage, so they're desperate to preserve skill-bearing bloodlines. If a young woman like me had a skill, forget about human rights. With a bitter expression, Abukuma-san said this, then pressed her bandaged fingers against her other hand, raising her middle finger and smiling wryly. So, I ran away to Tokyo that night. I was unexpectedly let go from the company, too. We hope you'll shine as a good mother from now on, the branch manager said to me. It really pissed me off. That's terrible. It really is. To be honest, I didn't need a skill like this. I think it's meaningless for someone as dumb as me to have high-speed thinking. I don't think that's true. I couldn't interject into the conversation. Since the world shifted to the new age, skills suddenly began to sprout among people. Honestly, the randomness of it all is intense. To be frank, the item box I'm disguising is a super jackpot skill. Given the struggle Abukuma-san faced with her skill, it wouldn't be strange for her to take it out on me. I'm really blessed. So, I can't go back home, and with this recession, I can't even get a decent job in Tokyo. With only her eyeballs moving, she glanced briefly out the window. Snow had started to fall in Tokyo in February. Wow, it's snowing? Kawashima-kun, you have school tomorrow, right? You should head back before the trains stop. You need to graduate, or you'll end up becoming an adventurer. Saying that, Abukuma-san awkwardly smiled with a shadowed smile. Section, and as for our own business as procurement agents, we've been a bit stuck ourselves. The Tokyo 3rd Dungeon, which has been under constant supervision by the self-defense forces, is the reason for that. We've been repeatedly summoned by the Union for questioning. Questions about the dragon's information, the situation on the day, asked over and over again. Attending meetings as involved parties, undergoing questioning, and being asked the same things again. They even requested us to dive with the self-defense forces for on-site confirmation, which we declined, and then they asked us the same things again. I'm not a criminal. Maybe they're suspicious because there are no traces beyond the point I reported encountering the enemy, but it's really tough not being able to just say, I already defeated it. In principle, we're being compensated for our voluntary cooperation, but to be honest, it's a huge loss. They keep calling me, and even though I'm saying I'm a student. After cooperating with the self-defense forces and finishing our daily part-time jobs, I returned home and complained to Mars while slurping on instant ramen. Well, that's how the government works. Besides, they're probably wondering why you're going to school so carefree when they know there's a dangerous guy there, right? Yeah, that might be true. Come to think of it, wasn't it even more unnatural for us not to escape Tokyo immediately? Well, it's too late now. Tanbo also mentioned it, but wouldn't it be normal for people to try to escape from Tokyo? Even the brother with his 2 party members said he's going to dungeon at his parents' house for a while. If we're going through this, maybe we should have gone back home too. That might have been a good idea. You can eat good food, and we still haven't finished Takashi's sake. Mars, who loved alcohol, was eyeing my old man's collection eagerly. My old man never let me drink good sake, but he readily gave it to Mars. As I drank my 3rd beer, I reached for the remote to change the channel from the gloomy news. But the channel didn't change. I pressed the buttons again and again, but the news program remained on the screen. Is the battery dead? Oh dear. While we were talking about that, the TV suddenly went silent. Oh, maybe it's the TV. It's an old one I bought at a thrift store when I moved here. It's been on all the time while we're at home. As I stood up to try unplugging and plugging in the TV, the sound came back from the TV again. But it wasn't the news program that had been playing until just now. Tanbo, hear me. It was a voice in a distorted and mechanical Japanese that could belong to either a man or a woman. Body want Tanbo. So, how is this accessing the TV? I'm not sure. I thought it structurally couldn't. After being surprised by the voice that came out of the TV on its own, Mars and I suspected it was the brain shell's doing and started investigating using the thought eavesdropping we had used before. Mars Tanbo friend. Oh, it's definitely the brain shell. It seems to be manipulating something with thought waves. What does that mean? It probably connects to the net and amplifies thought waves somewhere. For a computation-focused one like this, the security of this planet is almost non-existent, so it can probably connect anywhere it wants. Bug dead want. Mars walked around the room with the barrier cloth and life support device still in hand, moving the cloth-covered paw like a dowsing rod. Are you connecting somewhere on your own? As I spoke, the brain shell suddenly fell silent. It doesn't want to say. Tanbo, I found it. It seems to be accessing somewhere from the game console's Wi-Fi module. But we don't have home internet. Probably using its functions to hop onto someone else's router. I think it's circling around somewhere and interfering with this TV. Tanbo body Tanbo. Mars put the barrier cloth over the brain shell without a word. Can't see scary. Even if you say body. If you've listened to our usual conversations, you'd know it's not that simple, right? Yeah, Tanbo's skills don't seem to be very flexible. Yeah. I removed the cloth from the brain shell and placed it back in its usual position on top of the color box. So, is there a way to prevent this person from accessing other people's networks without permission? It's scary if they start messing around. It's not that simple. Should we just take it back to the junkyard until we figure something out? Well, that's a bit. Yeah. Then should we throw away the game console? No, that's a bit. There is. With a thoroughly displeased look, Mars glanced at the top of the color box and tapped my thigh with his paw. Tanbo, it's saying something. Why is it asking me? Because Tanbo found it, so take care of it properly. Even though I thought it was odd to pick them up like stray animals, I looked at the matte black brain shell and asked, what have you been trying to tell us? They're a way. A way to obtain a body. Something. Trade body something. Trading something for a body. How? Letter including trade. Oh, including a letter, I see. That's clever. Naruhodo desu. While I rejoiced, Mars groaned and scratched their chin, looking up. I'm tempted to say, how did I not think of that? But truth be told, I did consider it. I just didn't use it, Mars admitted. Why not? Pirate, no. Exactly. It's risky when the exchange partner is almost certainly a pirate. Mars continued, folding their arms and tilting their head with an indescribable expression. Dealing with pirates on a personal level usually doesn't end well. Letters written to pirates are almost always stored, recognized by the Galactic Police as cooperation, and sometimes, if the pirates identify your true identity, you might be threatened later, they explained. Wait, so is our past exchange okay then? Well, there's no evidence so far. It only gets complicated if they start digging deeper. I see, then let's drop it. Instead of becoming a burden on Mars later, it would be better to continue steadily, as we are now. That was my decision, but the brain shell wasn't giving up. Secret code arrow. What's that? Is it a code only recognizable to people from your former organization? There was a market type ability user in your original organization too. There is. Their ability must have been different from my junkyard, allowing them to choose what to exchange. What's going on? Why can't I decode it? Even if you tell me directly, I can't decode it in the current environment. As Mars said that, his brain shell moved his golden eyes back and forth, and then closed them. Over here. Oops. A notification sounded from my pocket. When I took out my smartphone, the notification screen displayed an emoji called K-emoji. Well, they were quite the versatile super hacker. It's fine if it's on my phone, but don't peek at my messages without permission. It's no big deal. Tanbo only communicates with Mother, right? That's not true. I got New Year's greetings from my friends too. Those friends are guys, right? Meanwhile, that big brothers always seem to be chatting with women. Don't compare me to some light novel protagonist. My phone chimed again. The notification screen displayed the K-emoji. It's annoying. I grabbed a t-shirt from the shelf and tossed it over the brain shell. Can't see, scary. So, what did you want to access on my phone? Body request secret. Another notification popped up on my phone. This use. Perhaps it was brain shell manipulation. The photo app opened on its own. The most recent entry seemed to be a mysterious mark that resembled a part of an abstract painting. Without pause, the operation continued, opening the email screen where a convenience store printout number was displayed. Printout. Whoa, they even got the printout number. You're efficient, I remarked. They must have been quite capable before losing their body. Maybe I should address them as Miss Brainshell rather than being so informal. Printout, please. Got it. I rushed to the convenience store late at night. I printed out the mark onto stickers and affixed them to each tangerine in 2 boxes, then released them into the junkyard immediately. The exchange wouldn't happen right away, but it was crucial to prepare in advance. Thanks, Tanbo. Well, this should do for now. If we continued like this, Miss Brainshell's relatives might eventually receive them. And then, if I could ask them for a spaceship after Miss Brainshell had a body, would that be possible? Mars, if we manage to get Miss Brainshell a body, should we try asking for a spaceship next? In that case, you'd owe them, but, well, it's better than being pirates, I guess. Rely, okay. Mars nodded in agreement with the generous Brainshell's words and silently removed the t-shirt he had on the Brainshell. See, it does change when there's another person contributing ideas. You're in good spirits. You were saying just earlier that you'd return it to the junkyard. Back, no. I won't trade it back, but I do want to watch TV normally. In response to my words, the Brainshell silently restored the TV that had been hijacked. Well, I don't know how they do it, but if they can talk on a smartphone, they should be able to operate a TV as well. As I reached for the remote to change the channel automatically switched to a variety show before I could press the button. Was it because of the Brainshell? Did they want to watch this program? Wait, if they can operate the TV as a TV. Could this mean, if we asked the Brainshell, we could watch paid channels too? The movie channel. As I glanced at the Brainshell, the TV screen suddenly changed, and an old action movie began playing. It was quite a niche title that wasn't often shown on terrestrial TV. Wow, this channel. I've wanted to watch it since I was a kid. Well, it feels like it's going too far, hacking with high-end cybernetics. Well, whatever. It was already close to dawn, but Mars and I opened our 3rd beer in front of the TV. We ended up thoroughly enjoying the movie until morning, even though we didn't particularly want to watch it, and I went to school completely exhausted, sleeping through all the classes. Although there had been progress in the spaceship exchange program, we also needed to proceed with the money-making plan to acquire the essential exchange items. So, when the calls from the self-defense forces stopped, Mars and I went on a trip and arrived at Tokyo Dungeon number 4 by the Arakawa River. Why do Tokyo's rivers all smell so bad? Oh, do they smell? They do, Tonbo, like you might be insensitive to smell. As Mars said that, he covered his small nose with his paw. Well, maybe it doesn't smell inside the dungeon. Inside, doesn't it smell fishy? It might smell musty. It seems that there is a safe zone, like about 8 kilometers, inside East 4. If fishermen come seeking dungeon fish, it would surely be a good business opportunity. I reassured Mars, who was making a disgusted face, and just as we were about to head to the Management Association for entry registration, my phone rang. What could it be? Isn't it from your mom? On the screen of the smartphone, I took out of my pocket were the characters SDF, surveillance emoji, along with a map of the vicinity with 5 pins. Huh. Seriously, they're going that far. As I showed the screen to Mars with trembling hands, he silently turned on his heel and began to walk back to the station. In the end, unable to show the Earth's organization the technology we possessed, we gave up on diving into the dungeon and just went to eat near the station and returned home. Section, is it okay to do something like this? Isn't it? They were the ones who set it up first. Okay. We were currently peeking at a meeting of the Self-Defense Forces Dungeon Countermeasures Unit on the TV in the room. It seemed like the brain shell was hacking into a computer of someone in the Self-Defense Forces to project this image. And while the sound was relatively clear, the screen was fixed on the stern face of an older man. So, this is a report on the procurement agents that were last confirmed with the party that was to become Tokyo number 9 Land Dragon. Oh, here it comes. Hey, we're called procurement agents by the Self-Defense Forces too. Tonbo, you're noisy. Oh, sorry. I nodded to Mars, who held up a finger in front of his mouth, looking annoyed and kept quiet. According to experts, it's impossible to get through a collapse of that scale with protective skills alone. Also, concerning the capacity of the item box skill, reports suggest that the amount of rock missing from the scene indicates capabilities far beyond those of normal skill holders. Are you suggesting the possibility of holding unidentified skills? What was the investigation team doing? The current agenda doesn't concern that matter. Besides, adventurers don't even reveal their secrets to their own kin. It's difficult to probe into their skills. It seems they're aware of the surveillance by the investigation team. Apparently, they abruptly turned back just before entering Tokyo 4th Dungeon the day before yesterday. They're aware of the surveillance. The report mentioned individual adventurers, but could they be spies from another country? There's no such obvious suspicious spy. Suddenly being told such a serious thing in such a manner, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. They're talking about you, procurement agent. Well, I guess I look suspicious, hanging a yellow cloth around and all. I knew I looked suspicious, but it was embarrassing to hear it directly from someone else. But safety comes first, so I'll probably continue diving into the dungeon as Yellow Catman. Anyway, what about the dragon? The Masuku squad searched up to Base C, but found no new traces. Nobody will be satisfied if that monster isn't found. It'll be too late if Tokyo turns into a sea of flames. We have plenty of monsters in the dungeon. Tokyo not turning into a sea of flames is just luck, sheer luck. Hayashida, aren't you ashamed? We, who protect the country. Here we are, unable to do anything. If spirit and shame could solve everything, then Hamamatsu City wouldn't have sunk into the sea. The meeting continued to escalate, and as a citizen of Tokyo, I began to feel somewhat depressed. The self-defense forces are really going through a tough time. Brainshell-san, can you continue monitoring this in the future? It would be helpful if you could inform us if there are any movements against us. Okay, but, you no clue wrong. I was a bit surprised. It's the first time I've seen Brainshell-san, who usually just wants a functional body, assert something else. What does that mean? You call wrong. Oh, so stop calling you Brainshell-san. Yes. For some reason, I felt a little nervous. Over the past few days, I've gotten used to Brainshell-san, who is full of mysteries but is quick and a bit mischievous. Although we seem to be able to communicate, I didn't think they would respond to personal questions. And the first time Brainshell-san touches on personal matters, it comes from an angle I didn't expect. Heim. Heim like a princess. Yes. Could it be that Brainshell-san refers to themselves as a princess? Mars and I looked at each other, silently locking eyes for a few seconds. I've been thinking for a while, but this person is quite bold, huh? Or rather, Brainshell-san, you're a woman. I don't know. I don't know about Earth, but in space, people who call themselves princesses can be quite complicated. The one I knew who claimed to be a princess was a female-bodied former male assassin. Well, maybe even on Earth, self-proclaimed princesses can be complicated. I remembered a female student from the literary club in high school who referred to herself as a princess. And just as I was recalling that, a remark came from Heim-sama. No, wrong Heim. What's different? Real Heim. So it's not just a self-proclaimed title, but really named Heim? Mars, I'll ask just in case, but is there a possibility she's a real royal? No way. If real royalty were kidnapped by pirates, it would be big news, and I think I'd know about it. I see. If they were really royalty, would they even use general circulation cyborgs, even if they were high-end? Moreover, considering that the brain shell is a central component of cyborgization, it makes even less sense. Although the price difference is like night and day, a fully customized one would undoubtedly be much safer. Now that you mention it, that might be true. Maybe the person inside is still a child, raised by their parents to be a princess. Heim adult. That does seem possible. Their way of speaking does seem awkward, which only enhances the impression of youthfulness. Or maybe Heim is their real name. Sometimes you see people with names like Prince. It's usually a pity because those people are usually normal, but oh, so there are flashy names in space too. To be honest, my name pretty flashy myself. I'm starting to feel like it's hitting close to home. Well, in space, even if you're born with a weird name, you can always change it if you don't like it. So maybe they're just young enough not to have any issues with their name. Come to think of it, when I was a kid, I thought Tanbo was a cool name. Being kidnapped by space pirates as a child, with a flashy name, and then being sent back to Earth with their brain exposed. Thinking about it that way, she seems even more pitiable. Princess, even if you get your body back, if it's too much, it's okay to take a break on Earth for a while. Once you distance yourself, you'll surely be able to think more calmly about your relationship with your parents. Princess, break. Tanbo, what are you talking about? It's a story that only a cat, not bound by a name, could understand. I gently stroked the smooth matte black brain shell, which I've grown somewhat attached to since it got its name. What Tanbo? Tanbo, it's probably best not to casually touch a woman's brain shell like that. On Earth, that's called sexual harassment, right? Huh, is that how it's treated? Of course, Tanbo might not have experience with this, but it's not okay to do that to women on Earth. I won't do it. For some reason, getting lectured like this by a space cat hits me harder than anything else. Maybe I was too casual and thoughtless. I'll have to be more careful. Tanbo, not popular. It's not like I'm unpopular. I know the contact information of some girls. She's a class representative I've been paired with. We've even had juice together in front of the convenience store. I've never seen you two in contact. Your sister Chiri even called you an unpopular otaku. Tanbo, otaku. You don't need to tell her unnecessary things. But even if you don't tell her, I think they'll just search for it themselves. At Mars's words, the golden eyes of the brain shell blinked meaningfully. I suddenly felt exhausted, and as if to escape those eyes, I slipped under the kotatsu. Section, with the disappearance of the dungeon as a source of income, what were we doing? Well, we were just continuing to exchange items at the junkyard while living our daily lives. I juggled part-time work while lazily playing games or watching TV. While Mars would either sleep all day or spontaneously go sightseeing somewhere in Tokyo. The new member of our family, Brainshell-san, mostly observed our lives quietly but would occasionally engage with us. Tanbo, game lover. Oh, well, maybe. As I lay sprawled under the kotatsu playing games, Brainshell-san spoke using the nearby smartphone speaker. I responded without much thought while button-mashing through an action game where historical heroes mowed down foot soldiers like clouds in the sky. Tanbo, women, like. Using women, oh, you mean female characters in games. It sounded somewhat vulgar. Indeed, on the game screen, female characters who historically never acted as warlords were spinning around, cutting through enemies. Well, Since the character you control is always on the screen, wouldn't it be better to have a girl than some gruff old man? Good. But they only show the back, right? Monkey-type races sure love their behinds. Mars, lying on the kotatsu, eating a mikan, chimed in from above. While it's unsatisfying to be lumped together as all of humanity, few men would dislike backsides. So, what does Pop like about the opposite sex? We're more into scent than buttocks. Scent? Well, I guess that's how it is. Indeed, cats and dogs often sniff each other's scents. Tanbo, what kinds like? What kind? Ah, you mean what kind of women I like. Tanbo, this character like. Well, in this game, I might like her. Tanbo, you seem to like girls with light-colored hair. It's not like that. And you like thick chest plates. That's not about thick chest plates, it's about having big breasts. Brainshell-san watched us silently as we conversed about such matters. And gradually, he began to ask similar questions while I played games. Chapter 6, Entrepreneurship, Heim, and Attendance Rate. Is this really okay with just bones? Synthetic proteins make up the body, so it's fine. It was the end of March, just before spring break was about to end. In what used to be our 1 LDK warehouse room, there sat something resembling a huge tanning machine. Inside the machine was a prosthetic body of Heim from the neck up, her body from the neck down, and a mysterious liquid that covered them. Yes, the regeneration environment for our princess's body was complete. Thanks to being marked from the self-defense forces, we couldn't go to the dungeon for over a month. And during that time, with the help of the owner of the market skill introduced by Heim, we had been diligently acquiring these components. To be honest, I was worried that the floor might give way due to its size, but according to Mars, it was a high-end model equipped with anti-gravity units, and it was indeed light enough for me to lift with ease. Now all we have to do is wait. That's what the instructions from the other party say, but yes. Mars waved a letter with unreadable characters at me, glanced inside the tanning machine, and closed the lid with a pat. But what do we do now? Yeah, who would have thought there'd be size restrictions at the junkyard? Considering that giant dragon got in without a problem, I never would have guessed. The most surprising thing lately had been the report from Heim's companions that there were size restrictions at the junkyard. Are spaceships really that big? Of course, they're homes where people live while traveling. There are smaller ones like communication ships, but Tanbo don't cross the sea on tiny boats, right? True, you might have a chance with the tide on the sea, but in space. There are military models that are small but have hyperspace navigation functions, but I have no idea how much they cost. And they're definitely bigger than that dragon. We moved to the living room and lay down, discussing it while gazing up at the ceiling. We talked about this before, but is it really impossible to dismantle it and have it sent in pieces? Like those magazines that come with a build-your-own model in each issue. You assemble it yourself and then go to space. I imagine myself assembling a spaceship with a welding machine. Yeah, definitely not something I'd want to ride. Now that I think about it, that's scary. Scary. More like you'd end up dead. Mars got up from lying on the floor, stretched his arms towards the sky, and yawned. Well, there's nothing we can do about what we can't do. There's no point in worrying about it. Mars brought back a bottle of Chilean wine and a cup from the kitchen, placed them on the kotatsu table after removing the futon, and poured himself a drink. One step at a time is all we need to do. We've settled the matter of Heim's body today. That's enough reason to celebrate. Wait, I'll drink too. I also went to the kitchen, grabbed a mug and some peanuts, and returned to the table. For now to Heim. No need for now. Then to Heim. The sound of cups clinking. We drank until all the alcohol in the room was gone and fell asleep. Get up, Tanbo. How's her? Hua. The next morning, the sweet voice of a mysterious beauty shook me awake. It's Heim. It's Heim. Oh, it's you, Heim. Wait, seriously. To be honest, since she originally had that matte black brain shell, I hadn't imagined her as a human, so the current appearance of Heim was shocking. Slightly shorter than me, occasionally blinking in rainbow colors, long milk tea-colored ponytail, a high nose, and large eyes with a level of slant not often seen even in celebrities. There was a beauty I had never seen before right there. Honestly, I'm not really good with women, or rather, I'm bad at it. Especially when faced with a beauty, I get nervous and can't speak well unless I switch into business mode. But however, I knew that the appearance of this princess could be set freely, like some sort of avatar. Even I'm not so childish as to be nervous around an avatar. I was almost calm. Honestly, I wasn't even a bit excited. Honestly, I was calm. Honestly, I was cool. Honestly, I should be able to greet her lightly as I always did with Haim. Well, maybe I felt a little thrill, just a little. Your Highness, right. Huh? Tanbo, why are you so flustered? Oh no, not flustered at all, of course. Yes, absolutely. Just as always. Totally different, isn't it? I was so nervous that suddenly I became conscious of my own posture. Am I standing properly? Tanbo, is it because Haim is a beautiful race among the ape types that you're nervous? Wow, Tanbo, are you smitten with Haim? Not like smitten or anything, sorry. A beautiful, strong-willed, narrow-eyed woman with long hair seems like the type of girl Tanbo always chooses in games. It feels like all of Tanbo's weaknesses are showing. I can't help it. I've never met such a beauty before. Well, it's natural for men to bow before Haim, but let's get used to it quickly since we're not making progress. Yes. Haim, the person inside, was like this. Isn't she different from before, different? Actually, I was really surprised. You're really a princess, huh? Of course. Huh, really, what's this about a princess? Didn't you say you're not royalty? Oh, that thing. Tanbo also has a holosign. Haim was Yuri Valakuri. Huh, oh, the one you kept because it's valuable. Wasn't she an amazing idol who disappeared suddenly at the height of her popularity? I thought Haim was a child. Mars nudges me with his paw, urging me to hand over the holosign. The body and features are a bit different, but the face is the same. Didn't you notice? I haven't really looked at the signature. Hey, what's this, Ma-chan? Huh, isn't it Haim's autograph? Haim wouldn't sign something like this. Is it fake? Huh. Taking the holosign from Mars's disappointed hands, I see that it does resemble Haim in some way. Of course, the real one has a much more sparkling aura. So, we know Haim's name is Yuri, but what's the real deal? Oh yeah, Yuri was the deceased princess of the Parrot Royal family in her past life. When that was discovered, she was recognized as a non-heir royal by the Parrot Royal family. Wow. And separately in this life, she's the eldest daughter of the Valak conglomerate, a military company, so she's an aristocrat there too. She was also selling herself as an idol, and since she referred to herself as a princess, well, in many ways, she's a princess. It's kind of complicated. I guess it's okay to call her a legitimate princess rather than a self-proclaimed one. Didn't this person disappear before? Yeah, she suddenly disappeared at the height of her popularity. So that means to the Red Guild, us. Haim suddenly crouched down on the floor and curled up small. What's wrong? Hold my hand, I'm scared. When I hold Haim's hand, she grips it back so tightly it hurts. What's going on? Was there a defect in the prosthesis or something? Maybe, because the heart is connected and the brain shell has started to move in earnest. I think the trauma from before is flashing back. The kidnapping incident happened about 5 years before I was frozen. At least for several years, it seems like she was placed inside someone's skill without being able to move Haim's trembling back, which had been standing firm until a moment ago, seemed much smaller than before, and I felt like she resembled the matte black brain shell she had until yesterday. My feelings of excitement over her beauty had subsided considerably, and I gently rubbed Haim's back with my palm as I used to do with my little sister when she was small. Somehow, I felt like the trembling had lessened a bit. Trauma like that, can it be dealt with using medicine in space? Well, if you're just a brain, medication isn't really an option. It's delicate, so drug therapy would be difficult. If you put in the wrong drugs, you could get fried. Eek. But on the other hand, I think you've received adjustments through the brain shell to prevent further deterioration. Being a cyborg seems convenient, yet inconvenient. Well, if cyborgs were perfect, everyone would be cyborgs. Apparently, in the past, cyborgs couldn't even eat, and people would go mad from the hunger signals frying their brains. Hunger, even though they're machines. This isn't what I thought a prosthetic body would be like. Well, they're not machines. In the end, even if it's just the brain, people can't escape their desires. Sex varies from person to person, but skipping meals and sleep would drive you insane and kill you. It seems so mundane. Electronic conversion of the brain has been attempted, but apparently that would transfer the soul to the next life. So will AI ever have souls in the future? I feel like I've stumbled upon something I didn't want to know. As I slowly rubbed the trembling princess's back, I looked up at the ceiling with an indescribable feeling. Section. Anyway, let's just get any small ship or something and head into space. Ultimately, Haim, who had fallen asleep while holding my hand trembling yesterday, said so with a determined expression as we discussed our future plans. In other words, her opinion seems to be to get a spaceship that fits into my junkyard and head into space first. Then we can send a beacon and have someone pick us up. Oh, someone from your family. Yeah, that's right. I won't go back, but I'll have Machan brought up. Haim, who looked stylish in my oversized hoodie, said so while poking at cup noodles with a fork pointed towards the sky. Bringing Machan up, if that's possible, would be helpful. Huh, wait, you're not going back, Haim. When I said that, Haim looked somewhat displeased and thrust the fork she had been pointing towards the sky towards me. Tanbo told me to rest slowly, didn't you? Was that a lie? Huh, no, it wasn't a lie at all. At that time, I really thought she might be a child, and if her relationship with her parents is normal, I think it would be okay for her to go back. Anyway, since news about Haim will spread, there will be war between Valak and Ridal in the future. It's better to hide in a safe zone until things calm down. Well, if you say so. War, why? Don't they have a police force or something? Don't they have a galactic police force? Because, the galactic police can't do anything against pirates. They're getting paid by both Valak and Ridal, so they won't move. Well, the galactic police can only bully the weak. Honestly, they're not well liked. Space seems more brutal than I thought. Well, if it weren't for that brutality, there wouldn't have been 1,000 years of war. But anyway, even if we send a beacon, we have to go into space. Probably the ship that goes into Tanbo's junkyard would be a shuttle, so even though it can enter the atmosphere, it probably can't escape. Let's get launched on this rocket. It seems like they're launching satellites and stuff. But can individuals even do that? As I asked, Haim tilted her eyes upward and gently stroked her chin as if contemplating something. Perhaps she's searching the internet. Oh yeah, we might need to tidy up our appearance. Should we start a company? A company, as in a space development enterprise, that's not something you can just. No, since practical spacecraft are available, I think it's quite straightforward. No, wouldn't people find it hard to believe if we suddenly said we built a spaceship? We don't even have a small office, let alone a small factory. We're 3 individuals with no credibility. Even if we were to present an actual spaceship, we probably wouldn't even get a test. It's difficult to grasp the concept of a planet without spaceships. If there were finished products, that would be fine, right? If credibility is needed, shall we spend some time setting up a fake factory? Plus, we could earn money by doing seemingly legitimate business while we're at it. If only we had atmospheric escape boosters the size of shuttlecraft, but such niche items are hard to come by. From an Earth perspective, it seems plausible. Could we not make something like atmospheric escape shuttles, similar to the anti-gravity devices on your body adjustment apparatus? A mere anti-gravity device for levitation and a gravity control device used for ship control are technically almost entirely different. It's like saying a steam engine and a nuclear reactor are the same because they both use steam to turn a turbine. Not everything in space technology is possible. As I was fascinated by the story of Mars, Haim suddenly pointed at me. So Tanbo, you'll be the president. What, me? You're the only one here a local. That's true, but I'm a student. It feels like too much of a burden. But as I look at Mars and Haim, they both nod slowly with serious expressions. With me around, you can relax and take on the role confidently. I'm not saying you have to seriously run a company, just presentable enough. It's just a slightly larger-scale procurement agency. Indeed, I enjoyed being a procurement agent, so I guess I could do it if it's an extension of that. But even though it's just a title, I'm the president. I don't know anything about business etiquette, and I only have the suit made for my university entrance ceremony. Well, that's settled then. Tanbo is also being suspected by the locals, right? Are you going to live in obscurity forever? If you're setting up a company, might as well cover up a few things. Oh, that might help. I've been worried about the impact when I try to get a job. When I said that, Haim exclaimed in surprise, Huh, did I say something weird? Get a job? With Earth companies? What are you talking about? If you have a junkyard, there are plenty of other things you could do. Haim, say more. Tonbo's still working part-time at a pizza place. Why are you bringing that up? It's fine, isn't it? When I couldn't become a procurement agent, it's important to always take precautions in this unstable era. No matter how much space stuff we get, without money, we can't even buy food at the supermarket. Well, anyway, let's start the company. Oh, then I have to go to the office and get the necessary documents. Can you give me a list? I'll go pick them up on my way home from school. Why? Well, setting up a company takes quite some time. Check your smartphone. With Haim's words, I heard a beep from my smartphone, and when I looked at the browser, an unfamiliar web page was displayed. What's this? Kawashima Trading Co. Limited. Business content, space development, import and export, system hardware development, online retail. President, Tonbo Kawashima? That's me. What's this? When did? I made it just now. It's already legally established since last year. I've even settled the taxes under the company's name. That was fast. As I said that, Haim snorted and puffed out her chest. You see, Tonbo, Haim has been working just with leaked thought waves and in self-closing state all this time. Come to think of it, that's true. Mars is that amazing. It's not something that can usually be done since it's not designed that way. The amazing thing about Haim is being able to do things that aren't normally possible. Haim put her hand on her chest and continued proudly. Frankly, with the full energy supply now, there's enough capacity for Haim to handle a planetary-class battleship. So this little planet's tiny internet is completely under my control. Even though it's optimized for calculations, I think planetary class might be a bit much. Ignoring Mars's interjection, Haim jerked her chin towards me. What? You can pat me. Sure. Maybe because I occasionally petted her when she was brain shell, she might think I like petting her head. I wiped my slightly sweaty palm on my pants and gently stroked Haim's head, which was breathing heavily with a proud look. After stroking her hair, which was incredibly smooth compared to my younger sister's hair that I used to pet, for a while, Haim suddenly returned her head to its original position. Now, as for working capital, or rather, a show of funds. I gathered about 100 million from seemingly unproblematic slush funds and put them in an account. 100 million. Even if it's a slush fund, if that much disappears, it's bound to cause a stir, but well, since the thief is a Galactic-class hacker, there's no way they'll reach me. It's not my money, so I can't use it, but can't I at least touch the million-yen bills as a commemoration? And Tonbo, you're doing business with funding and technology support from Machan's and Haim's hometown. I've set it up so that the connection to the hometown leads to Awaji Island's stray dungeon. Awaji Island, where a giant tortoise appeared, causing the entire island to evacuate. That makes it the perfect cover story. No one can go there to check, no one can go there to check. Exactly. Well, since it's easy like this, you can rely on us in the future. T2 amazing. I bowed to Haim and handed her a chocolate bar from the junkyard. Oh, what's this? Are you impressed by Haim's charisma? Haim, please, with your grace, could you, just for the required second foreign language? Are you stupid? If you're going to ask for something like that, just quit university. Please somehow. By the way, Tonbo, is there any point in going to university when you're the president? You don't need to job hunt, you know. Can I bet my life on a virtual company like this? I have my life plan. As long as the junkyard is connected to the far reaches of space, I think Tonbo's life will probably be like this forever. Well, I thought that might be true. I dragged my heavy feet out of the house to go to the prestigious Tokyo University I had struggled to enter. The warm sunshine illuminated the rickety apartment stairs, and my pocket smartphone continued to beep incessantly. I checked the screen of my phone to see if it's still beeping, but it's not. It's a history of calls from fictitious investors of our company that are trying to create an alibi, going back to the past. I switched the overly noisy smartphone to silent mode and let out a long sigh as I headed to the station. Section, oh, that's about right, a little more to the right. Yeah. March in the 22nd year of the new calendar. As the president of a company I didn't quite understand, I was brushing Mars, the executive director, while watching TV. It was because it seemed to be the shedding season for cat-like aliens, which happens twice a year. Even Earth cats do it. This brush isn't bad. Oh, is that so? Then should we also put this in the junkyard? In space, during shedding season, the body washers naturally remove the fur. so they might not need it. Well then, is it no good? Apparently, there are washing and drying machines in space that can be used like baths. It might be convenient when you're busy, but I still prefer soaking in hot water. As I thought about this, I changed the brush sheet, and a stern voice came from Haim, who was manipulating a machine next to us, resembling a two-connected rice cooker. Don't you guys ever think about helping Haim a little? Can't expect a sailor with shallow knowledge to understand how to handle industrial machinery. Oh, should I make some coffee? Yes please. Haim is currently setting up industrial machinery from space for the production of our company's products. This was obtained through exchange at Mars's insistence, using all the space gold nuggets, also known as stabilizing Mauha, from my family, and exchanging them with Haim's family. It's a luxury item worth about 10 years of Mars's salary when converted to money. And it's a useful machine that can synthesize anything, including expired universal patents. In other words, a space 3D printer with vast amounts of data. But isn't that synthesis machine amazing? If everyone had one, wouldn't they stop buying things? Well, not really. If there were machines that could make chopsticks, paper, or old sweets at home, would you use them every day? Well, paper can also be used for toilet paper. That's because there's a cleaning function in the toilet in space, so it's unnecessary. Then for business use. In factories, items can be made for about 1/100th or even 1/10,000th of the cost using this machine. Can you compete with that? I sat down next to Haim, who was tinkering with the machine, with a cafe latte with sugar and milk. So what's this for? This is for colonization. It's a versatile synthesis machine for living a minimally human life in untapped land without even a single electric wire. I see, there's also a demand for that in the universe, where there are places that are not connected to anywhere in the true sense. You take this instead of a knife, lighter, or water purifier. But with this, you're going to make item boxes and barrier devices in the future, right? It's still amazing, isn't it? Yeah, it's for the cover story and alibi for procurement company. Since spatial expansion technology and force field generation technology are relatively outdated fields, the patents have long since expired. I made sure to get the patents for useful things here as well. Under a different name from our hometown, though. Don't patents have proper examinations? There are sloppy places everywhere. As long as you can create a minimum convincing path, it doesn't have to be in this country. As Haim said this, she twirled her index finger proudly and took a sip of the cafe latte I handed her. You're really efficient, Haim. Did you have a job like this in the past? Ma-chan knows, right? I was an idol in Idol. Come to think of it, what do space idols do? Haim snorted at my question and glanced at me with narrowed golden eyes, looking proud. The same as Earth, showing dreams. Saying that, she laughed defiantly. Of course, Haim wasn't just singing and dancing on stage. She could handle everything from shooting, broadcasting, and promotion to operating stage equipment. She was a super galactic idol. Oh, that's why you had a calculation-specialized brain shell. Entertainment industry, especially idols, they have to specialize in calculations because they do electronic warfare-like things during promotions, so there's no choice but to focus on computation. Hey, idols do electronic warfare. What kind of things do they do? Excited by the sound of the words, I asked, but the answer I got from Haim was rather dull, or rather, even muddy. They crush other idols' ads and display their own ads. Just that. Just that. Is there something else? No, there might not be. To my somewhat disappointed expression, Mars continued, brushing her hair herself. Space's advertising wars are intense, adding to the conversation. There are advertising agencies that develop inexpensive bodies instead of displaying ads in view. Clothes with ads being distributed as part of poverty support. And when you get off a ship in the city, your eyes are filled with ads. Isn't that liveliness nice? I don't understand the city folks' sense. Oh, and the worst thing is hacking public institutions and interstellar broadcasts to run ads. They use every trick in the book. Don't hacking like that have penalties? It does. With a gleeful smile, Haim moved her fingers excitedly. Idols report each other's illegal ads. How to block the report meant for you and let the other report through is key. Haim is really good at that. There were talks about an outrageous hacker team, but to think she did it herself. Well, there was a team too. Oh right, Heim. She was betrayed by that guy. It's dark, it's cold here. Heim. Heim curled up, trembling, and only her arms moved as if seeking something. When I held her hand, she squeezed it back tightly with strong force. As I slowly rubbed her back, I felt like the trembling had lessened a bit. You touched on trauma. Let's stop talking about your idle days, Heim. Heim can't sleep at night without holding my hand. It's been 2 months since she was rescued from the unimaginable prison of skills. Her emotional scars were too deep to fathom. Section: Year 22 of the Lost Calendar, April. Fresh new students entered the school, creating new human relationships in classrooms and cafeterias, bustling with freshness. But with new people entering the school environment, there were also those leaving for a new environment, society. In front of the entrance plaza of Tokyo's 4th dungeon, where Mars and I had come back for the first time in a while, such people were overflowing. Listen, it goes without saying that the dungeon is a dangerous place. That includes this relatively safe East 4th dungeon. If you don't understand any questions, ask the head of the strongest clan, Tamaki, the instructor. Yes, Mr. Tamaki. Mr. Tamaki, is this spear really okay as a weapon? It'll do. Can I go home on time today? I have plans to drink with friends. How should I know? Mr. Tamaki, is it okay to carry a crossbow with the string drawn? Read the manual. Mr. Tamaki, these boots I got have a blister. Those boots have a little quirk. Should I tell you how to soften them later, or are you on Messenger? Feel free to ask anything. Mr. Tamaki. What is it? What's that? That is, what could it be? Chapter 7. Furicake Cats and Running Around. After negotiations with the self-defense force went positively, and we were finally free, we found ourselves back underground. We were at the first relay point of Tokyo's 4th dungeon, in the underground Lake Plaza. Despite having toilets, rest areas, and ashtrays all prepared and ready, no one had approached us yet, perhaps because we didn't know anyone or maybe because we looked too strange in our powered suits with yellow cloth wrapped around us. It's boring, isn't it? Didn't it start like this in 3rd dungeon too? Just be patient. As I stared at Mars, who was busy spinning the gacha for the latest social game, I heard a voice. Ah! Looking up, I saw an adventurer approaching us, with 2 gold-ornamented swords at his waist. It was someone from 3rd dungeon, the protagonist of a harem-light novel, Mr. Kanki. Hey, the procurement agent is here. You really did reopen business in 4th dungeon as you said on social media. Mr. Kanki. Long time no see, you've returned to Tokyo. Yeah, rural areas are inconvenient. Stuff from online shopping takes forever to arrive, and they try to set me up for arranged marriages without my consent. Brother, you're popular even in your hometown. It's not about being popular. The last one was a 14-year-old girl, you know. I had to run away, even though my skills aren't that great. I think Kanki's skill was drawing the sword. He mentioned he learned cooking with a skill orb he obtained in 3rd dungeon. Oh, by the way, where are your 2 companions? Oh, those 2 went back to their hometown and got married. They were close with Ebisu, so there were some unresolved issues. Ebisu was from the party Ebisu Hedgehog, who got stranded in the dungeon because of the dragon in 3rd dungeon. 2 of them were buried alive, and the other 2 were pushed to the brink of death. They disbanded the party, but the aftermath was apparently more significant than expected. Oh, but I've formed a new party, so let me introduce you. Hey, Sato and the others. The party Kanki called over consisted of 3 beautiful young women. Oh boy, the harem has expanded. I felt somewhat uneasy as I exchanged greetings with the new guests. While we were chatting with Kanki and his group, a party of balaclava-wearing individuals who said they came after seeing our social media posts joined us too, turning the front of the store into a reunion of 3rd dungeon alumni. To be honest, there were rumors that you guys got arrested. While flipping his balaclava halfway and smoking a cigarette, the carefree guy said with a grin, Why? Well, the self-defense force guys were asking around about you. Yeah, although they didn't wear any rank insignia, you could tell they were different from regular folks by their posture. We don't do anything bad. The guy who runs an illegal stall in the labyrinth is saying that. You don't even pay taxes. As he said this, I tapped the chest of my work overalls with my right thumb. There, embroidered in gold thread, was Kawashima General Trading. What's that? We've incorporated. Eh? So Mars, did you become the president? No, it's me. I'm the president. Mars is the managing director. That's what everyone thinks. I chuckled and pointed to myself, and the two of them grinned. Mars looks more dignified, though. Oh, by the way, what about university? Did you finally drop out? I haven't. I'll graduate properly. Hey, don't tease our president too much, okay? Mars tilted his head with a bothered expression. Well, my presidency was decided by the Kawashima family. Sorry. But seriously, why did you incorporate? You had a good business without having to pay taxes. Well, it's related to my suppliers and all that jazz. I've been able to procure various things like the reinforced exoskeletons that Tonbo's riding, but it's not as smooth sailing as it used to be. Oh, really? That sounds intriguing. Yeah, speaking of which, I've been curious. What exactly is that thing Tonbo's riding? You mean this? Hehe, this is a powered suit. With a flourish, he points at my powered suit, and I spin around with a slight whirring sound. A powered suit. Let me show you. I step back and then jump vertically, higher than the others' heads, before gracefully landing back on the ground. Thanks to the dampers, my legs don't ache at all. The onlookers gasp in awe. Is that Gundam for sale? It must cost a fortune. How much? Can I try it out? With eyes shining like a child's behind his balaclava, Kimu-san eagerly gestures with both hands. Try it out, sure thing, Tonbo. Oh, right. I press the button on my collar, and the locks all over my body disengage. Despite the rough terrain, the powered suit remains in an upright position. Its appearance in this state is akin to a skeletal framework of a doll, with fittings that automatically adjust upon boarding. Do I stand on these footmarks? Exactly, step onto the fittings, then press the button on your collar. Wow, amazing. Kimu-san, now equipped with the powered suit, delivers punches and kicks with precision, jumps almost touching the ceiling, and then casually lifts a rock from the ground. Whoa, it's not heavy at all. It's like a real Gundam. Kimu-san, me too, let me try. Kimo, me too, switch with me. Wow, I want to try it too. As Kimu-san sets down the rock, the others crowd around, and he is forcibly removed from the powered suit. Wow, it's the powered armor of my dreams. I'm next. Ladies first, right? Hey, this isn't some branded merchandise, you know. Well, I understand the excitement. But Kimu-san, still somewhat disgruntled from being removed, scratches his head while watching the scuffle over the suit. He attempts to lift the rock with his bare hands before giving up midway. How much does it cost? Right now, it's around 20 million. Wow, well, that's about right. And what about power? Inside the frame, there's a fine fluid that keeps moving, generating power automatically. It's a technology used in space, honestly a bit outdated. But even such technology is mind-blowing on Earth. What? That's incredible technology. Apparently, it's a recently developed patented technology. As Kimu-san's eyes widen in amazement, Mars explains nonchalantly. Well, what else do you have? Any other cool products? We have various things, like this, for example, an all-purpose seasoning. Seasoning? It's seriously amazing. This versatile seasoning called Kantaro makes anything absolutely delicious. This seasoning is, I'll say it again, seriously delicious. Despite not being a big eater, I polished off 3 cups of rice cooked in a rice cooker in one go. Calling this amazing, seriously. No, I'll give you a sample. It's absolutely delicious. Once you taste it, you'll understand its greatness. My family back home, to whom I sent samples last week, is already asking for more. It's like eating addictive narcotics. It's hard to believe that only ordinary ingredients are used, but according to Haim, it seems to be true. Okay. And along with the samples, I'll also give you this beneficial toner, Plump Plump, for your wife. It hasn't been approved yet, but it's of the quality endorsed by our female vice president. This product only uses popular ingredients found on Earth, unlike the food sector, which turned into a mess due to people from another world bringing in all sorts of items, resulting in stringent inspections delaying approval for cosmetics. It hasn't been approved yet, is that okay? It's a long-standing product from the importer, so it's fine. I've also tested it myself. Well, I suppose. As I handed the skeptical Kimu the snacks and toner, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning, I saw 3 ladies from Kenki's party, smiling and holding out their hands. Wouldn't it be better to promote cosmetics to women? We'll try it too. Having multiple female opinions is always good, right? Oh, yes, I suppose. Despite hesitating, as I handed them the toner, they extended their other hands eagerly. Big sister wants to try tasty snacks too. We'll buy again if it's good. Is that okay? Unable to refuse, I handed them the snacks, and they returned to the line for powered suit test rides, looking satisfied. Big brother always teams up with assertive women, huh? Well, everyone has their preferences. Oh, Kimu, let me continue with the product introduction. Look at this capsule. Still going on with this. This can also be useful for dungeon exploration. As I tossed the capsule, about the size of a pen for a notebook, to the ground, a partition with a door appeared instantly. This is an automatic partition that expands when you press the button and throw it. With this and a portable toilet, you can have a restroom anywhere. What's amazing is its automatic folding technology, allowing it to return to its original capsule form with just one touch. Isn't that the folding capsule? Kimu, who had been gaping, interrupted my explanation, shouting loudly. You should have introduced this before the snacks and toner. Oh, is that so? I thought the Cantero was more impressive. What's that? It's amazing. Can it return to its original state? It can, thanks to Kimu's loud voice. People other than Kimu's party and Kenki's party, who had gathered around the powered suits, also showed interest and came over. As I demonstrated folding the partition back into a capsule in front of the crowd, there were exclamations of admiration. Kawashima General Trading? You guys are a company. Do you develop these kinds of things? We mostly import, but we have some in-house development too. If you request from our website, we'll send you the catalog URL, so feel free to ask. Is there also cigarettes, since there's an ashtray over there? Yes, we have them. That day, along with the unveiling of new products, our faces were also recognized. There were also several requests for estimates and catalog URLs from those who tried the powered suits. So, we were able to establish ourselves in Toyofor from the first day and start doing business successfully. Section. In the 22nd year of the lost calendar in May, I was still kneeling on the cold floor of the room, even though it was spring. Tanbo, didn't I tell you, princess, there are only 3 of you. Don't try to expand too much. Yes. And when was that? What did you say? I said I'm fine with just selling at the site myself. Haim, what did I tell you? We're not desperate for Earth's money, so prioritize high-priced items. Yes. Then what's this pile of orders for daily necessities? The website doesn't say anywhere that we accept orders by email. Haim, sitting at the kotatsu table, pointed at the TV screen, which was displaying the email inbox of Kawashima General Trading. There, a row of emails requesting orders for seasonings and facial lotion was lined up. Yes, the seasonings and facial lotion distributed to acquaintances last month were a big hit. The rave reviews had spread from the dungeon to various places, resulting in a massive influx of orders returning to me. I never expected this turn of events. I just wanted to introduce some tasty things from space to my friends. The negotiations with the self-defense forces haven't been finalized yet, you know. There's a possibility that we'll start receiving a ton of orders for powered exoskeletons soon. And now, the seasonings is out of stock and sales are suspended. Well, actually, Sawara from the Defense Equipment Agency also wants to order seasonings before the powered exoskeletons. It might sound a bit exaggerated, but if the seasonings doesn't sell well at this crucial moment of building sales records, it could potentially complicate things for the powered exoskeletons. I can't believe things have come to this. Oh, it's on TV again, seriously, they never inform us. As the princess changed the TV screen to the regular broadcast, a plump cross-dressing celebrity was seen devouring rice sprinkled with seasonings. This seasonings is only sold in dungeons. Huh, really? Why? Because the president of Kawashima General Trading, who produces it, is an adventurer from another world, Cat Sith. Oh my, that's fascinating. Being introduced as the president without my consent was bad enough, but it wasn't even me. It was a photo of Mars. I don't expect fairness from the media on this planet, but why am I being treated as the president instead of Tanbo? Well, maybe because your name sounds glamorous. And also because it's more amusing. Damn it, should I hack into all the channels and expose their shady dealings? Please don't do that. Hearing it from someone who can actually do it is terrifying. Well, for now, we'll just have to deal with it one by one. Haim, what's the most pressing issue right now? The delivery of the products. Production can be managed, but we only have Tanbo and Machan as the delivery points for customers, and with this many orders coming in, we won't be able to do anything else. How about setting up an online store? Who's going to handle packing and shipping? Tanbo-kun. Sorry. Please spare me from that. I bowed deeply. If I had to do this much packing every day, I wouldn't be able to attend university anymore. Although Haim said she would stay for a while even after Mars returns, I couldn't make the decision to quit university and bet on this company. I worked so hard to get in. Well, setting up an online store isn't a bad idea. With Haim around, we could fend off parasites. They call them resellers on this planet, right? We can handle that too, right? Oh, those kinds of people. We'll handle them. It's inevitable in this primitive economic environment. They don't exist in space. Transportation costs are high in space, so they're basically wiped out. Wiped out? Most of them are part of pirate business. Ah, I see. Anyway, if packing and shipping are the issues, why not hire people? Well, that's true, but who's going to manage them? Not Haim. Isn't that Tanbo's job? Pop manage the local office, right? Am I supposed to manage it, hire and give instructions, and then see the results? Even delivering pizzas would probably be too much for me, let alone this, and I don't really have many acquaintances in Tokyo. Searching for someone who seems free, I took out my smartphone and froze for a moment when I saw the name at the top of my contacts. There's someone who seems free. Without hesitation, I made the call and waited while the ringtone played. Hello, this is Abukuma. Ah, Abukuma-san, would you like to work part-time? The person was Abukuma-san, a former member of Ebisu Hedgehog who was supposed to be in rehabilitation after fracturing her leg. When I met Abukuma-san at the cafe after a long time, she appeared walking normally. Dressed more calmly than usual, she showed her usual smile with the familiar shadows under her eyes, looking a bit thinner. Abukuma-san, long time no see. Is your leg okay now? The cast is off for now. I'm in rehabilitation, but it might take about 4 more months before I can move vigorously. I see. So, if it's just light work, I'm okay with it. Kumiko O. Yashikawa. Would you mind hiring her too? Yashikawa was a bespectacled woman from the same party as Abukuma-san. I heard she had a temporary cardiac arrest while being transported from the dungeon, but I guess she was fine. That's fine. Yashikawa-san, have she been discharged already? In the end, there were no lasting effects, and she's physically fine. But mentally, she's not doing great. She's been shutting herself in at home lately. Well, she almost died, so would she come if called? When Mars asked, Abukuma-san took a sip of her cider through a straw and smiled only at the corner of her mouth. Well, it wasn't severe enough that she couldn't talk to people. We both need to be able to do light work. Neither of us knows if we can return to being adventurers. Then, why don't you two just get a job at Tanbo's company? No, it'd be too much for us to rely on a college kid to that extent. We're too old for that. We appreciate the thought, though. Well, that's true. Even as a college student, I wouldn't want to entrust my life to a startup run by an unremarkable college student. Well, for now, let's consider it a part-time job. We'll pay the minimum wage in Tokyo plus 20%. Is it okay to be so generous? I wouldn't complain even if it were just the minimum wage. It's something we decided after discussing with our vice president. We're doing quite well, so it's okay. We have a big deal coming up too. Wow, you're doing great. Well then, I'll be counting on you for a while. Abukuma-san bowed her head, and I did too. The part-time job that started that day would later become a salary plus commission, but no one knew that at the time. Section. We seriously don't have enough people. Is that so? In June of the 22nd year of the Lost Era, we were struggling with a severe labor shortage. Abukuma-san and Yashikawa-san were sitting tiredly near the entrance of the old factory. We rented to cover up the one-man household synthetics business run by the princess. The work itself is simplified, and it's convenient that the shipping is handled by a contractor, but it's mentally tough when the orders keep increasing. Even if you say don't worry, you still worry, right? Kawashima-kun, wouldn't you worry if you were in the opposite position? Well, I probably would worry. This is probably a problem that won't be solved even if we increase the salary. We should probably rely on agents for this kind of recruitment, but according to Haim, Our situation is too specialized and secretive to rely on them. Even if we did, only government officials would be sent over. Sis, do you know anyone? Even if I did, there's only adventurers around here. Even if it's the wife of an adventurer or a friend of a brother. If it's within your management range, it's okay to hire more people. Am I the one interviewing them? It's just a part-time job, you know. Abukuma-san, Yoshikawa-san, about that. Could you two somehow become full-time employees at our company? I bowed deeply as I asked. I had no connections or achievements, and honestly, I had no one to rely on other than these two. In a normal company, you'd start small and gradually expand with the help of employees. However, due to my incompetence, our company, which had suddenly been asked for supply far beyond our means, was forced into a precarious recruitment process. Full-time employees, well, it's probably an unexpected opportunity, and it's not like I don't trust the president, but please, please. Just by bowing my head, I can sense a somewhat troubled expression from Abukuma-san and the others. Well, for the time being, can't we just hire them to make the work easier? After all, according to the laws of this country, employees can quit whenever they want. If join now, you'd be an instant department head. Department head, Abukuma-san, who initially seemed doubtful, brightens up slightly at the suggestion from our executive director. Nice one, Mars. Keep pushing. Hey, Mars-kun, what about me? What about me? If you join, you'd be an instant section chief. Seeing the not-so-unhappy reaction from Yoshikawa-san, Abukuma-san turns to me with a vague smile, cracking his neck. Well, let me think about it a bit more. Of course. Honestly, just having them working part-time for us is incredibly helpful. I can't push them any further. I bow my head once more and hand them the snacks I bought before heading back. Unable to rely on Haim, and even then, unable to complain about the situation, all I can do is straightforwardly recruit people. Mars and I venture into 4th dungeon again today, hoping against hope as we approach our few acquaintances. So, Kimu-san, do you know anyone who's looking for work? No one wants to do light work like that, just advertise normally. I have my reasons for not wanting to advertise normally. I'd like to gather people through acquaintances. Do you seriously think people would refer others for a job with reasons? Well, it's not like there's anything shady going on. Look, we've been getting a lot of attention for our seasoning, so we just don't want to hire any weirdos. You won't know if they're weird until you hire and work with them. That's true. Is there anyone, perhaps a retired adventurer with some time on their hands? This job pays well. And even if someone retired, they'd probably have enough money, so I doubt they'd take a part-time job. Maybe someone who had to retire due to injury or illness. But you know, those kinds of people are usually hard to find. That's true. If your company offers discounts on things like those powered suits, it might change the game, though. Discounts, Well, cutting-edge equipment like that is expensive. If it's just a part-time job, some people might not bother. But if it supplements their main income, some might refer their acquaintances. I see. Come to think of it, there's a part-time worker at the pizza place I work at who buys pizza with an employee discount. Even with the discounted price, pizza is still expensive, but that person would buy it once a month, saying, "It feels like a great deal." Discounts? Well, even if I wanted to buy a powered suit, it's not something I'd buy often. And seasonings or cosmetics aren't expensive enough to feel like a significant discount, a deal, right? It just needs to feel like a deal. Kimu-san, is there anything you want? Why are you asking all of a sudden? Well, I could go for another pack of smokes. As he says this, he tosses the cigarette he smoked down to the bottom of the ashtray can. Here's 100 yen. What do you mean? Despite his puzzled expression, Kimu-san hands over the 100 yen and takes the cigarette. Oops, did I phrase that wrong? Oh, sorry about that. I don't necessarily need something right away. I was just wondering if there's anything you'd like to have for daily life or work, you know. Yeah, I changed my mindset. Instead of employee discounts, I thought we could do limited releases. Adding more products randomly will only lead to more manpower shortages. So, if we provide exclusive and convenient products only available to employees, they might spread through word of mouth and help us recruit employees effortlessly. That's what I thought. Oh, even if you suddenly say that. As Kimu, with a pensive expression, lit his cigarette, a familiar face appeared beside him. It was Kenki, the protagonist of a real-life harem novel, leading his cheerful harem party. "I'll have a cigarette too, and coffee." "Oh, Kenki-san, long time no see." 400 yen. He immediately offered the change, then lit his cigarette and opened a canned coffee, still in his cheerful demeanor. "What were you talking about?" "Did I interrupt?" "No, not at all. We were just asking Kimu if there's anything he wants for daily life or work." "Oh, getting more stuff for us again." "Well, only if I can find it." "Oh, by the way, Kenki-san, I wanted to ask." What is it?" "Do you happen to know anyone looking for a job?" "A job as in legitimate work? Well, I don't think so. All my acquaintances are adventurers." "Oh, I see. Well, it's not something I should be looking for in a place like this. But there aren't many acquaintances I can trust who aren't adventurers. There are some from university or part-time jobs, but they've just rejected me outright. I've been thinking about it, but if I had to pick something, it would be air freshener." "Air freshener?" As I asked, Kimu seemed slightly troubled, scratching his chin. "Well, my daughter's been making a lot of noise when I get home lately. It'd be nice to have something to freshen up after washing her feet outside." "Wow, that sounds tough. Seems like quite a hassle. You guys will end up like that too once you have a family." "Is that how it goes?" "My sister doesn't really talk about that kind of stuff." "Well, it's one demand." Foot deodorant noted. "Kenki-san, is there anything you'd like to have?" "Well, I'd be in trouble if you asked me that again." "Oh, right, hey, hold on a sec." As Kenki turned around and called out to his party members, gesturing to them. "What's up? Did you forget your wallet? I'm thinking about what our procurement guy should bring in for new products. If you have any requests, let me know." "Requests, I have some. That toner, you know. I'd like more products from that brand. I want more variety of soups. I want lots of seasonal items from Starbucks. You can keep them in the item box, right? My friend seems to be troubled with athlete's foot." "Isn't that your problem, not your friend's?" As the scene in front of the shop suddenly became noisy, Mars and two other guys went somewhere, leaving me alone to listen to the endless demands of the ladies with a solemn face. After conducting surveys with almost all of our familiar customers, I returned home, took a bath, changed into my tracksuit, and spent some leisure time before dinner. Even on a humid night in June, our room was comfortable. The environmental control unit silently released comfortable air at the right temperature, adjusting the humidity in the air. Last year, pests were a frequent occurrence, but now, a device similar to a mosquito coil completely blocked them. In the kitchen, Haim, who had taken charge of meal preparations with the proclamation, "I can't stand your sloppy meals," was frying something in her white jersey, the roomwear. Meanwhile, on the TV, a long-running series of robot anime was playing in the background. To the soundtrack of the anime, Mars and I were engrossed in a space war game we had recently become addicted to. So, by deploying the probe on the 8th turn, it allowed us to ignore the opponent's combat robots. Mars tapped on the antenna icon displayed on the board game placed on the kotatsu table, and a circular light beamed from it, projecting a floating icon of a robot's head at a slightly distant location. Probes can be used in various ways. Tanbo is too eager for battle. Any strong unit can't unleash its full potential unless it engages in combat. But doesn't this cool space dice machine make you want to roll a lot? As I pressed the button on the side of the dice machine placed at the edge of the board game, 3 peculiarly shaped dice enclosed in a clear case spun at super high speed. Emitting light from the engraved numbers as they spun, they collided with each other, darting around inside the clear case before settling at the bottom. This is so cool, isn't it? Only kids like you would be delighted by that. All the men on Earth love this kind of stuff. Anyway, let's have another round, considering our previous mistakes. Okay, but Tanbo is responsible for cleaning the bathroom. Move over, you two. Dinner's ready. Oh, we'll move right away. We quickly folded and put away the board game, clearing the kotatsu table. Placed on the table were dishes of yumashizo fried rice, gathered by the princess on pastel pink plates, and barley tea served in individual cups. Mine was a mug that came with the limited edition of the game, Mars's was a teacup with a fish's name written on it, and the princess's was a stylish American-made cherry blossom-colored cup. I thought about replacing mine with something cool as I looked at the mug with the game logo, but I felt hesitant to replace something that was still usable. Is there something wrong with the tea? No, I was just thinking, maybe it's time to replace the cups. Isn't that a good idea? Let's match with Haim. What about Ma-chan? I like this cup, it's sturdy. Okay, just Tanbo then. I've ordered the same type of green one as Haim's. As expected of the princess, she decided promptly. Maybe I'll use the game mug as a pen holder. Anyway, how's this fried rice? It's a recipe that's been buzzing on the internet. Yeah, it's light and delicious. It has a nice tanginess to it. By the way, can those combat robots, like the ones in the game, be made with that synthesizer? As I watched the robot anime on TV and asked, Mars looked puzzled. Why? Just wondering what the real ones would be like. I guess they would be similar to what Tanbo imagines. If they're similar to what I imagine, then I definitely want to see them. I glanced at the princess, and our eyes met. It's not that we don't have combat robots in our lineup, but the ones currently in use are from the 18th generation, so we can only make ones from around the 5th generation, from the era long before that, about 8 meters tall. 8 meters? So can you ride and control them? You can, but you can ride them. Could I pilot one too? It's not that difficult. With models from 200 years ago or so, you probably wouldn't even need neural connections. With that said, I suddenly wanted to ride one even more. We have that old factory rented for an alibi, right? Since only the shipping department is using it now, there's space. Can't we make one there? We could, but why? It's not a matter of why. It's every man's dream, combat robots. As I said this, Haim looked at Mars with a cold gaze. Ma-chan, he's saying this, but what do you think? It's not a dream. Well, to space people, that might be reality, but there are people on Earth who stake their lives on that too. Surely, there are plenty of men who would give their lives if they could ride a combat robot. Right. My old man would probably offer himself up without hesitation. Well, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. If it's 8 meters, it can fit into Tanbo's junkyard, and it wouldn't hurt to have it ready in case something like that dragon appears. But Mars continued. What about the materials? And for combat robots, self-generation isn't enough, so fuel is needed too. Isn't it possible to exchange them from space? Ah well, Valak is at war too. They can't spare resources like those for combat robots, no matter how much we ask. I see. But if we miss this chance to control an 8-meter giant, we might never have another opportunity like this again. While contemplating this as I ate fried rice, Mars suddenly exclaimed, Ah, Haim, what about Maglegant? Oh, the one that's called magic stones over here. Well, it's an energy substance, so it can be converted into various resources, but it's inefficient, you know. Can it be done with magic stones? When I asked, Haim answered, seemingly uninterested, while gazing at her pink-painted nails. Magic stones are soft stones that can be taken from the organs of dungeon monsters. They seem to be mainly used as catalysts, but they can be used for various purposes. Well, as long as you have high output energy, you can convert materials, but it's not like you can make reinforced exoskeletons from scrap iron and stones, you know. You need a lot of low-impurity copper, iron, aluminum, etc. Collect, I'll gather them. With materials like that, they could be easily bought and gathered. At times like this, I'm grateful for having an item box from the bottom of my heart. Tanbo, what about the magic stones? For that, I'm thinking of buying them from adventurers. Magic stones aren't prohibited from being bought and sold. Even adventurers belonging to companies go to the dungeon to gather magic stones. However, to buy a large amount from the Dungeon Management Association, you need to undergo screening as a business operator, and the intended use will also be investigated, so that might be tough. You want them to be tied to us. Isn't that too strict? Our company doesn't have any credibility at all. I have a plan for that. I've been asking around since noon today. Actually, I have one idea, and if it works out, we might be able to solve both the magic stone and employment problems. What do you mean? I don't know why, but Mars asked with a slightly disgusted expression. First of all, we're currently dealing in cash, right? What if we tried using points instead? Points? Adventurers would sell magic stones to our company, and we would pay them in points. Then, those points could be used to purchase special items that can't be bought with Japanese yen, and those points could also be obtained by having their family members work for us. How about that? named the Kawashima Point Economic Zone. In the future, I hope to make it usable for various other things and create a large economic zone with many people. Well, maybe that's not necessary. Oh, I see. That's a decent idea. Am I not always decent? You say that a lot. So, who's going to do the priority sales and discounted sales tasks? As Mars poked my side and I poked him back with my elbow, Haim's cold voice echoed at the dining table after she put down her spoon. Of course, it will be the people we hire from now on. So, even before new people come in, those tasks will come up, right? That's true. You're not going to make the newcomers do it, are you? Even though we're already short on people, with you trying to call back adventurers who have gone home, Abukuma-san might get angry, you know. No, of course not. Tanbo, didn't you have something planned? Don't you realize that just winging it without any proper preparation won't work? Well, I mean, I understand. You understand, right? Under Haim's pressure, my legs naturally shift into a seiza position. Mars slowly slips away from between Haim and me, taking everyone's dishes to the kitchen sink. Tanbo's ideas are great, but Tanbo doesn't understand how to manage people at all. Yes. Haim's words ring true, and my thoughts are embarrassingly shallow. Ultimately, the tutoring from the galaxy's strongest individual entrepreneur to the rookie CEO of a frontier planet, as well as the clumsy presentation of a new business, continued until the late-night anime started playing on the still-on television. Section, in the 22nd year of the new calendar, July. I finally quit my part-time job at the pizza place and devoted myself entirely to being a company president on days and nights when I didn't have college. One reason was that I no longer had to worry about money thanks to the company's income. But the main reason was undoubtedly that I now had people other than family to feed and take responsibility for. Haim's influence, urging me to have the consciousness of someone who employs people, was also significant. From that day on, I would spend my days going into dungeons, helping Haim make products for exchange points at night, assembling products that required things like powered suits, studying third-class bookkeeping, and so on, all in a steady manner. And in between all that, I would continue to consult with Haim, and despite being rejected repeatedly, finally bring the Kawashima Point Economic Zone plan with me. Today, I visited a dungeon, slightly cool even in the summer. Procurer, give me cup ramen, seafood flavor. Oh, if it isn't Yashida-san. Yashida-san was originally from East 3rd, the bespectacled man to whom I first sold items in the dungeon. He was a responsible and serious person who even wore a plate carrier properly in the summer. Yashida-san, actually, I have a special offer for regular customers like you. What, I'm fine, I don't need that kind of. Why not? As I hesitated on how to explain it to the now slightly withdrawn Yashida-san, Mars quickly stepped in to help. Hold on a second. Tanbo, that sounds too suspicious. You're talking about making a special catalog for regulars, right? Oh yeah, something like that. Was it really that suspicious? I wondered as I took out the bound catalog I had made at home and handed it to Yashida-san. Well, okay, but are the items in this catalog any different from before? Just so you know, I can't afford things like powered suits. These items are listed here, but this catalog mainly features items that are hard to come by. Oh, right. Your items were featured on TV, weren't they? It was a hassle when resellers without any equipment showed up in the dungeon. I apologize for any inconvenience caused back then. While saying, well, okay, Yashida-san flipped through the catalog, then turned it toward me after a few pages, pointing to an open page. There it said, Kawashima General Trading Logo Mug Cup, 10 points. It says points instead of an amount. Well, there are various reasons for that. This catalog now operates on a point system. What's a point? I flip through the catalog that Yashida-san is holding and open the last page. There, the overview of the point exchange system is written. It's written here, materials necessary for our company, for example, currently, it's magic stones. If you can supply those, we'll exchange them for points. What's the use of magic stones? Well, I guess you guys could find a use for them. Also, if you work part-time with us, you can earn money and points. Yashida-san, behind his glasses, looks at me suspiciously as I raise my finger and say that. We're adventurers, you know, even if you call it a part-time job. It doesn't necessarily have to be you, Yashida-san. as long as the person has a reliable background with your recommendation. Honestly, we're really shorthanded right now with packing and shipping orders. Of course, we'll issue points to the referrer too. What a roundabout way, well fine. So what kind of products do you have? Any recommendations? I nodded eagerly and took out a small bottle from the junkyard. Take a look at this, it's super strong adhesive. Adhesive, what would you use that for? This is really strong. You can even repair a broken spear instantly with this. Really? Watch this. I took out 2 1-meter iron rods from the junkyard and applied adhesive to one end of each. Normally, it would take about an hour to set firmly, but with this adhesive, it was already completely fixed. I swung the rods and hit the ground with force. See? It's incredibly sturdy, isn't it? Huh? Is that true? Try it out. Yoshida pressed the end of the rod I handed him against the ground, trying to bend it at an angle. Of course, the adhesive surface didn't budge. It's a mysterious adhesive from space. It might even be stronger than the rod itself. Wow, that's really amazing. Wait. Yoshida exclaimed strangely and quickly let go of the rod. However, instead of falling to the ground, the rod stuck to the sole of his shoe. Oh dear, it stuck. What are we going to do about this? It's okay. I have a remover. After dropping a few drops of remover on the sole of his boot, the rod separated into 2 pieces again and rolled to the ground with a dry sound. Wow, hey, procurer, this is amazing. It is, isn't it? I think my brother would find it useful for when his glasses break. While muttering, right, I see. Yoshida put on his boots again and, completely different from his suspicious demeanor earlier, started to look at the catalog with a heated gaze. Do you have any other recommendations? How about this? It's a personal air conditioner that clips onto your collar. An air conditioner. I took out the clip-style air conditioner and switched it on. Yoshida took it and pressed it against his neck. Actually, I'm wearing one myself right now, and it blows cold air quite strongly into your clothes, making it incredibly cool and comfortable. Oh, this is nice. It's great, isn't it? I'm using it right now, and it's incredibly comfortable. That adhesive earlier was amazing, but I want this today. How many points is this? This one is 2,000 points, so it's about 1 kilogram in terms of magic stone conversion. Wow, that's about 80,000 yen with the current price of magic stones. Well, it's still cheap. I guess. We also have rechargeable headlights, shoe insoles with strong sterilizing power to prevent odors and athlete's foot, and various other items. They really hit the spot with these recommendations. As Yoshida began to ponder with his arms crossed, Kimu and his party, their balaclavas damp with sweat, arrived. Oh, Yoshida, what are you up to? This is amazing. It's a small air conditioner. What? I want that. Kimu-san, actually, I've been guiding only regular customers to a really useful story. It's a bit scary. Hold on, Tanbo, watch your words. After that, despite being meticulously corrected by Mars, the recruitment continued, but some people became suspicious. It made me realize that gaining the trust of others through speech isn't something you can learn overnight. Section. After about 2 weeks of clumsy recruiting efforts, adventurers finally started selling magic stones sporadically, and some even said they'd be willing to introduce their family or acquaintances as part-timers. I felt the success of my plan. And today, I had come to report to Abukuma-san and Yashikawa-san, who were struggling at the shipping site of Kawashima General Trading, about the discussions on increasing manpower. So, Mr. Yoshida, Mrs. Kino from this party, and Miss Kimu from Kina-san's place are coming? Well done, President. I've revised my opinion about you. Really, they found the right people. President, well done. Seated facing each other on the 2 sofas placed in a corner of the former factory's office area, the 2 of them commended me with such joyous words. Well, it's thanks to our product development department's hard work. That's true, but this time, Tanbo came up with various ideas for recruiting people. I see. As expected of the president, you're reliable. No, it's not that big of a deal. I, who had never been praised much in my life, found my head unable to be lifted, my face unable to suppress a grin. With this, what do you think? Well, why not? What's this? Biting the inside of my cheek and returning my face to normal, I raised my head as the 2 of them nodded to each other. You mentioned before about becoming a full-time employee, right? Oh, that, if it's still okay, I'd be willing to accept. Huh, really? Of course, yes, yes. Overjoyed by the offer, I instinctively grasped Ibukuma-san's hand with both of mine as I shook it up and down. Well, I've gotten quite used to this job too. The pay is good, and if the labor shortage improves, becoming a regular employee wouldn't be bad. Ah, thank you very much. With both of you becoming employees, it's as good as having 1,000 people. You're exaggerating, by the way, Ibukuma-san said with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Huh. Tanbo, how long are you going to hold my hand? Oh, sorry. I quickly released my hand and bowed repeatedly, feeling like I had become a harassing boss even though she had just become an employee. And so, President, I have one more thing to discuss. Huh, what is it? The remaining 2 of the Abyssu Hedgehog team that we were in, can't we hire them too? Huh, of course that's fine. Well, you see, those 2 were buried alive at that time, right? They still seem to have PTSD, you know? Their trauma seems quite severe, and it seems tough for them to work somewhere normally. So, I thought, maybe we could take care of them here until they settle down. We'll do our best for those 2 as well, so please, President. Yashikawa-san said as she clasped her hands together, appealing to me. Of course, that's okay. If anything, those 2 could even become employees. I said, thinking it was for the best, but their reactions were rather indescribable. Of course, it's a grateful offer for us, but as a company, is it okay to suddenly hire people whose ability to work is uncertain? President, if you run a business like that, it'll go under right away, you know. Huh? Oh, yes. Lowering the raised praise, Mars and I left the hardworking factory workers behind. As expected, when things settle down, I should leave the hiring responsibilities to Ibukuma-san or Yashikawa-san. I vowed to myself as the burning red sunset cheered me on, and we made our way home. We were greeted at home with a feast prepared by the princess. She had prepared it as a celebration upon learning that Ibukuma-san and the others had become employees. Sitting in front of a dining table lined with our favorite dishes, I sat Seiza and reported again to the 2 that the labor shortage seemed to be resolved. So, thanks to all your help, the labor shortage at the company seems to be resolved. Thank you very much. Well done, President. Tanbo did well. Praised by the 2, I found myself feeling happy, scratching my head to hide my relaxed face as I bowed again. No, it's thanks to you 2. Haim provided the goods and Mars gave various advice, so we managed somehow. But you acted on it, Tanbo, and that's something to be proud of. Tanbo, you've really grown since starting this business. Well, I won't deny that Haim is amazing, but Tanbo, you did great this time, taking responsibility and all. As they praised each other, I kept lowering my head more and more, almost to the point of prostrating myself. Haim's hand patted my head as she said, So, isn't there something for the hardworking product development department? Would you like me to massage your shoulders if you'd like? Haim don't get stiff shoulders. I hadn't even realized it because it was so natural, but Haim was a cyborg. Nevertheless, it's a fact that I've been relying on them both constantly. I wonder if something good has been exchanged at the junkyard. Huh, what's this? What? What did you find? When I took out something unfamiliar from the junkyard, both of them came closer to see it. It's a letter. Huh, and it's written in Japanese. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yes, that's Japanese. As I presented the black envelope, which should have flowed into the junkyard connected to somewhere in space, both of them looked at it, and on its surface, in gold letters, it said, "A special invitation only for you." Looking at it, I finally realized. Those words were just too suspicious. Well, we probably shouldn't open this, right? I think so too. Haim has no objections, so let's put it away. As everyone agreed to put away the suspicious black envelope, suddenly, unfamiliar music started playing from my smartphone. Anywhere in space, quick delivery, from today's meal to dimensional piercing weapons, anything you want. What's this? An incoming call. The music that flowed from the smartphone seemed to be a ringtone. I don't remember setting this. The caller was displayed as Tita, a name I had never heard of course. You know, the official in space, it's the Goldhead Dragon Trading Company. Oh no, hang up. Can I hang up? Anywhere in space. Hurry up. I hung up. I trembled as I hung up the call with trembling fingers and slowly placed the smartphone on the table, trying to calm my pounding heart. At the same time, the music started playing again. Oh no. Anywhere in space. Hang up, hang up. I hung up. Anywhere in space. Hang up, Tanbo. I hung up. Anywhere in space. It's persistent. Just turn off the power. I'm trying, it won't turn off. Even when I held down the power buttons, the power wouldn't turn off at all. With the button pressed, I looked at Haim and Mars' faces. Is it bad if I answer? Don't answer, don't answer. Absolutely do not answer. I swallowed hard and slowly repositioned the smartphone on the table in an attempt to calm down. That's right, Tanbo, just leave it there without doing anything. Mar-chan, they said it was Goldhead Dragon Trading Company, but is it true? To be honest, if it really is that company, it wouldn't be strange no matter what they do. While listening absent-mindedly to Haim and Mars' conversation, I took a long breath and relaxed my tense neck, when suddenly, the smartphone, which no one should have touched, started vibrating intensely and began moving across the table towards me. Oh no, it's moving, it's moving. Tanbo, dodge it, dodge it. As I tried to float my hips and move back, the smartphone fell off the table and hit my foot. In an instant, the deafening music stopped, and a cool female voice speaking Japanese could be heard. Sorry to bother you so late at night. I am Tita from the Goldhead Dragon Trading Company. Oh, I picked it up. Calm down. Completely floored, I was pulled up by the princess and gently patted on the back. Is this a good time for a call from Mr. Kawashima? We'd like to provide you with some valuable information today. Wrong number, this isn't Kawashima's phone. As Mars speaks into his smartphone, the woman on the other end lets out a villainous laugh. Oh my, this is Corporal Pop-sama, formerly of the Maja Transport Regiment's 3rd ship. It's good to see you've been thawed out safely, in good health. You were in Maja. And a corporal. Is it your company's policy to blabber personal information in public like this? We have no contracts with Maja, of course, but we do have contracts with your ladyship and former ladyship. Pleased to meet you, Mezzo. Just barging into a family gathering like this is hardly polite. What's going on? Oh, Mr. Kawashima, Tanbo Kawashima, what a charming name you have. I'm Tita from the Dragon Trading Company. Nice to meet you. How does she know we're here? If it's electronic surveillance, there's no way the princess wouldn't notice. Mizu, the souls of high-level espers shine brighter than stars in the dark cosmos. To hide a level 4 esper in a corner of the universe would be quite the challenge. Wah, level 4. Wasn't Tanbo's skill a downgraded market skill? As the princess shakes me while saying that, how would I know? What even are levels? Didn't you notice? Well, maybe it's beyond the comprehension of incompetents like yourselves. About the level of that skill, Before I could ask the caller a question, Mars's paw gently covered my mouth. Don't say anything, Tanbo. You might give away too much. Oh, that's not the case at all, but if you don't want to discuss it, let's move on. Mr. Kawashima, you must be thinking something like this, right? Who's this sexy-voiced lady? Where is she from? Does she have a boyfriend? Is she married? I might not know about the sexy stuff or boyfriends, but I'm definitely wondering who she is. I can't provide personal information, but I can introduce myself as many times as you like. I'm Tita from the Golden Dragon Trading Company. We're merchants. We provide whatever anyone wants to anyone. We're the best in the galaxy. She's a death merchant. They're the ones who dragged out the last war for 1,000 years. They roll supplies and weapons around each faction, then flip sides when it looks like it's about to end. Unfortunately, that's not true, Pop-sama. We only provide what's asked of us to those who ask, always fair and clean salespeople. So why did you call a backwater college student like me? Of course, it's for negotiations. Oh, if you'd rather not say. We always understand our customers' needs accurately. What you're looking for now, Mr. Kawashima, is a spaceship, isn't it? When I look at Mars silently, he nods with his short finger in front of his mouth. Spaceships aren't popular on your planet yet, it seems. But don't worry. We're prepared to provide Mr. Kawashima with a spaceship capable of atmospheric penetration. What's the catch? In return, what we want is your continued transactions with us, using your powers. But we're a profit-making company, and handing over goods on credit could attract complaints from other customers. Get to the point. Oh, pardon me. We found the red dragon you were swept up in the market before. Very intriguing. If you could provide us with another one like that, we'll exchange it for the spaceship. When it comes to red dragons, they're those dangerous monsters from the dungeon that got exchanged for the princess. To ask for something like that again, that's impossible. Besides, with my skill, there's a size limit, and I can't fit a spaceship. As I thought this, I looked at Mars, who was touching his mouth with his paw while looking into my eyes. You understand, right? Tonbo's skill has a size limit. He can't fit a spaceship. Oh, Mr. Popty, surely you understand. We have many talented individuals selected from across the galaxy in our company. Something as simple as passing an elephant through a needle's eye is no longer magic these days. So, are you trying to involve Tonbo in the deal and use his power over there? Oh lady, nothing like that at all. Of course, we always reserve proper seats for high-level individuals, but at that moment, I glanced sideways and saw Haim staring at her smartphone with an expression I had never seen before, so serious. Do you have any more questions? Well then, everyone from Kawashima General Trading, continue your good business. Oh, Tonbo-sama, the peaches from Fukushima were delicious. Please consider expanding their distribution. After saying whatever they wanted to say, the call was cut off. I collapsed onto the floor, and with my head on the ground, I looked up at the ceiling. I let out a deep sigh, looking at the peeling ivory-colored wallpaper of the shabby 1 LDK apartment. There were two similar sighs coming from the room, following mine. Let's solve each problem one by one. Agreed. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Turning off my smartphone, Mars and I sat back at the kotatsu table. Haim cleaned up the dishes, brought in a balance ball from the room, and sat on it. Anyway, are we done with the Golden Dragon Trading Company? They're the best merchants in the universe, but also the worst scoundrels. Literally, anything goes there. Well, that's why organizations from all over the galaxy pay them protection fees, which results in endless wars if you have enough money. Are they really that dangerous? I swallowed hard as I looked at the black envelope tossed on the table. Speaking of which, what was in this envelope? Open it, it's probably nothing good. Mars said with a grimace, so I hesitantly opened the envelope. Huh. I turned the envelope upside down, but there was nothing inside. Did they forget to put something in? I think something was in there, probably. Does that mean it disappeared now that the deal's done? The contents disappeared. If they can do that, then anything goes. That's why anything goes. The only thing that binds them is the contract. As Haim, with her legs crossed on the balance ball, stared at the floor with cold eyes, she said so. I feel like we've been targeted by something really dangerous. Well, they're dangerous, but they're still better than pirates. What do you mean? While stroking his whiskers with his paw, Mars, with an indescribable expression, began to speak slowly. How should I put it? They never break a contract, whether it's written or verbal. In that sense, they're the most trustworthy company in the galaxy, more so than my former employer. Wow, Maja was pretty reputable too, right? They've been in business for over 500 years and had a delivery failure rate of only 20%. Oh, really? In Japan, they're like Nekaneko shipping, right? Well, in space, the delivery business is the front line against pirates, like the A-team of delivery guys. So being a sergeant at Maja is pretty impressive. But unlike Maja, Golden Dragon has never broken a contract from their end. Shrugging, Mars curled up like a cat. So, if Golden Dragon Trading Company offers to give us a spaceship in exchange for a monster like that dragon, does that mean they're pretty reliable? It's not about trust. I think they're seriously going to do it. About that, in that sense, I trust them more than some royal family from another star. But even though I trust them, I can't completely rely on them. There's definitely something shady about this incident. Haim deftly changed her posture on the balance ball and lay back, arms crossed, looking up at the ceiling. I also followed her gaze to the ceiling. I see. If she knows where I am, she knows where in the universe this is. A suggestion. How about just asking the Golden Dragon for the coordinates of this planet? Do you think they'd just tell us something like that? Absolutely impossible. They usually set traps for anything outside of their contracts. If we ask them for something, they'll likely exploit it to their advantage. Well, yeah. If two seasoned veterans are this cautious about the opponent, it would be child's play for them to deceive me. I must absolutely avoid getting close. So, should we just ignore that trading company for now? No, on the contrary. Wouldn't it be better to quickly acquire a dragon and a spaceship? It would increase the danger, but it might be better for Tonbo and Haim. It's okay, because it's a huge opportunity to return home. To Mars, who seemed somewhat apologetic, I hurriedly provided a follow-up. It's like asking him to fight that dragon again. Even if I were in Mars's shoes, it would be hard to say. But I had resolved in my heart to definitely send the cat-like alien in front of me back to his homeland, as he wished. This was not out of sympathy for Mars, it was something I had decided for myself. As I nodded alone, determined, Mars replied with a somewhat complicated expression. That's not it. The fact that that trading company came all the way here to promote something with seemingly no losses means there's definitely a huge catch. At that time, being pinned down on the ground could be really bad. Ah, yes. So, getting a spaceship now would be better for both Tanbo and the princess. That might be true. I suddenly felt embarrassed, as if I had been the only one overly enthusiastic. Haim agrees, there's definitely something fishy going on. They have a keen sense for their own interests. It bothers me the most that they didn't try to acquire Tanbo, despite praising him as level 4. Haim, her arms still crossed, slid off the balance ball as if melting to the floor, and looked at me with her mesmerizing golden eyes. Tanbo, you should seriously make robots. Huh, is that okay? I'm still in the middle of gathering magic stones. I'll help too. It's too dangerous to rely solely on powered suits for monster hunting. Having laser cannon-equipped main battle weapons can reduce the risk of death, right? I'm happy to be able to make robots, but the previous dragon hunting was mostly done without them. Anyway, the situation has changed a bit because the Golden Dragon Trading Company has appeared. For now, we need to build our strength and gather information. It might be better not to rely too much on Tanbo's abilities. We should put that on hold. Honestly, we'll need plenty of stabilized magic stone as raw materials for emergencies. Space gold ingots, stabilized magic stone can also be used for material manufacturing. Ah, I need to ask about skills. Hey, what about my skills? What exactly is a skill level? Oh, come to think of it, hasn't the study of such things not advanced at all on this planet? As I nodded, the princess sat cross-legged, pulling up her jersey, and pointed her finger at my forehead, asking me this. So, what do you think an ability like Tanbo's is? Huh, well, isn't it something useful? Before I awakened to it, it seemed like a story from a distant world. It wasn't just me who talked with school friends about what skills we'd want if we had them. For me, I wanted the power to heal anything. I had a horizontally growing wisdom tooth, and I was scared to go to the dentist. Why do you think humans can use something like that? Haim asked me again, nodding along to my somewhat hesitant explanation. I heard there were countries that dissected skill holders in foreign lands, but they were no different from ordinary people. So maybe it's something magical or mystical. Haim nodded in agreement with my somewhat disjointed words. That's partly correct and partly incorrect. Abilities are linked to the soul. So even if people are reincarnated, they always awaken to the same abilities. Huh, is that so? So I've been using this skill since my past life. Yes, so probably, Golden Dragon also has his eye on Tanbo's past life. If you're a level 4 ability user, you must have been a big success in your past life too. I didn't really want to know about past lives, but suddenly, I felt like I had been grabbed by the ankles. If it's not something impressive, then it's okay, but what if I was a big villain who incurred people's resentment? As I pondered this, the princess continued her explanation, holding up her left hand with her middle finger, index finger, and thumb raised. Normally, the market-based ability who can buy and sell is level 3. With that, Haim folded her thumb, forming a scissors with her hand. But even at level 2, there are people who can do similar things as level 3, and I thought Tanbo was one of them. My junkyard is level 4, right? What does a level 4 market skill feel like? Haim held up her right hand in the same shape as her left hand, showing the number 4 with a double peace sign. Level 4 or higher ability users all have special abilities of their own. So only Tanbo knows what kind of ability his junkyard is. Huh, is that so? I felt disappointed. I thought I'd finally understand how to use this skill properly. Somehow, my skill, it's not very clear how to use it. It feels like I'm groping in the dark. From an outsider's perspective, a box that can hold anything around you is super useful. Yeah, and thanks to that, I met Haim. And me too. Well, that's true. Certainly, meeting these two was thanks to this junkyard. And though I don't quite understand it, It's probably better to be impressive than not. I put the envelope from Golden Dragon Corporation in the junkyard and put a keep on it. Suddenly feeling exhausted, I lay down on the floor and closed my eyes. Before I could even think about it, I fell asleep, feeling a ticklish sensation on my forehead as if something like a paw pad touched it. Chapter 8. Donuts, Cats, and Call Centers. With Heim's full cooperation, the point system I devised began to move significantly. Originally operated on handmade paper point tickets, the point system had now been digitized. At the breakfast table, Heim, while savoring the salmon achezyuk made from hometown tax contributions, nudged my smartphone and then placed her bowl on the table with a clunk before pointing at it. "I set up a point redemption system for online shopping, so promote it," she said. Taking the phone to check, I saw a website displayed that resembled a credit card point exchange service. "Wow, amazing. And there are more products," I exclaimed. "With more people joining, it won't be so difficult, but make sure to explain it to a Bukuma-san properly," she added. Of course it is. While I felt sorry for the increased workload of buying magic stones and shipping point exchange items, the convenience it provided would elevate the importance of points, likely leading to a better workforce. While the sudden realization of the plan might surprise some, it was likely that more web services would sprout up like this in the future, so they needed to get used to the pace. Oh, and starting today, I'll be sending drones out. If anyone asks, just explain. Drones. Over here, they call them drones, right? Or maybe multicopters. Anyway, I'll be sending out cameras to search for those dragon-class monsters. Really? Is that allowed? Dungeon drone usage is permitted, so it should be fine. As for other places, as long as they're under 200 grams, there are no restrictions except for specific prohibited areas under current law. If Heim said it was okay, then it probably was. I stopped worrying about the details and sipped my salmon and corn miso soup while checking the online shopping site. Heim's miso soup was quite different from what my mother used to make, but it was still delicious. Placing the empty floral bowl on the table, Heim, who was sitting next to me, poked my shoulder with a smile. Hey, I tried making this miso soup for the first time. How is it?" As I was about to say it was delicious, I heard a thud from the other side of the table. Huh, what's this residue? Did I accidentally eat trash? Mars, with miso dripping from his nose, asked Heim anxiously. How rude. That residue is what's left when making sake. It's an ingredient. It was featured in today's kite coat recipe, so I tried making it. Oh, so it wasn't trash. Relieved, Mars wiped his nose with a tissue. Isn't Kite Coat that cheap palace near the station where Tanbo often buys food? Heim seems to like that messy store. She also buys clothes there. Heim looks good in anything because of her background. There were brands she liked in her hometown. But honestly, as long as the clothes are easy to wear on this planet's level, anything goes. But they only sell jerseys and hoodies there, right? Shall we go shopping for clothes next time? Even though anything suits her, it's probably better to have clothes bought from a proper store. I've only been to fast fashion stores, but they're totally different from the cheap palace. Tanbo, are you going to buy clothes for Heim? I can't afford anything too expensive. Don't you shop at work, Mace? It's not that expensive. Well, I wouldn't take Heim to a workwear store. I know some regular clothing stores too. It's true that since I started diving into dungeons, I've been going to work Mace often. It's close, cheap, and has everything. Well then, shall we go there next time? What about Machin? I have my own fur unlike you guys with thin hair. Mars proudly said, stroking his fur with his paw. But isn't it hot in the summer? Mars shrugged slightly at the princess's words and laughed. Well, at least I won't get a sunburn. She reached out towards Mars's fluffy fur, only to have her hand swatted away with a meow. With thoughts of his furry friend's thick coat lingering in mind, I finished barley tea from a mug matching the princess's and mine. It was noon that day. While manning the shop in Tokyo 4th Dungeon, I had finished checking all the information on the online shopping site and sent out the batch email using the expensive and slow computer I bought from the electronics store. Then, a samurai in a powered suit arrived at my doorstep. Procurement guy, your drones with your name on them are flying all over the place. Oh, those are ours, Kanki-san. We're using them for reconnaissance. No, I mean, there were like 10s or 20s of them flying around. Who's controlling them all? Well, it's AI. Actually, it's Heim controlling all of them. With our shortage of manpower, it was well known to all our regulars, so the 3 executives decided to use AI. We've made about 1,000 and sent them not only to Tokyo 4th, but also to most dungeons within Tokyo. According to Heim, we can manage to fly 1,000 even if they're dormant, but it would be quite a challenge as we would originally need 1,000 people to operate them. AI for drones? That's amazing. But is that okay? There's no law against it. Drones are free to fly in the dungeon. In fact, many parties fly drones for reconnaissance in the dungeon. Of course, no party flies as many as we do. Is that so? That's what the law of this country says, isn't it? I didn't know. There are no regulations regarding AI in the law. Well, if Heim says it's okay, then it must be okay. For now, anyway. By the way, Kanki-san, how's the powered suit? Oh, it's amazing. Speed and power are justice after all. Kanki-san tapped the frame of the powered suit he bought from us and smiled, showing his white teeth. Our powered suits had been in the hands of civilian adventurers before we started delivering them to the self-defense forces. Since the self-defense forces are a national organization, there are various procedures to go through before the purchase, so it's taking quite a while to finalize things. But with this much power, my sword can't keep up. As he said that, the sword at his waist he tapped wasn't the usual golden hilt he always carries. It had a rough appearance, and upon closer inspection, the grip wasn't wrapped in cloth but seemed to be made of molded rubber or something. Bro, did you ruin your sword? Well, I got carried away and the blade chipped badly. What I have now is a spare imported one. Kanki-san said with a wry smile as he weakly tapped the pommel of his sword. Well, Japanese swords aren't made to cut monsters, after all. Oh, speaking of which, there was a Japanese sword among the point exchange items that could cut through monsters. Kanki-san, I sent you an email notification earlier. Our point service has gone digital. There are swords available as rewards, so be sure to check it out. Huh, really? Kanki-san immediately took out his smartphone and started checking the catalog, muttering seriously. As he looked at the sword's photo, the weapons available for points exchange were made from the same material as the incredibly tough and resilient outer shell of a spaceship. It could be said that this sword, too, was a demon sword that couldn't be obtained anywhere else on Earth. Kanki-san nodded in approval as he looked at the photo of the demon sword and glanced at me. By the way, can I see that sword? Sorry, but the point items are sent from our shipping center, so I don't have them with me right now. I'll bring it next time. After all, it's a product that suddenly appeared this morning. Maybe Heim hasn't even started production yet. Seriously, well, either way I don't have enough points. At Brother's party, the ladies always end up converting all the points into cosmetics. Yeah, that's right. Since Kanki-san's parties have a high female ratio, it seems like the ladies always end up with the usage rights for the points through pressure and majority vote. Well, it's not like it's an exchange for something, but Kanki-san does get expensive power suits in return. I'd like to think that there's a balance maintained within the party. Anyway, points have definitely become important, so I'll try a bit harder. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. By the way, aside from magic stones, is there anything else the procurement agent wants? Well, as of now, if it's the corpse of a monster of Tokyo's catastrophic level, I'd want to buy it. But if I did, the self-defense forces would definitely come barging in with swords. If the list of items for purchase expands, so will the work. Until combat robots are ready, I think the current system of specializing in buying magic stones is the best. What about skill orbs? I have some that I haven't even put up for auction. I don't need skill orbs for now. Oh, okay. Kanki-san sighed, shoulders slumping, then turned back halfway and came back. I forgot I came to buy coffee. Café au lait, right? Thanks as always. Kanki-san exchanged 300 yen for coffee and left. Watching his back covered in a powered suit, I whispered to Mars. Hey, are you sure we can't buy the skill orb? It looks useful. Absolutely not. I've said it before, but don't ever get involved with them, not even in the junkyard. Mars said, baring his claws with a scary expression. I honestly don't know who's mass-producing those dangerous things, but using them will only lead to trouble. There's no such thing as gaining new powers without any risk. It's just wishful thinking. Are there similar things in space like skill orbs? They're called divinizing agents. Basically, they materialize and absorb human souls. What? Is it okay to do such a thing? Mars answered with a weary tone, staring into the distance. It's said that you'll suffer and never be born into this world again, but still, there are always people who want to try it. If something like that were to spread in space, the already scarce galaxy would become even lonelier. So is Kanki-san. Fortunately, Brother seems to be fine for now with his dual blades, but it still doesn't seem safe. Tanbo, never touch those things, okay? I won't touch them. Even though it was summer, I felt a slight chill and zipped up my jacket. At the same time, there was a beep from my jacket pocket. Whoa. What? What's wrong? Oh, it's a notification on my phone. Apologizing with a one-handed chop to Mars, who was glaring at me after I suddenly yelled and jumped up, I unlocked my phone. What? Oh, seriously. What? What's wrong? Mars looked annoyed as I brought the phone closer for him to see. The screen showed a message from Haim. A customer at the back of Tokyo 4th is calling for help with a point ticket towards a drone. What should we do? Who could this be? We won't know unless they take off the face guard. Oh, they probably went down a large step, and the makeshift ladder they set up fell, so they can't get back. As we watched the drone footage sent from Haim on the phone, we checked the situation of the person needing help. We can't just leave them stranded. Can we call and listen to their situation? We need to decide how to handle this before anything else. But what else can we do? It would be terrible for our reputation if we abandon them here. Tanbo, I think what Haim means is, what's the extent of the company's responsibility here? How far should I go? Oh, I see. It's fine to help, but this initial response will also affect future responses, so I need to think carefully. Certainly, if I don't treat this party the same way I would treat other parties in similar situations, there will likely be complaints. Of course, there's no such contract, so technically, I could handle it as an unreasonable claim. But this is the dungeon, the battlefront. Such worldly logic doesn't apply here. In the dungeon, everything is a matter of life and death, so helping each other within the scope of what adventurers can do is an unwritten rule before any contract. And the resentment incurred by not doing so, and the intimidating demeanor of those who incur such resentment, is no joke. However, whether as a company we can help all adventurers is another issue. I'm now required to make a balanced decision. Report. Let's report to the Management Association that there are people in need of rescue. Don't they handle it themselves by now? If it's deep in the dungeon, there might be no signal, and if they were, that's fine. If there was a contract for that in the first place, it would be different, but this time we just happened to come across them. So, if we just provide the exact location and situation, we've fulfilled our obligation, right? I'm fine with that if you are. What about the calls? We won't make it. If we're asked to come help and refuse, that might cause trouble. When I firmly said that, Mars smirked without saying anything. All right then, I'll give you the location. Oh wait, let me take notes. And so, I made a decision that no one else would take responsibility for. And as I repeated that, running a company, I keenly felt the difficulty of the CEOs of the world who are running their companies. I scribbled down notes with a handwriting as shaky as my backbone. My decision was partly correct, but also somewhat rash. In the end, the place where that party was stranded was out of Wi-Fi range, and thanks to our report, they were rescued by the Union's rescue team a few hours later. We were thanked by both the Union and the adventurers, and it seemed like everything was resolved smoothly. However, that wasn't the end of it. As we ran a shop in the dungeon, we started receiving inquiries about emergency rescue requests not only from our regulars, but also from new customers. We had no idea where the information was coming from, but it seemed like some distorted story was spreading somewhere. So, if you become a member here, you'll contact the Union in case of emergency, right? Well, we're still considering that. Today, I was asked by a werewolf adventurer whom I had never spoken to before, and I returned the refusal phrase that I had used countless times over the past few days. Huh, really? I was thinking of becoming a points member if that's the case. The werewolf drooped its tail in disappointment and for some reason bought a hot dog before leaving. But points membership, we're not a gas station. Well, if this leads to more people selling magic stones to us, it's a good thing. And even if we don't officially offer it as a service, We'll probably end up getting request rescue if we happen to find someone in need while drone searching. All right, let's do it. I consulted with Heim and Mars about formalizing emergency rescue requests as a service, and armed with a well-rounded story and a large quantity of donuts as gifts, I went straight to Abukuma, the boss of our shipping department. Emergency rescue operations, so like a call center. The office, which used to be a factory, was now somewhat elegant, with vases and tablecloths placed by the wives of the adventurers who worked here. Sitting on a leather sofa arranged face to face, she asked while the wood-patterned air conditioner on the wall blew a cool breeze through her hair, holding an old-fashioned donut with chocolate icing in her hand. Well, yes, so I've made something like this. I placed a device from my backpack on the coffee table between the sofas. It was like a security buzzer. When you pull the string, it makes a loud noise. Is this different from a normal security buzzer? Abukuma-san asked, picking up the device curiously and fiddling with the string attached to the pin. It's not a security buzzer. It's a transmitter that emits a special signal. Special. In simple terms, it's a radio that can send out an SOS signal to a very far distance. And it uses the MGRS system to transmit the current location. Mars, holding a donut coated with pink chocolate and colorful sprinkles on top, added, "We often bought donuts from the store near the station, so he seemed to particularly enjoy these glittery ones." MGRS, isn't that the coordinate system used by the military? But in a dungeon where we only have rough maps. Well, the maps are already done. What? Abukuma-san's eyes widened in astonishment, and she accidentally dropped the donut on the table. Well, that's understandable. It's only been about 2 weeks since we started flying drones. It's faster than usual, so it's natural for people to be surprised. Well, we got this emergency request while we were making it. We used AI and drones to make the maps. I heard about sending drones into dungeons on the company chat, but it's amazing how quickly it was done. AI is really something. Well, technically, it's Heim's job, but it's better to attribute it to AI. After all, nobody would believe that someone has a brain capable of controlling 1,000 drones while sleeping. For now, let's share the map with the Management Association and request assistance from them, Abukuma-san suggested, looking at me intently with a somewhat relieved expression and sighing. Is something wrong, sis? Huh, no, it's just that it's a relief that it wasn't about organizing a rescue team. I'm glad. I wouldn't do something burdensome without consulting, right? Haha, I chuckled nervously, feeling the piercing gaze from Mars next to me, but I've been reflecting on my actions every day. I feel like person from next door is giving me a glare, but I'm reflecting on things every day too. So, how about asking our former leader for the director of call center? By our, she probably means the adventurer party, Ebisu Hedgehog, which disbanded. And all the members of that group are currently working here in the shipping department. You mean Ida-san? Sure. Lately, Ida seems to have calmed down mentally and is enthusiastic about the work here. I was thinking of discussing employee promotion with that person. Is that okay? Thank you. Ida was the former captain of the volleyball team and used to work for a listed systems development company, so it'll be fine even with subordinates. Huh, why did such talented individuals become adventurers? I've always thought that the world is too harsh. I heard that there weren't any problems with Ida's previous company, so there's no need to worry about that. I'm not worried at all. Anyway, what about the other sister? Oh, you mean Takai? I'm not sure if she'll agree, but shall we discuss employee promotion with her too? Yes, please. We discussed various things in the cool office, ate donuts, and then headed home. Upon receiving a message asking, "What about Heim's share?" While sweating profusely on the train, we decided to stop by the donut shop near the station again. With Mars's chosen glittery donuts and shaved ice bought at the cheap place, we walked through the humid sunset and finally returned home. Interlude, the sleepless woman and the college student. I was born in a town surrounded by mountains. It was a desolate place, as if forgotten by the world. I, the daughter of the Abukuma family, who had been farmers for generations, was born there. In hopes of a life blessed by the heavens, I was named Yuki. Soon after I was born, a dungeon appeared in the town. It suddenly protruded into the rice fields, and many adults entered it, never to return. Naturally, that area was immediately declared off-limits, and the fertile land our Abukuma family had tended for generations was never to be returned to us. Since my parents were already working ordinary jobs by the time I was old enough to understand, I didn't really feel the impact. Life in my hometown ended abruptly when I entered elementary school. It became uninhabitable due to the overflow of monsters from the dungeon entrance. This phenomenon, called the dungeon overflow, occurs when there are too many monsters in the dungeon. In other words, my town failed to thin out the monsters and mismanaged the dungeon. Are you going to Grandma's? What about school? I'll go from Grandma's. I still remember having such a casual conversation with my mother, amidst the sirens blaring through the town. I also remember seeing small dinosaur-like monsters running around the school route from the window of my father's light truck. There's something over there. We've come this far, Yuki. As long as you're on Mom's lap, you'll be okay. Yeah. Held tightly on my mother's lap, we headed to my grandmother's town, which was also a lonely place. Surrounded by mountains and living among rice paddies, it looked like it hadn't changed in appearance for 100 years. However, what was different from where we used to live was, there was no dungeon in the town, but there was a reinforced concrete wall encircling the residential area. Since the dungeon incident, this wall, said to have been built with the town's full effort, had performed its role perfectly, keeping the monsters that roamed the wilderness at bay. Of course, it was also thanks to the efforts of the adults who stood guard every night, but the presence or absence of the wall was significant. People who had been driven away by monsters elsewhere had been flocking to this town before and after we arrived. As people gathered, the importance of the town as a base also changed. Before we knew it, the self-defense forces began to station here, and with government funding for wall maintenance, the town officially formed a vigilante group. Thus, as safety was reinforced and more people heard about it, even more people came. When I first moved here, there were only 20 classmates, but by the time I was in the 2nd grade, there were nearly 50. Do you know Kuma? Kei-chan's dad is in the vigilante group and fights outside. Fighting? Yeah, fighting dinosaurs and wild boars outside, protecting the workers. Workers? The teacher said they were burying utility poles in the ground, right? Yeah, that's right. They should have just built them in the ground from the beginning. As we talked about such things, the children who had just arrived in this town seemed to feel the appeal of adults fighting monsters somehow. The boys in the class would wave sticks and play vigilante, or they'd talk about acquiring skills when they grew up and defeating all the enemies. But as parents began attending the funerals of classmates' families again and again, that frivolous atmosphere naturally faded away. It was as if the existence of humans fighting monsters had become taboo, as it was no longer a topic at home or at school. Everyone was unwittingly reminded that adults fighting outside weren't heroes or anything, but just expendable beings consumed for the survival of the community. Finally, the country that had fully understood the dungeon in the capital region formed a dungeon management association for its control. Even after launching the optimistic advertisement, "You too can become an adventurer," the situation did not change. No, it might be said that it had even worsened. Our town had become a refugee camp, accepting people beyond its capacity. People who had missed out on jobs rushed to become adventurers, and some of them never returned to the town. Nowadays, what is considered essential equipment like weapons, armor, and tools, as well as the electric lights in the dungeon and the internet, were almost non-existent. Amateurs armed with kitchen knives and scrap materials entered the dungeon in their everyday clothes, getting injured and dying as a matter of course. The Dungeon Management Association tried to address the high mortality rate of these adventurers, but to no avail. It was considered normal for the situation to be as it was. Energetic young people or those with sports experience were all employed by the town's militia for its defense. Those who had to become adventurers in our region at that time were the elderly, the sick, and those who didn't fit in with group activities. I don't think there's anyone in Yuki's class who wants to become an adventurer, right? Nope. If a boy ever says he wants to become an adventurer, I'll secretly tell the teacher. Okay. I remember having such conversations with my father when I was in upper elementary school. By that time, it seemed that the militia had already accumulated enough know-how, as there were hardly any reports of members dying. However, undoubtedly, there were still casualties among the adventurers. It seemed that there was a policy within the school's parent-teacher association not to let children become adventurers under any circumstances. If a child mentioned wanting to become an adventurer even slightly, their parents were immediately called in for a three-way conference. Even from a child's perspective, it seemed that adults had no intention of cooperating with the country's policies from the beginning. At a time when there were easily over 10 confirmed dungeons in our region, the country only established dungeon management associations in just 2 of them. Even if monsters were culled in those 2 places, it would be pointless if they overflowed from elsewhere. It would be no wonder if it were said that the country had no intention of managing it. Looking back now, it felt like the friction between the country, which was preoccupied with maintaining the major cities, and the regions that had to survive through self-help efforts had already begun. By the time I entered junior high school, the town had changed completely. It had risen from being called a town to a city. Additional walls were built outside the existing ones, and there were more residential areas with huge commercial facilities, along with corresponding expanses of farmland. The number of people moving in increased every year, and in the newly developed sections built outside the original town, bland apartment buildings erected by the government stood in rows, where many people lived. It's said that there used to be over 100 cities and towns in our region, but by that time, only 5 cities and several towns remained. While the news sometimes talked about how complete dungeon management had been achieved near Tokyo, in the regions, it was uncertain how many dungeons existed within the prefecture. And adults finally seemed to have fully accepted that the peaceful days before the calamity would never return. In this world, where emergencies had become the new normal, adventurers were no longer the erratic figures they used to be. Adventurers began to form parties centered around those with skills, not only exploring dungeons, but also taking on roles in transporting goods between cities and gathering resources. Despite calling them skills, it was an exaggeration. They were a mixed bag. Some had skills useful in combat, but many had skills that were of no use whatsoever. Still, they were valued as individuals who fit into the new era of the calamity, gradually being entrusted with important roles. It was the same not only for adventurers, but also for the vigilantes who protected the city. People with skills, who were initially treated as those who can do a little strange things, gradually found themselves at the center of attention. Just like adventurers within the vigilantes, regardless of the strength of their power, they were respected simply for being skillful. What fueled this atmosphere was the birth of a child between a young couple, both skilled individuals, who was born with the skill of physical enhancement. The perception that children of skilled couples are born with skills quickly emerged, and marriages were arranged almost ignoring the will of the individuals. Looking back, everyone must have been anxious. When they realized that the everyday life they thought would return someday would never come back, they must have wanted something to cling to instead of the traditions they couldn't protect, instead of the gods who wouldn't help. And I, as a middle school student, didn't think much of the faint faith in skilled individuals that became the receptacle for that, nor the accompanying violation of human rights. Perhaps I even thought it was only natural if it was for the sake of everyone in the city. The consequence of such arrogance came to me some time later. Section: High-Speed Thinking. It was on Yuki Ibukuma's memorable 20th birthday, that morning. A button appeared in my head labeled High-Speed Thinking. Even during my job at the regional bank, which I barely managed to get into after high school, that button never disappeared. Unable to resist my curiosity, I pressed the button in my head, and suddenly my work progressed as if my mind had cleared up. Yuki-chan, you seem to be in a good mood today. Is that so? Maybe because it's my birthday. So you're 20 today, huh? Unlimited drinks now. I won't drink, I'm not good at it. Oh, come on. After such conversation with my boss, I announced to my parents, who came late at night with a cake, about the birthday present bestowed upon me from the heavens. I said it, while munching on cake, I talked about how having this skill might make it easier to get qualifications. My father gently laughed and said, "I'm proud." My mother smiled modestly as usual and gave me half of her cake. With this skill, maybe I could attend the university in Tokyo that I had given up on. If I could go to university, maybe I could live a life like those models in fashion magazines that occasionally came from Tokyo. While dreaming like that, I spent a month filled with hope. And even in such a dreamlike life, the harsh reality had been coming to my door as a matter of course. One day, my father suddenly came to my workplace, and I was taken to a beauty salon. My hair was cut by a cheerful-looking hairdresser, and makeup was carefully applied. Then I was taken to a restaurant. This is Tabata. I'm a Bukuma. And there, I awkwardly chatted with a man much older than me, and my father and I went home. After several days passed without understanding what was going on, my father finally told me, "Yuki, you're engaged to Mr. Tabata." Now I could finally understand the situation. Mr. Tabata, by the way, had the skill weapon enhancement. I had thought it had nothing to do with me. No, to be honest, I thought I would never have anything to do with it. This job of being an adult that supports and protects this city. The reality I thought was a story from a distant world had, as a matter of course, come down on my shoulders as an adult. The next day, when I went to work, I was called by the branch manager during the morning meeting. Miss Ibukuma will be leaving the company today due to her marriage. We hope for her success as a good mother, raising strong children from now on. While exposed to everyone's congratulatory applause, I felt a chilling sensation run down my spine. My high-speed thinking in full gear was telling me that this was the watershed of my life. "Sorry, branch manager, I have some procedures today. My father told me to come after saying hello if possible." "Oh, of course. It's a sudden celebration, so you must be busy. You can return the uniform and equipment another day. Give my regards to your father." I lied to the branch manager and left immediately after arriving at work. I packed all my uniform and equipment into my locker and left the bank right away. Then, I withdrew money up to the limit at the convenience store and jumped on the bus to the next town. If I had gone home, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape to the ceremony. Even if I refused the ceremony, I would just become the wife of another man with skills. But I had no right to refuse. The adults who made me an adult are the ones who have experienced such unfairness, just like me now. But still, I couldn't go along with it. I didn't want to spend my life in that town, even though I knew it was selfish, a betrayal, and unreasonable. The escape from home without any plan ended 2 weeks later, when I finally reached the hustle and bustle of Tokyo. In the back alleys of the glamorous city I admired, I rented a small and cheap room just for sleeping and started going to the employment office to find a temporary job. From afar, Tokyo seemed so glamorous, but when I arrived, it was full of newcomers like me and unemployed people. Job hunting in such an environment was tough. My previous job as a bank clerk and my skills didn't count for anything. I couldn't even find a part-time job. In the end, I spent my savings on equipment, got a crossbow that I had trained with for self-defense in high school, and knocked on the door of the Dungeon Management Association. I never imagined my life would turn out like this, but I had no choice but to do it to survive. It was a job that someone had to do, and now it was my turn. I reassured myself with that thought as I ventured into the dungeon and killed monsters. Whether it was because of my shooting talent or the compatibility of quick thinking and crossbows, I managed better than I thought in the world inside the dungeon, which I jumped into without any plan. With quick thinking, if I pulled the trigger while predicting the creature's movements, the arrow never missed. I was praised by those around me, learned about market prices and disassembling, and within 3 months of starting this job, I even formed a party called Ebisu Hedgehog. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. But before I knew it, I found myself unable to sleep well. I had escaped from becoming the wife of a vigilante and the parent of a future vigilante, but other than becoming an adventurer, I couldn't choose anything else. I felt like I was going around in circles, and doubts crept into my mind every time I closed my eyes. It's not that I hated being an adventurer. I might have been suited for it. Perhaps there was a future where I chose this path in my hometown. Then I wouldn't have caused trouble for my father and mother, and I wouldn't have had to leave my hometown in disgrace. Only what-ifs filled my mind, and like a car stuck in the snow, I found myself unable to move forward or backward. "Yuki, you look tired. Are you okay?" I'm fine. I've been really into foreign dramas lately, so it doesn't affect my work. Whether I was feeling unwell or sick, there was no one to help me, as adventurers were responsible for themselves. I took medicine every night to somehow fall asleep, but still, dark circles appeared under my eyes. Dark circles under the eyes of a Bukuma. It wasn't funny, but all I could do was laugh. Did you buy another crossbow in a new color? Well, it's good to have a variety to match with clothes. Well, you have strong arms, so it's fine for you. Hey, A-chan, don't you think you should wear different clothes in the dungeon? Apparently, camouflage doesn't mean much against monsters. You can't afford to spend so much on clothes either. You should save some money. That's true. In the life of shuttling between dungeons and home, I indulged more and more in fashion. Looking back, the reason I wanted to come to Tokyo was to try on various fashionable clothes. In the uncertain life of an adventurer, I kept buying clothes as if to escape from something, and then I wore them and delved into the dungeon. For adventurers who constantly risk their lives, clothes are not only important equipment, but also their shroud. I didn't want to die in plain clothes. Even if I died unluckily at the bottom of the earth, I wanted to at least proudly say that I fought and died here, blooming a beautiful death flower. However, neither I nor my party members had the chance to bloom a death flower. Our precarious adventurer lifestyle continued, narrowly avoiding collapse. I didn't suffer serious injuries like other adventurers, nor did I earn a lot and make a name for myself. As an adventurer always in the Tokyo 3rd dungeon, I was half-buried but enjoying my time. It was one day. As I sat on the ground of Base A of East 3rd dungeon, tightening my bootlaces, someone called out to me. Hey, fashionable lady over there. It's me. When I looked up, there was a catkin sitting there, oddly without any weapons or armor despite being in the dungeon. Yeah, you, lady. Actually, we're procurement's carriers. Do you need anything? No, I don't. Oh, okay. Well, if you need anything, let us know. The one who spoke from behind the cat was a suspicious-looking young man wrapped in a yellow cloth, which was also out of place in the dungeon. Okay. See you later. It was about 3 years after I came to Tokyo when this suspicious college student with the cat came to the Tokyo 3rd dungeon. At that time, I had never imagined that I would someday work for this college students' company and be called a department section manager. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 9 Family Home and the Heim and the Robot's Ankle. Wow, that's so cool. But we've only made the ankles so far. Next to the hardworking shipping staff of Kawashima General Trading, in the factory section where processing machines used to be, I was building a battle robot with Mars. This isn't something 2 people should do alone. It's going to get even tougher from here, Well, that's true, but building combat robots started with multiple magical stone processing machines lined up, making parts from magical stones like in a factory simulation game. Of course, the machines were controlled remotely by the princess, but the assembly from there was all manual labor by me and Mars. But the precision of the parts was perfect, and there was no need for adjustments. Plus, with devices like anti-gravity units to lighten things up, moving the parts around was surprisingly easy compared to a regular assembly factory. But it's still really cool. This is mine, my own machine. What color should I paint it? Paint it. Isn't that something the ace pilots do to look cool? I'm the only pilot on Earth, so it's fine. I think gold would be good. Why? It's just romantic, isn't it? I gazed at the ankle of the robot, smaller than a light car, with deep satisfaction and nodded to myself. Mid-August, the Bon festival season had arrived. Kawashima General Trading also had Bon holidays during this time, and it was communicated in advance to the clients that the employees, including the Abukuma folks and the part-timers, would have the day off. Of course, even the president, me, would go back to my parents' home. Especially this year, there was a strong desire from the Kawashima main family for Mars to come home, so the 3 of us had come to my hometown together. Haim still couldn't sleep at night without holding my hand, and I even thought about canceling the homecoming altogether. But with the princess saying, "Let's at least go say hello," we ended up going on a day trip with everyone. This is what your hometown looks like, Tanbo. Haim, who had taken off the sunglasses she bought at the city's fashion center, muttered as she looked at my sliding door home. We had been talking about let's buy proper clothes for a while now, so she had bought various clothes for this homecoming. Wearing a light-colored dress, she looked like a princess. Like a princess? No, she is always a princess. Taking the train is tiring, but taking a taxi is also exhausting. Don't they cram you into those narrow seats for hours in space? Mars muttered with a weary look, cracking his neck. But it's only about an hour and a half by car from here. A lot of people commute to Tokyo from around here. Every day. That's 6 hours round trip. You can't commute by car, so it'd be 4 hours round trip if you did. Glancing at Mars, who was making a disgusted face, I opened the sliding door lock and entered, saying, "I'm home." The entrance was almost the same as New Year's, with zebra-patterned slippers for Mars and pink slippers I'd never seen before lined up. Huh, wasn't it today that my brother was coming back? I heard my sister Cherry's voice from the kitchen, along with the sound of the TV. You've been saying that since last week. Mars, Heim, come on up. Excuse us. Excuse us. What about lunch? Mom said she's going to the supermarket, huh? As my sister spoke, she opened the kitchen door and stepped out. When she saw Heim's face, she froze. Oh, my brother brought a girl with him. My sister shouted and ran down the hallway leading to the living room, then quickly returned with my parents. It's true. Huh? Is she your girlfriend? Tombo, didn't you say you were bringing someone who lives with you? Heim, receiving the attention of the three who had fallen into great confusion, smiled ambiguously. Mars and I pushed the Kawashima family back into the living room, saying, Now. Even the cover story we made up would take a long time to explain. It was too hot and humid to explain everything in the foyer. I see you sought refuge with Mars, who had a connection to your homeland. Well, that must have been tough. Dad, who was on holiday, seemed to be on the verge of tears as he listened to the cover story about Heim evacuating to Earth alone to avoid involving her family in trouble. He was already prone to tears and even cried a lot during children's special programs. It's a bit cramped here, but feel free to think of it as your own home and stay as long as you like. Dad said the same thing when Mars came. Oh, Yu-chan, are you going to have sushi for lunch? Can you eat it? Thank you, Tomoko-san, I love sushi. Hey, I heard you started a company together, but what's Yuri-san's relationship with brother? Oh, and do you use Instagram? Yuri-san seems very fashionable and must have a lot of followers, right? I haven't done that before. Does Chiri use it? But Heim seems to be adapting quickly, isn't she? While trembling with fear at the ease of the galactic idol, I was nibbling on a local specialty, a 20th century pear. The galaxy cat sitting in a reclining chair next to me occasionally tugged at my t-shirt. Hey Tanbo, is sushi something you eat during the Bon festival? Huh, no, not really. Then, do you eat anything special? There's nothing special about Bon. Why? Because Japanese people always want to eat something related to an event, right? On New Year's Eve, it's soba noodles, on New Year's Day, it's osuchai, and on Setsubun, they eat futamaki. They also eat kairashi sushi for Hinamatsuri, so I thought there might be something for Bon. When Mars said that curiously, Dad, with a can of beer in his hand, cut into the conversation. Mars-san, during Bon, we eat shajin ryori, which is dishes made without meat. Shajin, well, it's a Buddhist event. It's about eating the same food as the monks during this time. Wow, Buddhist monks don't eat meat. Oh, so that's why we're having sushi today. Although Mars looked impressed by Dad's explanation, I felt bad. It's not necessarily like that, I think. As I struggled to say something, Dad corrected me. Well, probably, the monks also eat meat. Huh, why? What should I say? There may be some who don't eat it, but it's quite difficult to explain that sense to a foreigner. Dad was stumbling through his explanation and couldn't quite wrap it up. With an indescribable look on his face, he finished the barley-based banya and drank it all. Tomoko-san, I'll help with dinner. Huh? No, it's fine, Yu-chan, as long as you're relaxing. I've just come to Japan, so please teach me Japanese seasoning if you don't mind. Tanbo said your mom's cooking is delicious, so I was curious. Oh my, did that child say that? It's just normal home cooking, but it's embarrassing. Can I help too? Oh, you're always told to help, but you always run away. It's okay, Chiri can help too. In the short time from noon to evening, the princess had already become completely accustomed to this house. She chatted non-stop with my mother and sister, and had become so friendly that it was hard to believe they had just met today. On the other hand, we, the trio of men, were just eating sushi, lounging in the living room, drinking sake, and watching horse racing broadcasts while having some silly conversations. The power of women is incredible. I don't feel like winning against it. I finished the last bit of canned beer I had, glanced at the backs of the women who were chatting happily in the kitchen, and gave up on interrupting and going to the refrigerator. The omelet rice and miso soup made by the 3 women at home tasted just like my mother's usual cooking. After eating that, we were loaded with a mountain of pears and peanuts made by our relatives and headed home. As the 3 of us sat silently in the back seat of the taxi, soon I could hear a quiet snoring from Mars, who was sitting in the middle. Occasionally listening to the high-pitched snoring, Haim squeezed my thumb tightly with her small hand. I wrapped her hand with both of mine and stared out the window at the local scenery that seemed to be far away. Section. After the scorching Aben holiday, where the water poured on the ground evaporated in an instant, Mars and I came to the headquarters of the Tokyo Dungeon Management Association at the call of Mr. Sawara from the Defense Equipment Agency. After quickly cooling our bodies, which had become exhausted from the sun shining like our parents' enemies, with the air conditioner in the reception room, and drinking iced coffee with large ice cubes while chatting, Mr. Sawara gradually began to speak. By the way, I heard a rumor that the people at Kawashima General Trading Company have obtained detailed maps of the dungeon. Well, yeah. Basically, when talking to this guy, Mars is the main talker, and I'm just a decoration. I don't have enough knowledge or experience, and to be honest, I'm not good for much in the conversation. Since the other party understands that, the conversation has always been directed towards the managing director. You've got some impressive technology. We'd like to learn from that. Oh, by the way, it's a matter of consultation. Can we also use those maps for reference in the self-defense forces? Maps are expensive, you know. Of course, I'm fully aware of that, but how about it? While we don't doubt your company's technology, it's necessary to confirm the accuracy of the maps, and wouldn't it be appropriate for this time to be a goodwill offering? Mars shrugged his shoulders dramatically at Mr. Sawara's words. To be honest, that map had already been submitted to the Management Association for the purpose of requesting relief efforts, so it was already like it had been submitted to the self-defense forces. I wonder if they want to properly get permission out of good faith to use it for the self-defense forces. It's so roundabout here. There are only 3 of us, so just say it straight. Oh, I apologize. I usually deal with domestic companies, so I get nervous when talking to foreigners. But isn't Kawashima also a domestic company? Oh, I apologize again. I mean no offense. Mr. Sawara, who didn't seem nervous at all, took a sip of his iced coffee and smiled. How about it? As for your company's drone operation, would our country refrain from interfering for the time being? We're following the law, you know. Because laws change with the times. The relaxation of restrictions on drones in dungeons is not necessarily for mass use with AI, but just to. So you're not giving your seal of approval. Well, our country's citizens are very sensitive to such special treatment for certain companies. I hope you understand. Well, I get that. If it's revealed that we're the only ones getting special treatment, we'll be beaten up on wide shows for about 2 months. Mars glanced at my face for a moment and lowered the corner of his right eye in suspicion. Well, all right. If we just share the data of the map for now, there won't be any restrictions on using drones. Okay, it's okay. We're deeply grateful for your cooperation. Also, regarding that drone and other products, we'd like to consult with you again at a later date. There are many special products, so would the military have enough to use? Well, it's after the powered exoskeletons, right? Yes, I think it would be in that form. As I stared vaguely at Sawara's inscrutable smile, I lifted the sweaty glass and sipped coffee through a straw. I had been listening to the probing conversation for a while now, but even though I hadn't said a word, my throat felt dry. Although the sweat I had shed on the way here had completely disappeared, I somehow found myself pulling the hem of my polo shirt. It wasn't the sweat from the heat, but a different kind of sweat. I felt the back of my polo shirt damp and clammy. Section. There are moments that seem calculated, surprisingly enough. In the Tokyo 4th dungeon, which had quieted down somewhat after the end of summer vacation when high school adventure teams disappeared, the serious-faced Kimu who came with a request made it seem like a game of cat and mouse. Could you drop off the package? Oh, what's that? It's a supply transport. I'm not asking you to accompany it all the way. Don't you have drones? Can't you manage with them? Mars and I exchanged glances from above and below. It was a bit too timely a request, as we had just discussed drone use in the dungeon with the government shortly after summer break. How much weight are we talking about? The weight determines what we can carry. We might be holed up in East 1 dungeon for a while. Kimu, half lifting his balaclava, answered while exhaling cigarette smoke. East 1, is something happening there? No, it's a request for fixed-point observation from a scholar. We have to carry minimal supplies, because we'll be entering a pretty rough area. I see a request from a scholar. I thought she might have been listening, so I took out my smartphone and, as expected, the messaging app opened, revealing a chat screen with Haim. Since it's inside the dungeon, we can't fly anything too big. The one we're using for surveys is a bit bigger than what you have now, so maybe about 3 kilograms per unit. Our current survey drone weighs 200 grams, so if we use a transport drone, size upgrades would be necessary. Oh, I think if we use transport drones, we can carry about 3 kilograms at a time. That should be enough. Kimu adjusted the direction of the personal air conditioner, clipped to his collar, and nodded. Well then, please send me detailed information by email. Oh sure, I'll send it. Oh, by the way, did you guys know? There was a death in the deeper part of the Soka dungeon. Huh, really? Is Soka the 4th in Saitama? Yeah, Tama 4 dungeon. Apparently, someone froze to death even though it's midsummer. What, froze to death? Since there are a lot of slime-type monsters there, maybe they were killed by an ice slime. Slime-type monsters were not profitable to defeat, and they were difficult because they used poison. They were disliked by adventurers. Many people were researching their ecology, which was unseen on Earth, and some were challenging to domesticate them, but research and domestication were still not successful. Slimes were monsters that couldn't be eaten no matter how you cooked them. When you guys go to Tama 4 dungeon, be careful and bring some hand warmers. Well, we specialize in Tokyo. Despite saying that to the grinning Kimu, we decided that very night to send investigation drones to Tama 4 dungeon. If there's a suspicious corpse, there may be something unusual in the dungeon. And where there's something unusual, there might be dangerous monsters. There was no choice for us, who were looking for dangerous monsters to exchange for a spaceship, but to ignore it. In the summer of the 22nd year of the new calendar, when there were various movements in both the self-defense forces and dungeon-related matters, there were also movements in the direction of Kawashima general trading. Well, it's not so much a movement as, anyway, it was a blow from a direction I hadn't anticipated at all. Hey, boss, what's the vice president like? It was an exceptionally hot day, with heat waves rising in the city. Abukuma, the head of shipping at Kawashima General Trading, asked me as I arrived at the former factory, which now served as a workspace for robot assembly. Why do you ask? Well, recently, I've been getting a lot of inquiries about cosmetics from someone I saw on Isasta. As she said that, she showed me the screen of her smartphone, displaying an account named Haim. Isasta was a photo-centric social media platform where glamorous men and women posted sparkling photos. Come to think of it, Haim had started taking various photos, saying she was recommended by my sister. It says, Vice President of Kawashima General Trading in the profile, and she's promoting our products like crazy. Is she really our vice president? That's her. Abukuma showed me several posts, and indeed, Haim was using Isasta for company promotion. She mainly posted pictures of dishes made with our seasonings, skincare products, and how-to-use guides for handy gadgets. But the problem was that all the photos were ridiculously stunning. Whether it was just rice topped with furicake, skincare lotion applied to Haim's white slender fingers, or the bizarre dishes Haim occasionally made, they all looked perfect to the point where you couldn't believe they were taken in our small apartment. It was complete overquality. You couldn't achieve this even in a studio. It's amazing, isn't it? Is the vice president a professional photographer or something? Even though her face isn't shown, she already has over 50,000 followers. More like she's becoming an expert. Mars answered vaguely, seeming genuinely impressed by Haim's photos. Well, she couldn't exactly be called a former supergalactic influencer. Anyway, we're getting more and more orders from people who seem to have found us through the vice president's Isasta account, so I wanted to share that. Oh, sorry for the trouble. Trouble? What are you talking about? It's great that our products are selling well. Right, that's true, that's how it usually is. For the Kawashima family, This company may just be a stepping stone towards their goal of space exploration. But for Kawashima General Trading, making a ton of money by selling products is what really matters. No, of course. I meant we should have shared the Isasta strategy earlier. Oh, well, You may be very busy, but if there are such things in the future, please make sure to share them on the internal chat. Understood. After replying like that, I looked at Abukuma-san's face, which had become somewhat thinner than before. It's not just the three of us involved in this company, I need to be more responsible too. If possible, I want this company not only to sell the things the princess made, but also to be able to prepare products with our own efforts someday. With such a determination in mind, I clenched my fist. Meanwhile, Manager Abukuma was squatting down and talking to Managing Director Mars. Managing Director. Hi. What is it? Some people from Katsith, the same hometown as you, want to work part-time. Currently, we're refusing anyone without Japanese nationality. Work part-time here, why is that? If they're after points, they could bring magic stones, right? Probably, but maybe it's rare for a company where Katsith people hold positions. That might be true. People from another world are generally few in number, so even if some become salarymen, not many hold positions. Certainly, a company where someone from the same country, it appears to be, has succeeded, could be seen as a viable option. Maybe they thought there would be opportunities in such a company. Well, they probably won't be from the same hometown, so we can proceed with the usual hiring process. If they meet the criteria and pass the interview, we can hire them. Okay, got it. Well, to be honest, I didn't think our company was the kind worth going through naturalization procedures to work for, so it's unlikely that any Katsith employees would join our company. That's what I was thinking, but a few days later, Katsith, who had just become a Japanese citizen, and Isistar girls who had heard rumors about cosmetics only available through point exchange, applied for part-time jobs, and it turned my world upside down. Section, amidst the cool autumn breeze gently caressing Tokyo, I was savoring the ultimate happiness. Damn cool, right? Seriously. Well, I guess people have their preferences. In response to my excitement rivaling that of a Christmas child, Mars, the cat-shaped alien, nodded with little interest. Nah, anyone would like it if they were a guy. It's a combat robot, a combat robot. Isn't it just too cool? I've seen ones about 10 times the size of this. Well, I'd like to see that too, but there's no point in being envious of what we don't have. For now, this robot right here is the best for me. I said, fists clenched, in front of the 8-meter-tall giant robot I had painstakingly assembled in the former factory section, next to Kawashima General Trading's shipping center. Yes, the combat robot I had been assembling diligently was finally complete. The angular, cool body, painted entirely in white, sported a gold line detail I had added with spray paint I bought with my allowance, shining and stylish. Its traditional helmet-shaped head had a convex visor, with faintly visible 3 cameras behind the deep green visor, adding to its coolness. A single horn, specially attached at my insistence to the forehead, stood proud, functionality aside. It was undeniably cool. The 3-meter-long beam rifle and the emitter for the beam sword, as thick as my thigh, were both extremely heavy and incredibly cool. Cool? No, way too cool. This is my custom machine. It's so cool. Can't even call it cool anymore. So, what are you going to name it, Tanbo? Name? Don't these have like model names or something? It's not so much about a model name as it is about giving it a pet name when it's deployed. Oh, I see. If I had known that, I would have thought of a name beforehand. Since it's a robot from Kawashima General Trading, Kawashiman, well, that's not quite right with its convex visor. Maybe gun, no. Using an existing robot's name wouldn't be good. With the gold line, maybe Goldine. But the gold ratio is too low due to budget constraints. And it has eyes on its forehead. 3 of them, but 3 eyes might look tacky, Third eye in English. That's it, third eye. Let's name this robot Third Eye. Third Eye, sounds good. Yeah, that fits. Now that it's decided, I'll have to stencil the Third Eye personal mark on its shoulder. Well, that's something for another day. Now that we've settled on a name, let's test it out right away. Oh no, if we try to walk it, it'll break through the ceiling. It's just barely fitting in here. Why? Wasn't the ceiling about 10 meters high here? Didn't they say we'd do basic training here? That's because of the antenna. I've told you multiple times that we don't need it. If it weren't for that, we could have done walking training here. Come to think of it, Mars did mention you could attach it later. But it was me who insisted, prioritizing coolness, please attach it. I knelt on the green factory floor, overwhelmed by my own shallowness. Even so, I wanted an antenna on my robot. Well, for now, let's leave it. Let's have the princess find a spacious area in some dungeon and try moving it there. As Mars suggested, I nodded, still seated on the floor, bowing my head. But wait a moment. As I stood up and said that, Mars, tilting his head slightly, asked, "What?" Just so you know, the antenna can't be removed right away. It's not just for decoration. It's connected to a dedicated harness and the main computer. No, I just wanted you to take some pictures. Oh, I see. Well, if it's just for that. After cooling my head a bit, I had Mars take commemorative photos from various angles before storing all the equipment in the junkyard. All that remained in the factory, which would continue to be used when building something big in the future, were the sand and fallen leaves blowing in from somewhere. Mars and I swept them away with a broom and left the factory behind once again. Interlude the sailor cat and the furless man. When I first met a man named Tanbo Kawashima, my initial thought was, what a waste. He was a man with incredible power, yet completely unaware of his own abilities. Moreover, he appeared inherently good-natured but lacked confidence in himself. Watching him, with his clinging gaze and being called Mars, a cat he claimed was once his family, stirred within me a feeling stronger than mere gratitude. It was a sense of obligation to help him. Humility suited a man. However, it doesn't necessarily lead to happiness when a powerful man remains humble. Extraordinary power is bestowed upon those who need it. Coming from the depths of this untamed land, possessing the formidable ability to access markets directly from the Galactic Trade Organization's jurisdiction, he would undoubtedly face trials testing that power. It wasn't evident whether Tanbo, as he was now, could withstand such a rite of passage. So, when I proposed, "Let's do business together," it was partly for practical gain and partly out of concern. Do I really have to write in this ledger every day? Keeping the ledger is fundamental. Organizations that can't grasp their own size quickly reach a plateau. I don't even plan on expanding, and managing people seems like too much hassle. While teaching him the basics of investigation, planning, assessment, and exploration, the ABCs of business, we lazily conducted a business buying goods cheaply on the surface and selling them at a higher price below. Then, unexpectedly, Tanbo's fortunes changed. Someone somewhere exchanged a mysterious game console at the junkyard, a place seemingly connected to him. Indeed, strong power exerts a gravitational pull. Some unknown connection seemed to intertwine with the power of the junkyard. From the day he acquired the game console, he seemed different. He spoke of experiencing a stronger version of his life in his dreams, or something like that. Regardless, it seemed he now had a clear goal to strive for. He became more proactive in business, assertive and steadfast. When he went to help underground customers and fought a dragon, it was nerve-wracking. But business isn't just about profit and loss. If you consider risking your life as an investment in experience and reputation, it's not wasted on Tanbo's future or the future of the business. Well, that's about as far as I could guide him. The problem arose from there. Things took a drastic turn after Tanbo accidentally acquired someone's brain shell. While it provided him with more clues connecting to his homeland, which might have been somewhat gratifying for him, whether it was good for Tanbo, I couldn't say. For someone like him, who readily takes on anything without much forethought, the Wedson princess, the content of the brain shell, was undoubtedly dramatic. For a young man, merely being of the same race as her would be dramatic enough, but she radiated from her soul noble, competent, fragile, and fiercely dependent on Tanbo. After I leave, it will surely become the graveyard of life. It seems like a fitting phrase for marriage in this country. Yes, undoubtedly, that's where it will lead. The current relationship, akin to roommates, only continues because there's Tanbo who doesn't understand the intricacies of romantic relationships, a princess with too much pride, and myself, the intrusive one. Well, I don't know what the Tanbo thinks, but those two should probably get together soon. It's because anyone other than a princess wouldn't be able to keep up with the Tanbo, an extraordinary individual apparently entangled in major troubles like the Kanadaru Trading Company. Tanbo, what are you reading? It's feedback from Kawashima General Trading's clients. Abukuma-san gave it to me. On paper, not email. No, they printed it out and showed it to me when I went there during the day. You brought it back. As I said that, leaning against the Tanbo's back, the princess peered over his shoulder at the copy paper in his hands. The princess could probably access the original data files directly without doing something like that, I thought as I bit into a seedless grape, skin and all. The sweet and sour juice spread in my mouth. Despite this planet being more primitive than any countryside I've visited, the taste of sweet food is truly wonderful. If I return to my hometown, maybe I'll buy a ship and start importing fruits to this planet. Oranges, in particular, would probably sell like crazy back home. So, what does it say? It says, my life was saved by a rescue service. When I was stranded in the pitch-dark bottom of a valley after falling off a cliff, I thought it was all over. But when I sent out a distress signal, a drone came to see me right away, and I was really relieved, you know. Was the family photo sent by the person they saved? Probably. Glancing at the Tanbo with a bit of interest, he showed me the photo. I see a man with his legs hanging off in what seemed like a hospital room, laughing with a little girl and a woman. Adventuring is indeed similar to being a sailor. It's profitable, but darkness is always just around the corner. If we can alleviate the worries of adventurers through Kawashima's work, then it's worth having put so much thought into establishing a rescue service. Also, it says, our family loves using furicake together, and my electrician relative loves using a recharge-free headlamp. That's great. It's kind of embarrassing, but when I see stuff like this, I think running the company was a good idea. Most of it is thanks to Mars and the princess, though. If it weren't for you, both the princess and I wouldn't be here, so it's not entirely like that, right? As I said that, the Tanbo smiled shyly. He's still very immature, just being tossed around by strong forces, lacking not only the ability to wield them, but also the confidence and self-awareness that come with it. If he were to stand on his own for myself and the princess as he is now, he'd just be manipulated by guys like Kanadaru. Perhaps the princess doesn't have any intention of letting him go, but even in this country, there's a saying about the fickleness of a woman's heart. Of course, I also want to go home soon with a spaceship or a transmission device in hand. But right now, I feel like I want to watch over the growth of this furless friend just as much. Chapter 10, Karaoke, Snakes, and Third Eyes. As the mornings and evenings became noticeably cooler, in the one LDK living room where the Kotatsu futon had returned, we were rolling sushi by hand. The ingredients prepared by Haim ranged from traditional items like salmon roe and sashimi to variations like Mexican chips, corn mayo, avocado, and carrot sticks, providing a rich variety. Autumn is when salmon is in season. Indeed, it's delicious with its fatty richness, although these hand-rolled sushi are a bit challenging. As Mars made a mess around his hands and mouth with the overflowing ingredients, he stared intently at the beautifully rolled temaki sushi I made. Wanna try? Yeah, sure. He accepted the salmon and akira temaki from me, opening his small cat mouth wide to devour it. However, the temaki seemed too large for Mars's mouth, and ingredients were spilling out from the sides. I guess I should roll them a bit thinner. This hand-rolled sushi is a traditional Japanese home-cooked meal. I saw it trending on Isasta, so I thought we'd try it today. Traditional, well, when you put it that way. It's a bit tricky to eat, but this dish is pretty good. As Mars spoke, he savored the tuna, egg, and cucumber hasamaki I made. Yeah, the thinner rolls are easier to eat. Maybe I should make some tuna mayo rolls next. As I reached for the seaweed, Haim's index finger tapped my right hand. What? Hey Tanbo, make some for Haim-chan too. She said, pointing to the sushi Mars was enjoying with her finger. Oh sure. Of course, for Haim, I'd do anything. After presenting the tuna, salmon, and tuna mayo hand rolls I made to Haim's plate, she seemed to have made some for me in return, as sushi also came from her direction. From Haim's hefty temaki, something green was peeking out. Haim, what kind of roll is this? Well, it's shrimp, avocado, and wiener with Genovese sauce roll. It's quite filling. Well, the ingredients are not bad, though. As I put the heavy roll into my mouth, I absent-mindedly watched the TV that had been left on. At the Saitama 4th dungeon today, 4 people have gone missing again, and this morning, the Amiya garrison's search team. On the TV screen, the entrance to the Saitama 4th dungeon in Soka was crowded with self-defense force troops. Looks like Tama 4th dungeon is getting serious. When we investigated there was nothing. If the ice slimes the anemone of death mentioned are the cause, maybe they hid between the rocks when the drones came. Immediately after we learned about the fatalities in Tama 4th dungeon, we sent in a large number of drones to search every nook and cranny. However, we couldn't find any large monsters at the time, just the map of Tama 4th dungeon filling up. Furthermore, the number of deaths and disappearances in Tama 4th dungeon continued to increase, leading to the deployment of the self-defense force this time. It seemed Tama 4th dungeon might be closed off, and some adventurers might start flowing into Tokyo. At that time, I was thinking about such matters while casually eating sushi with a strangely mysterious taste. Then, literally, a pillar of fire erupted from Tama 4th dungeon a week later. It happened on a Sunday afternoon, right in the middle of the autumn outing season. Today, in the early hours of the morning, a massive 2-headed snake suddenly appeared from the explosion accident at the Saitama 4th dungeon, knocking down surrounding buildings and beginning to emit fire and ice from its mouth. The self-defense forces are surrounding the dungeon. The self-defense force vehicles just exploded. They exploded. On this perfect holiday afternoon, with the autumn breeze blowing through the city, as we ate the remaining some noodles of summer, the TV reported something serious happening. The heat waves from the snake's flames are reaching here. It's an incredible amount of heat. On the screen, a monstrous snake that had blown apart the entrance to Gyokusu was spewing flames and ice from both its mouths in all directions. Surrounding it, self-defense force members engulfed in flames were rolling on the frozen ground, desperately trying to extinguish the fire burning on their clothes. Shiho-chan, oh no, evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. We'll also evacuate for now. Everyone, please stay indoors and they're firing. The self-defense force has started firing. Look, the special unit's giant gun is spewing fire. The sounds of gunfire from infantry units, the guns of the special unit, which were combat robots, and the firing of tank main guns lasted for a few seconds before a massive flash as bright as daylight erupted from the snake's mouth. The flash instantly turned the area around the dungeon into a sea of flames, and the continuous sound of explosions could be heard. Combat has begun. It's a battle. The city is on fire. The city is on fire. What kind of monster is that snake? Please, everyone, look, the self-defense force's special unit is burning. We need to run. We'll die if we stay here. The camera shook towards the sky, and with the sound of something rattling, the screen returned to the studio. The commentators on the daytime program immediately began criticizing the government's incompetence. I turned my face towards the princess and Mars, who were watching TV with me, while pointing at the screen. Isn't that bad? It's right near my hometown. Is that a snake from another world? The drones we left in Gyokusu were completely wiped out, so they haven't been investigated, but probably right. Unlike the calm Mars and princess, I was already quite restless. After all, the place that snake was burning was just a bit away from my hometown. If that was a city-destroying monster, there was a good chance my hometown would be wiped out too. It was no time to stay calm. It's not just that. I'm going. Where? Gyokusu. I'm sorry for mixing business with personal matters, but it's a crisis for my hometown. Regardless of what you two say, I'm going with Third Eye. Well, calm down. As I tried to leave the room immediately, Mars said that and tapped the top of the kotatsu table with his nails, which emerged from his fingertips. Everyone has only one hometown. I'm grateful to the Kawashima family too, and with our robots, we won't lose to that snake. I'm not saying it's impossible. Then let's go now. Hey, where are you planning to depart from? Still inside the kotatsu, the princess, who hadn't moved, grabbed my pants while standing up and asked. Well, from the road in front. Hearing my answer, she puffed up her cheeks and blew out a sigh from the corner of her mouth. Hey, this apartment is always being watched. If you block the road in front with a robot and stuff, you'll be arrested right away. Is that so? We're under suspicion for various reasons, so there's surveillance. Japanese people are polite and won't enter a house without a warrant, but if you bring out armed robots, you'll probably get arrested on the spot. From beside Mars, who said that with a stern expression, the princess, with a slightly angry expression, continued while pointing at my face. Just so you know, if we get caught, it's not just Tanbo who'll be arrested, okay? We'll be arrested too, and so will Ibukuma-san, and even your mom back home will be inconvenienced. Then what should we? Unable to go anywhere despite standing up with momentum, I was pulled back into the kotatsu by the princess. That robot has stealth and flight capabilities, so as long as we secure the departure point, we can go and come back without being caught. It'll still be suspicious. Well, that's nothing new. Then, let's move to the factory first. Even if we bring it out in the factory, we probably can't take it outside because of the size of the exit. By the way, the factory's exit is only about 2 meters wide. A robot with a shoulder width of about 3 meters wouldn't be able to get out even if it crawled. What should I do? As I pondered this, the cool touch of the princess's hand lightly tapped my head. Don't worry, don't worry. If we just choose the right place, going there and back should be manageable, even if it's nearby. But if we're going anyway, we might as well pick a place where we can also secure an alibi. How would we do that? When I asked, she smiled and replied, "Let's go karaoke." 30 minutes later, Mars and I were trespassing on the rooftop of an amusement building near the station. I wonder if anyone can really see this. It's okay, it's okay. It's invisible from the outside. We've anchored it and set up an optical camouflage field, so it should appear as if there's no one on the rooftop from the outside. Mars and I had set up the anchors for the optical camouflage 3D holographic generator prepared by the princess at the 4 corners of the rooftop, boldly making final adjustments to the cockpit of the three-eyed titan on the rooftop of the building. Inside the cockpit of the three-eye standing on the rooftop of the building, the system diagnostics program that the princess was running was sparkling brightly. While the princess's main body was doing karaoke in the karaoke shop inside the building, it seemed that according to the surveillance camera footage, we were also singing karaoke together. With this, we could secretly take off and create an alibi. It was indeed a good place. Tanbo, Ma-chan, it's okay. With the okay from the princess's voice coming from the cockpit, I climbed into the cockpit using the recess steps on the front armor of the kneeling machine. Even though it's only about 5 meters high, it's scary to climb up. If it were a bit newer, the front armor of the cockpit would be a lift. Mars's fur clinging to my shoulder, gently brushed against my neck. But me, although I had the Galactic Police's life support system on, was it okay to ride a combat robot in casual clothes? Feeling somewhat uneasy, I entered the cockpit, and the front armor closed automatically. As I sat in the cockpit surrounded by cushioning material, my back and buttocks were firmly fixed to the chair as if sucked in, and a tablet-sized thin green holograph appeared in front of my face. The OS is set to Japanese for now, but initial startup is voice-controlled. What should I say? Enzarki. What does that mean? Hail to the Galactic Federation. I didn't really understand space stuff, but if saying that would make things work, then I'll go with it. Enzarki. Authentication complete. Startup sequence initiated. Connection with mothership not detected. Okay, skip that. Starting in standalone mode. As Mars manipulated the holograph in front of my face with his paw, the cushioning material inside the cockpit disappeared like magic, and the outside scenery was displayed. In the center of my field of vision, large, thin green letters "Stand Alone" were displayed and disappeared in a few seconds. I've activated composite camouflage. Most things should be fine, but be careful not to collide with airplanes, or you'll be exposed. Okay, let's go Tanbo. All right. So, how do we move this thing? It just occurred to me, but I haven't had any training. Is it okay? I wanted to train you if I could. Well, it's a hybrid of eye control and thought control, so I think even a complete amateur would be fine for something like large snake extermination. Grip the handle in front of the armrest, and imagine the movement you want with your head. Okay, fly. At that moment, the ground on the rooftop seemed to recede, and suddenly my field of vision started spinning. Oh no. What's happening? Because you took off while still kneeling, imagine stopping. Stop. I say this out loud, the view abruptly froze. Alongside the rooftop of the building I had been on just moments ago, the bustling station square with numerous people coming and going became distinctly visible. With a gulp, the sound of my own saliva swallowing echoed loudly. Third Eye and I remained silent, suspended in the Tokyo sky like gods. Hey, Heim, which way should I go? Follow the navigation and head that way. At Heim's words, 3D arrows appeared in front of my eyes on the surrounding display. Ah, so I just had to follow these. It was like a game, easy to understand. Let's go slowly and be careful not to collide with any buildings. It's like driving school. As I mentally directed the direction I wanted to go, Third Eye began to move slowly, emitting a faint, high-pitched sound. Simply by focusing on wanting to go faster, the speed increased smoothly, rapidly bringing distant buildings closer and causing them to zoom past at incredible speeds. Despite this, my body felt no strain whatsoever. It was as if I were watching drone footage or something similar on a room's television screen. This thing, I don't feel any G's or anything. Are we really flying? When I asked, Mars, perched on my knee, looked at me with a puzzled expression and pointed the direction of travel with a claw from their outstretched hand. We're flying using gravity control, so if there were G-forces inside the cockpit, that would be a problem. Well, if we had the hatch open, the cockpit's control would be compromised, and then you might feel the G-forces. Don't open it, it'll compromise stealth mode. Yeah. While the three of us conversed, Third Eye silently soared above the city. As I gazed at the warm sunlight illuminating Tokyo, I noticed a place in the distance where thick black smoke rose. Is that where the smoke is coming from? The snake is moving east from Soka. There seems to be a debate in the self-defense forces about whether to fire missiles into the urban area. Is it okay to fly straight into that? I'd prefer to avoid a direct hit. Let's take care of it before it gets here. All right, all right. I slapped my cheeks with both hands, then raised both index fingers to my temples, focusing intently. What's that? I'm concentrating. Tanbo. If you hit the base of its neck, one shot from the laser cannon should finish it off, so stay calm and aim well. This gun is a beam rifle. I pulled the rifle from Third Eye's right hand and aimed it at the massive, two-headed serpent that had somehow gotten closer. The serpent seemed to be moving slowly along a main road, but I couldn't see its tail anywhere. Isn't that snake really long? Very long. Its body hasn't fully emerged from the Soka dungeon yet. Why? I don't know. These creatures, the snake and the dragon, they're all so strange. Well, they're not from our planet, are they? Well, no matter how long the snake was, crushing its head should do the trick. I maintained my concentration and looked at the two heads of the snake again. If we shoot from above, we might penetrate into the underground city where people are evacuating, so let's dive underneath and aim for the sky. All right. Flames or cold, it shouldn't be a problem, so don't worry and get close. All right, let's go. With foam flying from the corners of my mouth and a spirited shout, I propelled Third Eye toward the two-headed serpent. The city, which had seemed distant just a moment ago, suddenly expanded before my eyes. In an instant, the road stretched out to fill my vision, and Third Eye, sparks flying from its feet, glided over the asphalt. Boom! The deafening explosion and sparks echoed through the deserted city streets as Third Eye, its feet skimming the asphalt, closed in on the neck of the two-headed serpent. Fly, fly, fly. Levitate, levitate, levitate. Pressing the finger against my temple as if stabbing it, I muttered, and the Third Eye rose slightly from the ground. With that momentum, it crashed into the wagon abandoned in the middle of the road. Bam! A loud noise echoed, and the wagon, tumbling sideways, flew up about 2 meters before being blown away. Whoa, I did it. It's okay, no one was in there. It's your fault for leaving it there. I hope the insurance company doesn't contact us later. Oh, here it comes. While I was holding my head in my hands, the Third Eye continued to fly just above the ground, and in no time, we were engaging the two-headed snake. The snake, towering above us even from atop the 8-meter-high Third Eye, had its heads raised and was advancing towards us. Are they really not seeing us from over there? Yeah. Hey, didn't snakes have pit organs to see infrared? That's why Third Eye stealth is supposed to be undetectable by visual, infrared, or ultrasonic sensors. It's okay. But I feel like it's looking at us. Even though I wanted to believe Heim's L words, I couldn't help but feel that the two heads of the snake were staring right at us. While flicking its tongue, the two-headed snake clearly approached, targeting the Third Eye. Is this really okay? Are we not found out? That's strange, the stealth is still active. Tanbo, it's okay to shoot now. To steady my heart and ready the beam rifle as I observed the snake closely. I couldn't help but notice that one side of the snake's throat was slightly swollen, like a frog. In the next moment, that mouth opened wide. Ah! For a moment, everything turned white, and it seemed like the center of the screen was swaying. It was when everything around the third eye suddenly burst into flames that I realized it was the crimson flames emitted from the snake's mouth that had approached. We're getting blasted by fire. What? Why? Even though the stealth is working. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Can I shoot? Can I shoot this? It's okay, but calm down. While I was panicking beyond control, Mars's hand, sitting on my knee, slapped me sharply. As long as the paint doesn't melt at this temperature, calm down and aim carefully. Calm down, calm down. I took a deep breath to steady myself, aimed the beam rifle at the base of the snake's body just before it split into two heads, and held my breath. Then, with a slight pull of the trigger in my mind, I fired. Instantly, there was a deafening boom, and the entire screen was covered in dust, making it impossible to see anything. Did it hit? It missed. The snake dodged at the last moment and crashed into the building on the left. On the left, as I looked around at Heim's words, a giant snake's head came crashing through the left side of the third eye's body, cutting through the dust. Oh no! With a dull thud, the third eye was blown away, and my vision spun. Then, there was a deafening sound that pierced my ears, and for a moment, I felt like I saw a place that looked like a kitchen in a restaurant and a ceiling lined with many fluorescent lights. How did it stop? What happened? It got blown away completely. Had it crashed into some building? When the third eye's movement came to a complete stop, my field of vision was filled with debris. Wind was blowing in from where we had just made a big hole, and I could see frost forming on the debris around us. Frost! Is this the ice breath they mentioned on TV? Calm down, it's okay. No amount of freezing will damage a robot designed for space. Mars said it in a calm manner, but this opponent had managed to see through an invisible stealth and dodge the precious beam rifle. I didn't feel very reassured. More importantly, earlier, he dodged the beam rifle. Yeah, it's a hypothesis, but that snake might be able to sense charged particles themselves. Ah yeah, if that's the case, it wouldn't be strange if it could penetrate stealth. What are charged particles? Probably what Tanbo calls the content of the beam. It's also used in the fundamental technology of stealth systems. Huh, so the beam doesn't work. Third eye only has beam weapons attached. Well, maybe, but maybe it was just a fluke, so shoot again. As long as we're monitoring, the unit is perfectly fine, and its stealth hasn't been compromised even by its body slamming. Ah, okay. With a somewhat anxious feeling, I swallowed saliva to moisten my dry throat. Tanbo, regardless, we have no choice but to do something, right? If the charged particle weaponry doesn't work, we'll have to defeat it with brute force, won't we? Of course. As Mars said, I came here not for anyone else but for myself, to protect my hometown with my own hands. There's no avoiding it, so even against a monster that dodges beam rifles after seeing them, there's no choice but to fight. Let's go. With my words, Third Eye leaped forward in a forward-leaning posture. Stirring up the path it had taken while being thrown around, the three-eyed robot flew back onto the main road with a cloud of dust. Aiming at the snake's head, which was breathing cold breath towards the place where we had just been, I pulled the trigger of the rifle while keeping a low stance. Despite launching a surprise attack, the snake swiftly dodged the beam with incredible agility. It dodged again. Why are there so many weird creatures on this planet? It's not because of my planet. Again, to avoid being rammed by the snake, I continued to shoot the rifle as a deterrent. Although I said I was shooting continuously, I didn't feel like I was shooting much, as there was no sound and no pink beams coming out. Is this really emitting a beam? It is. It's just not hitting. If you keep pulling the trigger recklessly, you'll hit a building. No matter what you say, I have no choice but to go with my fists. With a cry of determination, I dove headfirst towards the snake's head in a flying kick stance, only to have my foot bitten into by its wide-open mouth. Just as the terrifying face of the snake filled my entire field of vision in extreme close-up, I was swung around at tremendous speed and slammed haphazardly into the surrounding buildings and ground. Nuwu. Tanbo now, shoot now. Aim for the head that's biting Third Eye's leg. I'll shoot. In a daze, at the moment I pulled the trigger, there was a loud explosion. With my field of vision turning completely red, I couldn't immediately understand what that sound was. It wasn't until I saw the remaining head of the snake, which had been torn apart, still clamped onto Third Eye's leg amid a shower of blood, that I finally realized. That sound was the sound of the snake's head being blown off by the beam. Tanbo, when head is still left. I know. I tried to finish off the other head of the two-headed snake, but I couldn't aim due to the snake thrashing around. It's dragging me somewhere. It looks like it's trying to return to the Soka dungeon. First, use the laser blade to detach the head biting Third Eye's leg. Okay. However, just as I was about to use the beam sword's emitter attached to my waist to cut off the mouth biting Third Eye's leg, the thrashing Third Eye was slammed with all its might into a commercial building along the main road and fell down to the underground mall. In the corner of my vision, an unmanned food and drink shop street illuminated by fluorescent lights was reflected. It seemed that Third Eye had punched through the floor of the department store and fallen into the underground mall. Oh no. It went into the underground mall. But it came off my leg. All right, now we just need to deal with the other head. As I sheathed the beam sword generator at my waist, I suddenly noticed a pink hat with rabbit-like ears in my field of vision. Lifting the body of the Third Eye, I cautiously looked back at the same spot. It wasn't a mistake. A small child was crouching in the middle of the aisle. Mars, look. Huh, a child, late evacuee. This is bad, isn't there anything? Like a barrier. There's no such convenient thing. Quickly move away so you don't get involved. If I immediately flew out and separated, maybe this child would be saved. As I thought this, I clearly saw a snake outside the department store, inflating its neck as it looked at us. This is bad. Fire is coming. Into the cockpit. Tanbo, if you open it, it'll be bad. You won't be able to attend college anymore if you're exposed. For a moment, faces of parents flashed through my mind. Faces of people who had joined my company, faces of adventurers, and the face of my younger sister, who had always been a crybaby following me since childhood. College, I'm dropping out. At that moment, I acted on instinct, not even understanding what I was doing. Concerns about inconveniencing others or my future life all disappeared. In the midst of the department store burning down on my knees, there was a cat looking up at the sky with a face I had never seen before and a crying child. The hatch opened, so the stealth is off. Do it again, do it again. Boo. No, no, no. Boss, no, President. It'll take 2 minutes to rebuild the stealth. Get out, defeat the snake, and put the child down in a safe place during that time. Why does it take 2 minutes? It took about the same time when you first started up, didn't it? My head was in turmoil, and I couldn't say anything to the two of them. But I understood that I couldn't put down this child on my knees without defeating that snake. The Third Eye, flying out of the burning department store, moved around the snake as if gliding and shot a beam rifle into the sky. The snake, which had lost part of its head, seemed unable to avoid it as it did before, spraying blood from its severed neck as it retreated. Hovering just above the ground, I pulled out the beam sword generator at my waist while flying and slashed at the retreating snake. Although I couldn't cut off the snake's head with that slash, I was able to cut it shallowly. The snake continued to back away, seemingly pulled from somewhere, its blood flowing steadily, and on the umpteenth slash, it finally had its head cut off and died. All right, that's a relief. What about the stealth? 20 seconds left. I'll navigate to blind spots in the surveillance cameras. Following the arrow that appeared in the center of the display, I moved the Third Eye and kneeled on the road in front of the mixed-use building. Don't go outside like this. Take it out with the robot manipulator like you did when you brought the kid in. While tears and snot soaked my clothes, I gently lifted the child's back while he continued to cry and put him on the palm of the Third Eye and somehow managed to take him outside. Stealth reboot. With those words from the princess, I sighed deeply and said only one word, sorry. Tanbo. Boys, it's not over yet. The snake's body is being sucked into the dungeon. It's not dead yet. When I turned towards the snake, there was no body there, only the remains of the severed head left in a sea of blood. What should we do, Tanbo? Chase it. You mean chasing it and diving into the dungeon with the combat robot. If it regenerates like the dragon in third dungeon, it'll be bad if it comes out again. Well, that might be true. I raised Third Eye's altitude and set course for the Saitama number 4 dungeon. The serpent's body was nowhere to be seen, even from above, and the main road, now a mess of destroyed cars and abandoned special vehicles, bore traces of the serpent's blood. Come to think of it, Haim, you mentioned something about Tanbo being the boss. It couldn't be helped, they might have been listening in. I didn't want to give away too much information. She was crying, so I think she'll be okay, but kids surprisingly listen to what adults say around them. Boss, it sounded like the leader of some evil secret society. But it was my decision, so I had no right to complain about it. If anything, I should be grateful for her quick thinking. Haim, thanks. It's too late to do anything about it now, but I'll give you a lecture later. Yeah. As I answered, I lowered Third Eye's altitude and dove into the city, still undergoing firefighting efforts, heading towards the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, now a giant hole from the blown-off entrance, a tunnel-like path where the serpent had passed was clearly visible. Following it shouldn't lead us astray. Aiming the beam rifle deeper into the dungeon, Third Eye navigated through the rubble, avoiding collapses, and pursued the serpent with Superman-like leaps. There's no sign of it anywhere. It flew quite a distance, didn't it? Despite flying relentlessly through the dark dungeon with night vision, neither the serpent nor any other creatures appeared. I started to feel uneasy and looked at Mars on my knee. He seemed to be looking at me too, his eyes reflecting the darkness. Tanbo, what if we end up in another world if we keep going like this? No way, that can't be right. What do you mean? Haim. Looks like it's too late. We've probably entered another world. The colors on the display, which had been bluish in night vision mode, gradually changed. Beyond the pitch-black cave, light was slowly seeping in. Something's coming. Water. Suddenly, amidst the only sound of the wind, there was a rumble and roar. From the direction where the light was shining, a massive amount of water was flowing towards us. While Third Eye, being a space combat robot, wouldn't be affected even if submerged in water, the amount of water was enough to sweep away and drown a human. What's going on? Let's just go towards the light. As we increased propulsion and pushed against the water, a notice popped up on a part of the surrounding monitors. What's this? Beware of electric shock. Does that mean we're being electrified? Soaking in water and conducting electricity makes sense. If we'd come in power suits, we'd be dead for sure. As we talked, the light grew closer and closer, and finally, the end of the dungeon came into view. Let's get out of here. Be careful, Tanbo. Third Eye burst out of the dungeon entrance, now a giant hole spewing water, with water splashing everywhere. The first thing that caught my eye was the huge serpent's head spewing water, and beside it, another serpent head of the same size, its mouth wide open. After following the two-headed serpent's body, a three-headed serpent was waiting for me. It's got 3 heads. Could this be the tail end of that two-headed serpent? As Third Eye fired the rifle at the base of the 3 heads, the triple-headed serpent dodged it, wriggling like the two-headed one did. It's dodging too. In the dense forest, with trees double the height of Third Eye lining up like walls and only towering mountains visible through the gaps, the giant serpent approached, knocking down trees as it advanced towards us. I did a scan but couldn't find any large heat sources, and I don't think there are any settlements. Switch to burst mode and shoot. As Mars manipulated the holographic tablet, the words "burst fire" flashed in green letters on the surrounding display. Pulling the trigger, a swirling burst of light erupted from the muzzle, causing trees and the ground ahead to explode one after the other. Is this burst mode? Just shoot the snake already. I am, but despite repeatedly aiming the rifle at the snake, it now lifted its head without flinching. Isn't something off? It's hitting right. Wait, without the princess, I have to do the analysis manually. As Mars became engrossed in the tablet, the snake moved. It lunged directly without breathing fire. Beam sword. As Third Eye retreated, it drew the beam sword towards the snake's nose. However, the blade warped just before hitting the snake and dispersed into thin air. Third Eye was then caught by the snake's mouth and flailed about like a tantrum-throwing child's toy. Tanbo, got it? It's a force field, probably generated by electrical discharge from its powerful neck, interfering with charged particles. Meaning, a barrier is up. What should we do? Attack with something physical. All right, punch it. Grabbing onto the snake's neck, I swung the beam rifle's stock at its nose. As the snake's nose was pierced, it wildly thrashed about, slamming its face into the ground and trees. As I repeatedly struck the same spot while watching the chaotic movements, red text suddenly appeared in front of me. C2 fatal error. What's this? C2, your left arm that got bitten is damaged. Uh-oh. Tanbo, bring out the secret weapon. The makeshift gun. Huh. The one we used against the dragon. Why now? Despite the question, I pull out a Canjuice-shaped contraband gun from the junkyard, and Mars climbs up onto my shoulder with it, transformed with a crunching sound. I'm in a little bit of pain as Mars' legs are tangled around my neck. Tanbo, hold on tight while I open the hatch. Seriously. Silently, the hatch opened, and a fierce gust of wind rushed in as the giant snake lunged at me. Hold on. With those words, Mars pulled the trigger of the gun protruding above my head, creating a small hole in the snake's forehead. As I clung to the seat with all my might, the hole grew bigger, spurting blood until it pierced through to the other side. At that moment, a strong sense of weightlessness overcame me. With the snake's head dead, the bitten arm detached, and third eye was launched into the air. I'm gonna die. You won't die. With those words, the hatch closed, and gravity returned, causing me to slump onto the seat as third eye crashed into the ground. Hugh thought I was a goner. If you were being bit, you'd be dead by now. Just a word. Look, it's coming. I don't like snakes. Snakes are scary. I quickly activated third eye and distanced myself from the snake. What's happening to left arm? Is it turning to stone? Turning to stone. Upon inspecting the immobile left arm, I noticed parts of it had turned gray, resembling concrete. Especially around the joints, gray substance clung tightly, rendering it stiff. Is it petrification breath? It really does look like an enemy from one of Tanbo's games. What do we do? Run. While being swung around and thrown, before I knew it, the snake had positioned itself where we had come out of the dungeon. Even if we wanted to escape, we couldn't return to Saitama without getting past the snake. I took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. No, let's do it. What about weapons? Hit it with a fallen tree, it might hold out for one hit. When we assembled third eye, didn't it say there was an emergency purge function in the core? Oh yeah, the left arm is in the way. When Mars operated it, the screen displayed C2 purge, and the left arm fell off with a clunk. I threw away the beam rifle and picked up the left arm, which had been petrified into a solid block. Tanbo, what are you going to do? This is the hardest. I can do it. I can do it. I should be able to handle it even in a situation like this. I remembered that amazing version of myself I had seen in a dream someday, that face full of confidence and daring. I looked at my right hand and clenched it tightly. Right now, I might be weak and unreliable, but if the current me is truly connected to that version of myself, there's no way I'll lose to a snake like this. Let's go. With the petrified left arm held like a spear, I leaped into the neck of the three-headed snake. Adjusting the direction of gravity control minutely and clinging to the snake, which was trying to avoid me by wriggling, I thrust the fist, which had become a spear, into its giant scales while crushing them. We did it. Not yet. While being showered in blood flowing like a waterfall, third eye attached itself to the writhing snake's neck. Then, with the left arm still protruding, I used my right arm's elbow to support it and opened the wound on the neck. The amount of blood flowing increased rapidly, and the ground around us reflected in the monitor became like a hellish pool of blood. Tanbo, that's enough. Let's retract it. Got it. I kicked the snake with third eye and flew into the air, watching it rise. That was the giant monster that had wreaked havoc on Saitama, and there was no choice but to kill it. Even though I thought that, strangely, it was painful to watch a living creature die in agony. Still, I watched as it died, somehow feeling that doing so was a matter of courtesy to the opponent I had killed. Is it dead? Let's wait until the heat completely disappears from its body. Now, while we can, let's retrieve the beam rifle. Got it. I picked up the beam rifle I had discarded earlier and slumped back into the seat in a daze. Tanbo, have a drink. No, I don't feel like it. Just drink it. At Mars's insistence from above, I took a sip of the sports drink I had taken from the junkyard. Then I realized how parched my body was and ended up drinking it all in one go. What about Mars? I prefer sweet things. Don't spill it from up there. Laughing and saying that, I finally realized that my face was tense. Just like during the dragon incident, I was still in a daze this time, and it wouldn't have been strange if I had been the one defeated instead. Thinking that, a wave of fatigue suddenly washed over me. Feeling exhausted? Yeah, maybe. Just a little more effort. Well, a field trip isn't over until you get back home. Saying that and laughing alone, Mars, who was peering down from above, looked puzzled. It's important not to let your guard down on the way back, but it would be a total loss if we didn't store the snake's corpse. You can store it now. It looks like it's completely dead. Oh, right. Certainly, this battle with the snake was irregular, but our original goal was to obtain such a big catch and exchange it for a spaceship. I'm not an adventurer or a warrior of the universe. I'm the head of a commercial organization, the president of a small to medium-sized company. Fighting, protecting, defeating with cool robots alone, that's not enough. Feeling the fatigue again, I had Mars kneel down for me, then proceeded towards the snake, whose arm remained protruding like a gravestone. But given the size of the junkyard, it won't fit whole. What if we tear it into 3? Let's do that. I cleanly divided the 2 intact heads and the partially damaged one with the beam sword, adjusting their vertical lengths, and then placed them on the third eye's hand for retrieval. Of course, I also retrieved the petrified left arm. Fearful of dropping them, I cautiously returned to the cockpit. As the hatch closed with a click, I let out a long sigh. Should we chase after the snake's body all the way to the end? I asked Mars, but the snake's body was ridiculously long, stretching from the dungeon's entrance deep into the forest, making the search difficult. No, let's stop. I didn't intend to chase it all the way to another world, and the third eye is already in bad shape. To continue chasing would require more preparedness both in equipment and in spirit. Well, there's no sign of the body being dragged away like when we cut off the bifurcated heads, and it's completely lost its body heat, so let's consider it defeated. The princess must be worried too. Let's do that. Man, I'm really tired. I nodded along with Mars's words, directing the third eye towards the dungeon that had emerged. However, I'd like to seal this entrance to prevent something similar from coming out again. Should we shoot the beam rifle like crazy and cause a collapse? I'd rather not be buried alive here by shooting the ceiling, so let's set the rifle to malfunction and detonate it. Before I finished speaking, Mars began manipulating the tablet-sized holograph he had summoned with gestures. I've set it to explode a minute after pulling the trigger, so let's install it a bit further away. Bidding farewell to this beam rifle that served us so well. You can find the same thing in a junkyard. I discarded the beam rifle, pulling the trigger about 100 meters from the entrance, and then returned to the still waterless dungeon. It's connected. What happened? Oh, time. As soon as the communication with the princess was established, a boom, followed by vibrations, and a continuous bass sound, echoed and rocks started falling from the ceiling. The discarded beam rifle had exploded, causing a collapse. What happened? Oh well, we went all the way to another world. We collapsed the entrance and came back. And we defeated the snake. Flying through the darkness just like we did on the way here, I reported the situation to the princess, whose communication had been interrupted. So, are both of you okay? We're fine. There's another snake on the other side of the dungeon, with 3 heads. 3 heads? Why did it gain another one? I'll tell you later. We're about to head back, but what about the dungeon entrance? The self-defense force has it surrounded, but they haven't entered yet, so it's safe to come out. All right, then let's pick up the pace. Understood. Following Mars's instructions, I increased the speed and stretched my arms upward, letting out a groan as my back cracked and a escaped from my throat. Mars, too, stretched while perched on my knees, lifting his butt up and yawning wide. I'm tired. Seriously, sitting on Tonbo's knees is uncomfortable. I want to go back and sleep. While saying such selfish things, Mars, the cat, sat in a seiza posture and swayed his tail. I vaguely reached out towards his back with my tired mind, only to have my hand knocked away with a naya by a cat punch. Final chapter: Princesses, Cats, and Space Pirates. The following day, I found myself at the university. It was a university I thought I could quit, but Haim insisted I attend the required classes needed for graduation, just in case we're not discovered. So far, neither the police nor the self-defense forces had come knocking at our door, and there were no inquiries for my company. According to Haim, an investigation was launched at the karaoke bar after we left, but they backed off after seeing fabricated footage of us innocently singing karaoke. Alibis were in abundance. The child I had helped, even risking my own safety, had been safely rescued and returned to their parents. Although the child's words of gratitude, "Thank you, Big Brother," had caused a stir in the media, everything seemed to be fine. I sat on a bench in the university courtyard, sipping on a juice pack. I was exhausted, not so much physically but mentally drained. The burdens of my hometown and my company were too heavy for me to bear alone. I didn't want to be a president or a mecha pilot, I just wanted to be an ordinary student among the passing crowd. Did you see that? That thing from yesterday? Gunnam, right. It was amazing. Do you think it's not from the self-defense forces after all? Could it be a weapon from another world? I've seen on forums that it might be Kawashima General Trading. But when I searched online, all I found were images of furicake. I spit out my juice in surprise. Nearby students glanced at me briefly before continuing on their way. What's going on? Why is our company being suspected? I wiped the spilled coffee off my clothes and searched for similar news on my phone. Indeed, there were some posts that seemed suspicious. Isn't that robot Kawashima's powered suit? It wouldn't be strange if Kawashima General Trading had a real Gunnam too. Since Kawashima is connected to another world, I felt a wave of relief. While there were speculative posts, none seemed to hit the nail on the head. There were even videos of our powered suits, but there were also comments denying any connection to Gundam. Feeling slightly relieved, I bought a cake at the station and headed home. It was a small apology to the two who had been dragged into danger yesterday. That night, after dinner at the Kawashima household, we sat around the table staring at our smartphones. Shall I make the call? Tanbo, remember what we practiced. Don't say anything unnecessary. If you get confused, look at me. I'll guide you. With these instructions, Haim tapped her small tablet device next to her face. I nodded and pressed the call button for Gold Dragon Trading, Tita, the contact that appeared on my screen. Without waiting for even one ring, the call was answered. President Kawashima, we have been eagerly awaiting your call. Even without you saying so, we understand. Shall we discuss the exchange of the 3 snake heads and the spaceship capable of atmospheric penetration? Oh, right. Our technical department is eager for analysis. What do you say to exchanging the 3 snake heads and the spaceship, which has atmospheric penetration capabilities? Wait, that spaceship isn't one that will break down immediately, right? Oh, this is Sergeant Popped. No, former Sergeant Popped. It seems you misunderstand us, which is sad. As proof that there are no hidden agendas, we will send you the spec sheet. Please review it thoroughly before making a decision. As Tita said this over the phone, my smartphone received data in unreadable characters. At the same time, Haim pointed to her tablet next to her face. I'll check, so just stay silent. I nodded at Haim and slowly moved away from the kotatsu. Output, propulsion, stealth function, living quarters, nice. The ship is small though. Why does it have such advanced weaponry and stealth features? At present, the Kawashima family is isolated and alone. So we thought the necessary function would be to protect ourselves from external enemies, and thus, we selected this ship. Mizu. Yeah, the functionality is fine. Since it's a recent model year, I think we can use current generation general purpose and consumable items without any issues. Haim and Mars nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll trade the head of the snake for the spaceship. Good, the deal is struck. There was a 10-second silence, during which the 3 of us continued to stare at our phones intently. We've confirmed the transaction. Please verify the anomaly. As I checked the junkyard, I noticed unfamiliar arrow-shaped objects. To prevent them from being exchanged, I set them to keep and read the description. Compressed. That spaceship is compressed. If extracted, it will return to its original size in 100 seconds. It's not recommended to extract it now. Understood. Then, Mr. Kawashima, let's continue our good business relationship. If you need anything, your representative, Tita, will assist you wholeheartedly. The call ended abruptly. Along with it, the tension dissolved, and I collapsed onto the floor. As I lay there, I raised both hands above my head and exhaled slowly. Suddenly, something like fabric was draped over my face. What? I sat up to see that it was my outdoor pants. Tanbo, let's go. Huh, where to? To the company. The parking lot over there is just wide enough to get the spaceship out. Right now. If we do it during the day, won't it be immediately noticed? Don't worry. We've installed camouflage anchors since we rented it, so it's ready to use. If worst comes to worst and they find out we killed the snakes, we'll escape in the spaceship. So we need to make sure if the spaceship works or not. Mars's words spurred me into action. Indeed, we needed to act quickly. The three of us hailed a taxi and headed to the headquarters and factory of Kawashima General Trading. Tanbo, camouflage is working, and the soundproofing is operational, so you can extract it safely. The factory parking lot was dimly lit by the lights attached to its eaves. Haim stood at one end, making a circle with her hands, while I waved from the center of the parking lot. Okay, I'll extract it. Once you do, come over here. I waved back at Mars, who was standing next to Haim, and proceeded to extract the spaceship. Placing the palm-sized craft on the gravel ground, resembling a plastic model, I ran back to Mars and the others. Is the orientation okay? If it's sideways, it might hit our neighbor's beat-up car. I placed it so that the bow faces this way. 30 seconds left. What kind of ship is it? From then on, we all fell silent, gazing intently at the spaceship. This vessel represented the culmination of everything we had done so far. Mars, who had been adrift at the edge of the universe, could finally return home. I glanced at Mars. He noticed my gaze and flashed a toothy grin. Thud. A light, almost like dropping an empty polytank, echoed from the center of the parking lot. There, the spaceship, shaped like a paper airplane with gray and white lines, hovered slightly above the ground. Wow, amazing. This could it be? Mars is this. Incredible, but is it really? While I was excited, Haim and Mars stared at the ship with uncertain expressions. Was it not a popular type of ship, perhaps? What's wrong? We've been had, this isn't just any ship, it's a pirate ship. A pirate ship. There are specialized shipyards for pirates in space. This is a solo raiding vessel. It's heavily armed with plenty of stealth features, but for her to go this far. The pointed bow of the spaceship resembled a raptor's beak, with sharp beam cannon barrels on either side, reminiscent of a dragon's eyes. It did indeed look like a pirate ship, but it was cool and it seemed quite powerful. Wasn't that okay? So what's wrong with a pirate ship? It still operates normally, right? Mars, still holding his head with his paw-like hands, responded. Pirate ships can be shot down without warning under the Galactic General Law. So, as long as we're on the ship, we're considered pirates and can't get close to anywhere. Meaning, we've been saddled with a ship that we can't use anywhere because of her. Shark Trade. Somehow, I felt like I finally understood why the Golden Dragon Company is so hated. Well, let's just give it a try, shall we? Worst case, we can send a distress signal and sink the pirate ship somewhere in the ocean. Well, yeah. I guess we wouldn't immediately get shot down just for going into space around here. Let's give space a try. Just a moment, let's scan for any viruses before we take off. We asked the princess, who was knowledgeable in that field, to scan the ship, while I turned on the flashlight on my smartphone and looked around the ship with Mars. It's kind of like a paper airplane, isn't it? Just like a straight arrow. It's highly stealthy. Back when it was used for transport, this ship gave us a hard time. I never thought I'd end up riding in it myself. The surface feels rough like sandpaper. It's beam-resistant coating. If the force field can absorb it properly, it's quite resistant. While listening to Mars's detailed explanations, the hatch on the ship's belly opened with a crack. Boys, the ship is ready, so come on board. Okay. Well, it's my first time going inside, after all. We climbed up the staircase-like hatch and followed the princess down a hallway so narrow that people could barely pass each other, leading to a room with 4 chairs fixed to the wall. This is the bridge. Nothing weird was installed, so I'll start it up. With a small hum, the walls that were there until a moment ago transformed into displays all around, showing a parking lot and a factory. A transparent tablet-like device appeared about 30 centimeters in front of my face, displaying unreadable characters. Tanbo, touch that. Oh, okay. When I touched it, the characters on the tablet changed again. Is the deputy captain okay with the princess and Mar? Yeah, then who's the captain? Of course it's Tanbo. Anyone else besides Tanbo? Although they looked puzzled, I think either Mars or the princess would be better than me. I don't know anything about space stuff. Wouldn't Mars or the princess be better? I'm going back to my country. I don't need such a lame ship, princess. Went through a process of elimination. I touched the tablet again and sat down heavily in the rearmost seat. Becoming a space pirate by chance, it was a dream of mine from my childhood. Come to think of it, does this ship have a name? It does, if we were to translate it into local words, it would be something like Psycho Dragon. Psycho Dragon. The name hit me like a ton of bricks, and I nearly fell out of my chair. I thought the ship looked cool, but Psycho Dragon? Well, it suited a pirate like me. Stealth mode engaged. Engines running smoothly, no issues. All right then, shall we head to space for a bit? Captain, are you ready? I sat back in my chair and rolled up the sleeve of my left arm. To appear in space with a spaceship, mow down enemies with the machine gun hidden in my left arm, and save a beautiful woman in distress. That was the dream of my childhood. But surely, there was a gap between me and that dream bigger than the atmosphere itself. Still, here and now, by process of elimination, I was undeniably a space pirate. Since I had become something I never thought I could be, I decided to put the details aside for now. I looked at Heim and Mars sitting in front of me and flashed a bold smile. Let's just call it a win after a big loss, and say one dream has come true, shall we? I raised my left arm, which I had equipped with a machine gun, high into the sky. Psycho Dragon liftoff. There was no manga-like acceleration, no intense G-forces. When I thought I saw the sky as the nose lifted up, seconds later, I was already in space. Amazing! As I marveled at the glittering Earth's night view in the darkness, a beep-beep and error-like sound came from the Psycho Dragon. Huh, there's an error on the map. What? Why? Unable to determine current position. What about the positioning system? Shall I try radar? Mars leaned over from the front seat. Tonbo, I don't think there are any other ships around here, but can I use radar? Do whatever you want. Understood. When the princess operated something, a small arrow-shaped ship appeared on the displays all around. I've activated the radar. Princess says more and more stars appear around that arrow. While I'm watching with admiration, a galaxy map is completed in front of me in no time. Hey, is this serious? There are only star systems that are not listed in the general map brain transfer. Where is this? Do you know, princess? Well, calm down and listen. The princess turns towards Mars and continues with a very unpleasant look on her face. This is the Shura People's Garden. Huh? Are you kidding me, princess? It's true. I stand up and walk towards the two who seem serious for some reason. Is it because the ship is flying with gravity control? Even in space, there seems to be gravity as normal, and the two are talking about what the Shura People's Garden is. What is the Shura People's Garden? When I ask, Mars answers with his mouth open, saying only a dangerous place. The princess pulls the sleeve of my right hand and leans close to my ear. You know, the Shura People's Garden is. Yes, yeah. It's the galaxy next to the one where the princess were, and the one next to that. Huh, then it's really far away, isn't it? The princess pulls my right ear and speaks even more quietly. That's not all. Huh, there's more. So far, there are hardly any ships that have gone from our galaxy to the Shura People's Garden and come back. Huh. Then what about the Psycho Dragon? Can't go back, can't go back. Mars' answer, squeezed out, quietly echoed in the bridge. Although he thought he could go back, he was in a place where he couldn't go back no matter what. His regret was immeasurable to me. I, feeling powerless, didn't even know what to say to the grieving Mars. But the princess was different. In the dictionary of the galaxy's former idol, there were no letters that said impossible. Well, there's nothing we can do right now, right? Shall we build a bigger ship? The princess says so nonchalantly, and Mars and I look at her with half-dumbfounded faces. What? Is there a better way? No, princess, how big is a big ship? I heard that the ships that went to the Shura People's Garden and back were planetary class. But for now, as long as we can go to the neighboring galaxy, we just need the propulsion and firepower of the current main ship, right? Mars, who was taken aback, asked the princess, "Are you going to ask the Dragon Trading Company again?" No, we won't ask. It's absolutely no good to initiate trade with them. You saw it with this ship's deal. They're like demons who sold their souls for money. Then, what are we going to do? We'll make it. Where? The princess points her finger at something inconspicuous, And there, under the slowly shining sun, protruding from the edge of the earth, was a blue sparkling planet. Afterward, thank you very much for reading. This work, a modern fantasy mixed with science fiction, was a refreshing change to write. While giving glimpses of the macro stage of the great universe, I also enjoyed writing about the micro life in the 1LDK, and sometimes I was attacked by a strong sense of nostalgia. To be honest, it was fun. I would like to thank you once again for following this web novel. Thank you very much. Well then, everyone, I hope we can meet again somewhere. End of Volume 1.